house. I wait for the clubhouse. I always wait for it and then I'm like, oh, it's not gonna chime, not yet.
Not
It's
yet.
getting fixed though.
Toothless.
There's a
So,
contract on the agenda today to get it.
yeah,
There you
yeah, so I
go.
said
We're
that.
getting there.
It's 9 o'clock and welcome everyone to the March 10th, 2025 meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners. As we always do, we'll start with public comment, but I just want to first shout out to all of us and the Production Alliance and the entire community for showing up this weekend at the Connectivity Summit at the Chimicum School. Was an awesome display of community spirit and it really lifted my spirit. And I heard similar
Fabulous, yeah.
similar sentiments coming from you guys too.
Oh
So,
my goodness, what a great
yeah,
weekend.
so nice show of community engagement.
Agreed. It was a privilege to participate and I'd love to see more and more things
Yeah.
grow from
A
it.
growing concern. It was
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as we always do, we'll start with public comment and we'll start with folks in the room. Is there anyone with us today who would like to make public comment? Is it everybody? No? Okay, let's start with our elder statesman, retired Commissioner John Austin. Come on up, John. And the owl is the microphone, so you don't have to just,
You can hear me all right.
we can hear
I can
you.
hear you.
County Commissioners, thank you for your service. And I have two comments. First is I was going to be serving on jury duty this morning and I've been relieved. And I was talking to my son, who works for Pierce County as a public defender. And I told him that I was going to be earning the princely sum of $15 a day, which is considerably less than I would get if I would substitute teach,
Mhm.
which I had scheduled to do. And I'm quite willing to forego the about $60 or $70 per day. Because I feel it is the duty of every citizen to be on a jury. And he noticed or told me that in Pierce County, they're going to start paying $100 a day
Mm.
for their jurors. And I thought, well, maybe we could go for half that. We're a smaller county. So I'd like you to at least consider raising how much is given to our citizens who serve as jurors. The second is, once again, we have the problem of road closure on your western access to the national park. And I know that this has been a thorn in the side, particularly Monty and other folks who work for the county. And in the past, there have been some efforts to have the access road to the rainforest turned over to the Park Service. Similarly to the way that Race Road is out of Port Angeles.
Mhm.
And I'd like to know if we are continuing to urge our representatives in Congress to take over that access road. Because I know that eventually we supposedly get reimbursed for the amount of money that we put into fixing it up. But this means that every time it goes out, we have to have our county engineer or some other representatives of the county go over there. And that's time that we have to pay for.
Mhm.
So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. I'm just gonna say for folks who've joined us online, if you're with us online and you would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen and we will get through the folks in the room with us and then we'll move to the folks online who have their hands raised. So Maggie, would you like to come up? No, Nicole, you're already on your way. Come on up.
Okay, so the connectivity summit was cool. I connected with some people about marrying environmental justice with social justice and making that the Port Townsend Yacht Club a day center and using the two docks in front for environmental justice programs. Okay, so now I'm gonna talk about something else real quick. Okay, back in the Depression era, there was a woman who created a board game called Monopoly. It turned into a capitalist BS game, but it originally was a game to show citizens how banks worked and how the banking system worked. And during the Depression, there were 1,000 foreclosures a day on people's homes. And so they created that federal bank, I forget the name of it, you can go look it up. That kind of like the precursor to Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac. And they were supposed to give mortgage loans to people who could not, who were too low income to afford loans on homes. So there were some regional banks and they across the country, and eventually it ended up with 6,400 members. So today, only 42% of those banks that are a member of this federal loan place have originated mortgage loans since 2018. And the rest of the money is tied up with private equity companies who have grabbed all that money and put it in their own banks, and then they're making 200 million off the interest. So there are 6,400 banks, only 42% of them have originated a single loan since 2018, which the purpose of was supposed to be for low-income people. So, you know, this is, and the rest of the money has been taken by private equity firms who are making 200 million a year off in interest off of money that was supposed to be loaned to low-income people for affordable housing. So you wonder why everybody's ending up on the street who should be in housing, who, you know, they're kind of a little, maybe 100% over the poverty line, 80% on the poverty line. That's why. So then, of course, then we go down to people with disability. Who are trying to get permanent supportive housing in those empty units. And those landlords, if they have a big portfolio and they have people going, you know, they leave a few units empty because they don't like the fact that their
That's fine,
tax
Maggie.
there is over. They will leave those units empty. So that's the problem. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Okay. Try this again. So Linda Shad and I'm here for the upper room. So I just want to explain that I've given my entire life to mentoring and encouraging young people. First as a juvenile probation counselor for 17 years. For Clallam County and Jefferson County too. I worked on the west side of Clallam County. And yeah, so my students today are not the students I taught or worked with 50 years ago or even 30 years ago. Virtual experiences have replaced actual participation. Frankly, all of us need to get out, inhale fresh air, fill our sights and our memories with the beauty of nature, the exhilaration of hiking a challenging trail and making it to the top. There's nothing like hiking the Haidavai Trail or the 18 miles up the whole rainforest trail and encountering the Blue Glacier. How many of you have done that? Yes, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Depriving hundreds of thousands of visitors, the actual experience of the Hall of Mosses Trail is not acceptable. Many families come from cities where they live frenzied lives, and visiting the rainforest is therapeutic for body, mind, and spirit. People come from all over the United States. They also come from Europe and Asia, the Middle East, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and India. Everyone in search of a peaceful, majestic, and magical place. And this is the one that is on their bucket list. I'd not planned on being here this morning. I didn't sleep all night, but felt compelled to speak after last night when it was brought to my attention that we needed to raise $20,000 by Tuesday at noon, or there would be no funds available for the repair of the Upper Hope Road. I've never raised money through a GoFundMe account, but it seemed like that would be the only hope of coming up with something. My reply here's what I got. Most figured that it was a scam. They ranted and raved about how money is spent in Jefferson County. Some claimed the federal government should fix this. Others said the state would fix it. Others said the road needed to be moved. Others made statements that use language I don't use. I'm an English instructor. And by the way, George Orwell in Politics and English Language instructs us to let the meaning choose the word. And that's what I teach in English 101. I force my students to read that. My reply to many of these very angry responses was simply that this was what was offered to us. And yes, it meant paying more taxes, but at least this tax is a choice. And one could choose not to pay the tax without losing a home or going to jail. So with that, I just want to say I was up all night because I've never had that kind of reaction. I don't know if there was any money received, but I think the most important thing is that there be transparency and that the meetings that are had by various people, that we know about them and we know what's going on. And I was told that this actually was an investment. And if it's a duck, and I mean, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and looks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And George Orwell would say, let the meaning choose the word. It's a tax, but I'm willing to pay it. And so are a lot of other people. But I guess we just call it a tax. And that's it.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Would you like to make a comment this morning?
No, but I know anyway.
Okay. Oh, I love that response.
I haven't slept in a week, no. I'd like to start with a quote from the Iron Man of the Hoe, a settler who moved to the Upper Hoe in 1890.
He doesn't need it. Go ahead.
Sorry.
It was said, his daughter wrote a book, about the legend of the Iron Man of the Hoe, and she said he spent his life waiting for the road, but he realized, he said, our numbers are insignificant and our votes don't count. But the thing about the Iron Man of the Hoe, and maybe you know his legendary packer who got paid double wages for packing double loads. And I wrote about him, about carrying a load of frozen pizzas in a microwave oven from Ford's. It's just totally erroneous. He's actually packing a stove full of potatoes. You know? And so they could never get roads. But what did they do? The locals went to work to pay off their taxes. They built something called the Pacific Trail, a road out of split cedar from Forks to Moclips, with side roads to Oil City, Goodman Creek, up the Hoe, up the Clearwater, up the Queets, all with local labor. And so now, of course, we can't cut cedar, without getting arrested. And so we come up with every idea we can for the locals to help open this road. One of them was the GoFundMe, which, got no reaction, and is now, we get 48 hours to raise. We don't know how much money we need, but we know we probably can't raise it in 48 hours. But the point is, since 1890, the Hillstocks have paid a lot of taxes. Glenda's grandmother started a ranch for packing up the Hoe in 1927, 98 years ago. They've been paying taxes. They've been trying to help. So we're trying to stop, open a road as part of an effort to preserve our national parks, which you realize are under attack, being shut down. And we're trying to do it through local action. We really appreciate some help. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if I should do the big reveal before more public comment. I feel people are out of the loop, but.
Well,
Yeah, maybe before you go online, make the.
Okay, so before we go to online comment, I would like to share some news with the community. I can't believe we're getting criticism this morning, but I have been working double time for the last 2 weeks in Washington, DC, Olympia, and right here at home, including on Saturday on a Zoom call with our good governor, Bob Ferguson, who has pledged the money to repair the road, the Upper Hoe Road. the issue is that that source of funding, because this is different than the way we've repaired the road in the past. In the past, we've repaired the road using Federal Highway Administration emergency repair funds that were administered through the Washington State Department of Transportation. I've been on both coasts of this great nation, trying to see if we could free that money again to do the repair before the spring and summer season. And the answer has been unequivocally no from the Federal Highway Administration. We can all speculate as to why that is, but our governor has been awake at night worrying about this issue since he saw it on the front page of the Seattle Times and came up with a solution. And the source of funding that we're going to use to do this repair comes from the State Department of Commerce, and it requires a private match of $5,000 to $20,000 was the range that was given to us on Saturday. So Commissioner Randy Johnson, I'm just clarifying this for everyone, Commissioner Randy Johnson from Clallam County put out an email with the low end of the range. I, being the eternal optimist in the room, said our community can do more than that, and we'll all put out the high range of the high range. I was on a Zoom call with 20 people on Saturday. 10 of them have already pledged $100 each to this effort.
I pledged 500.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna add you to the list.
Put me down
I
for a
think I've
hundred.
been
You can
added.
put me down for
I think
100
Rod Flag has added me.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm doing this real time. But anyway, so we've been working very hard to come up with a solution. A new recipe to repair the road, and we've come up with one. And our public works team has already talked to the contractors and already has materials in place. We just haven't had the funding to hire the contractor. So we're optimistic that a repair will be imminent, and that's why it was 2 days, because we want the money as quick as possible to get the repair going, to get the contract signed and the repair going. We're not gonna sign a contract without the funding. So the private fundraising we're doing is to free up the over $600,000 in public funding that the governor has pledged to do this repair.
And just to be clear, Heidi, we couldn't use county funds for this match. It has to be private.
Right,
Mhm.
and
Can't
the
use any public
requirement
funds.
for this source of funding is that it's private. I said that private dollars
Really
that match.
Do we need cash in hand or will pledges suffice?
Pledges will suffice.
So
So
what do I do with if I even get anything in a GoFundMe? I've never done a GoFundMe.
You've gotten $250 so far. I just, cause Anna
just
sent me the
like-
link and I've
Okay.
seen it
So I put
right
out an
now.
email yesterday saying the money needs to come to Jefferson County. That's what we agreed to on Saturday on the call, and I put out a PO box. 1220 Port Townsend, Washington, 98368.
I posted that and everybody said it was a scam.
It's not a scam. So
That's what they
people,
told
but
me. They
that's,
said
but
that's a
that's personal prerogative, right? It's not a scam.
Sounds like it.
I can show you the picture of the Zoom room on the call. It was the city of Forks. Clallam County, Jefferson County, many people from the state of Washington, all participating in this call and coming together on this solution.
You now
I knew
have
it wasn't a scam,
$270.
but that's what people were saying to me, and so I got lots of pushback.
Okay, we're not gonna do back and forth, because now the list of people online who wanna make comments is growing, so we're gonna go to them now. So, that was brief update, but I just want to.
Thank you.
Wanted to share that
Thank
with
you.
folks, because I felt like it was gonna waste a lot of public comment. I'm gonna I'm gonna go to the top of the list, so let's bring everyone over. And we'll start with Anna Peterson when she gets into the Zoom room.
I think that's Anna Marcher.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm reading what's written on the
Yeah.
Zoom list.
Good morning, Anna.
Hi, Anna Machi here, Upper Hill Road. I do want to say we are very grateful for the progress that has been made over the last 24 hours. I think it was very exciting to get some of these emails. I do have to say the level of confusion now that we've heard this update was immense, because we heard from two different sources, two different numbers. And so our excitement and our optimism with the 5,000 was immediate. We knew we could do 5,000. We have $4,000 in pledges already. And I've sent that to Ryan O'Connor because that was the address that I got to send that information to. So
Yep.
I'm sorry if that hasn't been shared with the commissioners. So it's 1,000 from Hard Rain Cafe, 1,000 from Whole Valley Cabins, 1,000 from Peak Six, and then from Glenda, $500. So amongst our friends, family, employees, everyone we knew, we were up to 4,000 already. And then what happened is yesterday I was driving, I stopped at a rest stop, I checked my emails, and I got the emails from Ryan O'Connor and Miss Eisenhower, and it said 20, and it just felt like we had been hit with a load of bricks. We felt hopeless. And as soon as I got home, then I talked to Glenda and we set up the GoFundMe account. And I'm I just have to say, on one hand, super grateful that we're making progress. On the other hand, we need transparency and we need more open communication. I think that the situation is developing by the hour, and so it's difficult to get that. But at the same time, I really feel like something that I learned in college in terms of communication when you're a business is that you have to be as open and transparent as possible. And that needs to happen in a timely manner. And I think we're struggling with that. And I would ask for maybe when we review the situation in the future, if we can look at how can we be more clear, like if we have a goal between 5 and 20, that would have been so helpful to just put that out as a blast email to everyone that's on these meetings or everyone that has written emails in. So we're all on the same page. So we don't have this panic and confusion. So people don't lose sleep at night. I think transparency brings trust. That was what came to me this morning when I was thinking about this meeting. Transparency brings trust, and we'll be better partners as residents and as business owners if we get that. I'm glad that y'all had a meeting and all the important, powerful leaders were in that meeting. It would have been nice to know that that kind of meeting was about to take place, even if you didn't know what the results would be. But just knowing that those meetings are happening is very helpful for our sleep and also for our planning. It was just a wild scenario of emails that have happened.
That's
over the
time,
last
Anna.
24.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know who's next on yours.
Oh.
Let's see. You,
Have you listened?
Lissy Andros. Good morning, Lissy.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm in my car. I want to thank the commissioners for all their hard work. I know that the meeting after Rod let me know about it on Saturday, I was super excited about it. With Anna's pledges and including Linda's and so forth, our list is at 12,000 here in Fork. So and I know people are still willing to contribute if necessary. So that doesn't include any of the pledges, outside of the area, because I'm not aware of those. But anyway, I'm hoping we can get this done quickly, and I appreciate all y'all's hard work. And I'll be sending my list over to Rod when I get it all finished. So,
Thanks, Lissy.
thanks.
If you'll copy me and Ryan in Representative Birnbaum's office, that would be great, because those guys and Representative Birnbaum and Ryan are officially collecting the compiled list.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ed Bowen.
Good morning, Ed Bowen, West Jefferson. I normally comment on the topic of this today, but in hopes that you are going to have public comment during the upcoming work session next, I'll switch topics to something I'm hoping the chair sat in on a while back in DC. So Secretary of VA Collins gave a briefing to the counties regarding veterans benefits. I hope the chair and the county is paying attention to that. It is a golden opportunity for not just getting the money in service-connected disability claims, but it's actually a way of connecting with the counties to get the actual benefit itself. The purpose of the benefit is not just money. It's medical care, it's everything. And I did take away from that, listening to the secretary, that he is very interested and very engaged with the idea of bringing the counties into the equation. So I hope the chair participated in that. If not, maybe it's something to go back and take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Next on my Zoom screen is Shelley Yarnell. And those, Trish has her hand up right now. Oh.
I think I'll just unmute her.
Okay.
Good
morning,
morning.
Shelley.
Good morning, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. I too would like to talk on the Hoh River. In my opinion, it is really dramatic that those who are hurt the most by this problem with the river are the ones who are giving the most. And I think that needs to be noted. You can feel the heartfelt request for help. There has been an offer of a contracted piece of equipment that's meant to do this job, to be donated. We don't hear anything about that. This can be done. I agree with the transparency. We have this problem in the county with everything. The county can be way more transparent than they are and should be. All of these issues wouldn't be coming at you screaming and angry if we knew what was happening. And it's a simple solution if we would just do it. It's not the hoe, it's not the resort, it's not taxes, it's not the pool. It's the fact that it's not transparent. We need to address the problem and address it as soon as we can. And when there's comments that come through to the commissioners, be careful of your comments back to the public. That's a problem. That needs to be handled, and it needs to be handled immediately, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Over to Jean Ball.
Good morning. The loop indeed. It a little disturbed by the lack of pushing of information out to the public. If I didn't know about this, I kind of tend to be ahead of the curve on information gathering. I'm, kind of everywhere. How can other people know about this? How come I didn't know about it? How could I have found out about it? Why wasn't there an effort to push it? God damn, this is exciting. My God, shouldn't we be screaming this from the rooftops? Holy smokes, I'm coming unglued over here. This is really, really exciting. Why aren't we amplifying this message? Okay, so I have a concern. Still haven't heard a whole lot from Sula or the national park. Things are kind of, undone over there. And I don't know if we can take advantage of the opportunity to repair the road. Can we then staff the visitor center? Can we get the trails open up the Hoh? Those questions certainly need to be asked and answered. That should not, regardless what those answers are, that should not stop us from getting this road repaired. 20 grand? Are you kidding me? I could raise 20 grand this afternoon to get this done. Seriously, that is not a problem. Tell me these things. Oh my God. Thank you. Get this done. Send me some information so I can put this out and we can get the money. Please send me information.
Okay,
I'll send you the link to the GoFundMe right now.
and Tom Tiersch.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for keeping this public comment period open. Switching subjects a little bit, but also related to roads in general in the county. I want to address this set of comments to the Transportation Benefit District Board, if I could, which of course are you folks. You enacted a 0.1% sales tax increase, which will start in April, as a first step in funding the Transportation Benefit District for the county. But more money is needed for the roads because inflation is going to be increasing, I'm sure, and the cost of everything is going up very fast. So that money is going to disappear pretty rapidly. So I would just encourage the Transportation Benefit District Board to put a measure on the ballot this November to increase that sales tax by the allowed 0.2%. That'll bring in another $2 million or million some dollars a year, desperately needed by our roads department. And so again, I encourage you to add that to the November ballot for the voters to approve. I'm sure it will pass, just like the one in Port Townsend did by, what was it, 80%? It's going to be well supported because everybody knows that we need and want good roads in the county. Different subject. Last week, in the discussion of putting the ordinance for the short-term rentals on your schedule for a hearing, you heard from Josh Peters, DCD. I heard something that caused me a great deal of concern. He said, well, there's capacity issues. I don't want to hear about DCD not having enough capacity to do their job. The short-term rental program is going to involve, 500-600 properties that are going to need to have permits in order to operate as short-term rentals. And if you simply apply a reasonable fee, such as those imposed by Chelan or San Juan County, to each of those permits, you can raise hundreds of thousands of dollars in permit fees each year without hurting any of these rental owners very seriously. They're making plenty of money off their rentals. And you could basically operate the short-term rental program as an enterprise fund. There's going to be enough money coming in from the permits in order for you to fund 2 people at least full-time to do enforcement and managing of the permits. Do the math, it only comes out to one person having to deal with about 1 to 2 permits per day throughout the year averaged out. So it's perfectly doable. And again, I don't want to hear DCD complaining about lack of capacity. This is going to be one of those programs where, it does not have to cost anything out of pocket. It's just going to be paid for by the people that are using the program. So more to come in writing, but I just wanted to surface that concern before Josh Peters goes off and writes a proposal that says, oh no, we can't adopt the ordinance as written because it's going to be an odious amount of work on our staff. Nope, not good enough. Sorry. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
That's time, Tom. Thanks. Okay. Anybody else? I see, Patricia, you have your hand up. You're gonna need to accept the promotion to panelist to come over to make a comment, or we can unmute you from where you are, correct? So we are unmuting you from where you are. Oh, there you are, you're in. Okay, you have 3 minutes for comment.
Okay, thank you. It's a different issue again, and not necessarily as important as what's been going on, but important to us. Patricia Ernest from Marrowstone Island. Good morning, commissioners, administrator, and staff. Thank you so much for your consideration of Marrowstone Island's Bridge Naming Committee's petition for your support in our island's choice of name for the bridge between Indian Island and Marrowstone Island on State Highway 116, which runs between Port Hadlock, Rhodey Drive, and Fort Flagler. So in request for a revision to your letter of support as written, I'd like to add the following information. Our original request delineates that the residents voted in the name of the bridge to be Passage Through Bridge with the native name for Passage Through displayed underneath. In our February 6th Zoom with the Washington State Transportation Commission Executive Director, Rima Griffith, she said we were farther along than most folks who come to them with a naming petition. We've gathered the support of Washington State elected officials, Senator Chapman, House Representatives Theringer and Birnbaum, for the full requested name. In Chapter 2 of the Washington Department of Transportation Traffic Manual, dated May. Am I finished? What?
No, we're having a
Okay.
technical issue, but you're fine.
Okay. So, let's see. The Chapter 2 of the Washington State Department of Transportation Traffic Manual, which is dated May 2021, in Section 214.11C, titled Tribal Language Signs, developed in conjunction with the Washington Indian Transportation Policy Advisory Committee. There may be signs with both English and tribal language on a single sign under certain guidelines. The signs are on a continental highway post mounted with the tribal name in mostly English lettering, which is satisfied by our request. Without requesting that the bridge sign be in both languages, there will be no reason for this dual committee to address the issue for this particular sign. The citizens and the tribes are both requesting the same thing. We implore you to consider adding the tribal name to have the official bridge name and therefore sign read as requested. Thank you so much. And for you who can see, this is what it would be. It would passage through bridge with the tribal name underneath. I hope you can read that. Thank you so much for your consideration and all the good hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Okay, looks like Nils Peterson.
The Slalom tribes is what she's.
About the Jimmy.
We're gonna bring you over, Nils. You're gonna need to accept the promotion to panelist. Okay, well, you are in the Zoom room now. You'll need to unmute.
Let's see.
Okay, you have 3 minutes for public comment.
All right, you can hear me.
Yep, we can
Okay,
hear you
cool.
loud and clear.
All right, no, I was appreciative of the work done this weekend. We handle the management of the cabins up on the Hoh Valley. A lot of the questions and the cancellations are occurring mainly due to the road closure. So my questions are pretty simple. If we do get the funding, what will the schedule be like if we know it? So that we can start giving some answers to people that are, needing to and wanting to firm up their, vacation from now through about October. So more specifically in the near term, if we're talking April, if we're talking May, so just an idea of schedule, and that may not be known. The other is that historically, the Park Visitor Center up at the Hoh Valley has been closed in the winter months, even though access is given. So the whole question of that, the staffing may not be there to open the visitor center, correlating with when the road is open. The road's always been open, even if the visitor center is not. So that, it is imperative we get that road open so that visitors can explore and hike and see the beauty up there. Yeah, I think other than that, it goes kind of with it is, are the permits in place for the construction to occur so that as soon as we have funding, are we ready to roll? And does it have to go through a competitive bid, or do we have a preferred contractor ready to roll? So that's it.
Thanks for your comments and questions,
Yep.
Mr. Peterson. Is there anybody else with us online who would like to make a comment this morning? I see a number of other folks. It looks like Elijah's there.
I'll bring Elijah over.
Anybody else? Raise your hand. We're kind of going long on public comment, but that's fine. And Elijah, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, this is Elijah with Peninsula Daily News. I am going to be writing, hopefully, an article on the updates for the Hoh Road closure. And if it's possible, I think I heard something in the Clallam County Commissioners meeting about a GoFundMe, or was that this meeting? Either way, if that can be emailed to me before the end of the meeting, that would be great.
I'll send it, Elijah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, I just got it from Monty too. Okay. Anyone else online who would like to make a public comment? You can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Okay, and seeing no other hands go up, I'll close public comment and we can do response. Anyone do you want me to respond first? Go ahead. I responded in the middle, but I would just say to the people who are frustrated with the schedule of this news, this is all happening very real time. I didn't know about the meeting that was going to happen on Saturday until late on Friday. I went to the meeting on Saturday with a whole bunch of other folks from the Olympic Peninsula. It was not a public meeting. There was one commissioner in the meeting. It would have been hard to pull that meeting together as a public meeting in less than 24 hours. Everybody on that meeting was intent on a solution for the roads on the west end, and came to the most expedient thing we could do is allocate funds for the repair from the state for the repair of the Upper Ho Road through a source of funding that the state has that requires private match. And we identified a range of $5,000 to $20,000 in private match, as low as 5, up to 20. We now have well over $5,000 pledged. It's gonna happen, folks. So there's no more. I haven't been sleeping either because I've been in another time zone or working 16 hours a day, but I haven't been sleeping either. So I get it, you guys. And I fully know the value of that forest to the health of people. I really appreciated your comments this morning, Linda, because that's why I have been working so hard. Because as a child, I went into the Ho. As an adult, I've gone a number of times. It always refills my cup. And, you know, I know that there are hundreds of thousands of people who need to get in there this summer and have the same experience, especially in the time that we're living in.
Yes.
And last week, Richard Louv came and spoke at the Land Trust Conservation Breakfast, and he's a writer who wrote a book, No Child Left Inside. And there's been a lot of funding programs that have come out of this movement, but the whole premise of that book is to get out in the woods and get kids out in the woods, and it does things for health. I mean, people who spend time in nature don't have as many occurrences of ADHD. You know, there's all kinds of maladies in our culture that can be ameliorated by spending time in nature. And the Ho Road gets people to that place. So I see it as medicine. So anyway, I am sorry if you're frustrated with the timing. Jean Ball, I sent you the email, the first email I sent to anybody about this news. The first news I had about this was when I sent you that email. So don't say that you're out of the loop. You're as in the loop as I am. And I'm sorry that you weren't on the call on Saturday, but I was barely on the call on Saturday. And I am an elected county commissioner. I know you have aspirations for that, but you know, I am currently a seated county commissioner, and I was invited to that call and I participated on our behalf. And I am sorry if you feel like you should have been in the loop on that, but we were just trying to respond to every opportunity we've had to get these roads reopened. So I feel a little bit frustrated because I haven't had a day off in 2.5 weeks, and I've been working about 16 hours a day, and I'm trying to do the best here. And you know, everyone knows I'm sensitive and I shouldn't be expressing that maybe in your public comment period response, but I am feeling like we've heard you, and it's because of you that we're doing this work. We work for you, and it's because of the people of this community in this county on the west end and on the east side of the county that we're trying to get these roads reopened for the season. And I know it has a huge economic impact to our entire county. From the Hood Canal Bridge to the Palomasas, you know, this is what's happening real time. So I am super excited that the state has come forward with a solution and that the county is ready, because our public works team is so awesome. And they have been already doing the work to get the pieces in place. I don't know the timeline yet, but we'll be getting that. That'll be the next update. We'll work with our public works team, and maybe we can have some kind of workshop next Monday, or maybe we can do something before that, have a special meeting. But I feel like all of this is happening very real time. So there is no, this is your update. This is all we know at this time. And as of now, from what we heard from Lissy, the pledges I've heard of from the meeting I was in on Saturday, from the public comment today, we're getting close to 15. We're done. I mean, we I think I just wanted us to show up with a good show of support for the state on this, and that's why I said up to $20,000. So sorry if that created confusion for everyone. Let's see, was there anything else? To Patricia on the passage through, we'll get that change made to the letter. We'll get that updated. That's an easy ask, and we'll just have to make sure we have that font in our deck.
Veterans benefits.
Oh, veterans benefits. I did go to a portion of that presentation. And I think I will need to go back and review it to get at the specific program you were talking about, but. It was very, it felt very, like a high level overview. And one thing I will say about the updates that I was hearing. At the National Association of Counties Conference in DC, when I was not meeting with our delegation, was in one instance, I would hear one thing, and then the next person I would hear the opposite message coming out of their mouth. So I haven't really known what to track on that front. And mostly I was there talking about the 2 roads on the west end. So I was running back and forth from the NACO sessions to meetings with our delegation, talking about getting these roads reopened. But as we all know now, the solution came from our state. So I don't know what else I can add. Interesting comment, John, about the jurors being paid more in Pierce County. I think, didn't we just recently increase the amount we were paying jurors in my time as a commissioner? I'm looking at you because you've been here with me.
Planning commission, we started paying volunteers.
Okay.
Stipends, but I think it's been 15 for a while.
Okay, so maybe that's something we take up at a later date. That makes sense to me. $15 doesn't even cover breakfast or lunch. Okay, we don't do questions at this point, and I'm gonna let you do.
Sure.
Response now.
And I'll say, stay around because we do have national parks coming at 10 a.m. to continue the conversation. I know there was some interest in hearing from them. And this is, I guess I'll just reiterate, great news. It's great news that we have funding for the Upper Ho, and we're gonna get it done. And Public Works has always talked about most of the permitting happens after the fact and the mitigation.
Right.
So that 650 included both the construction and the permitting, and we'll get more specific timelines. But I think imminently is what we can say that it's going to happen, because obviously we're past that 5,000 minimum. You know, as Heidi said, we want to demonstrate that we can really, be there. And I think that the communities have already done that. You know, it's multiple communities that get a lot of benefit from the Upper Hill Road. But I would say that we're halfway there because the South Shore Road is as important an access point. I love the Seven Basins Lakes, and I also love Enchanted Valley, and we want to make sure that we get both of those places open. So we are not done with this, but just as regards to the comments about transparency, public government doesn't get any more transparent than this.
No.
I mean, maybe there was some communication, two messages. That's because both, Heidi and Clallam County
Commissioner Randy
commissioners
Johnson.
were just excited and got the news out to the mavens the moment that I got the same notification that other people did. I mean, we had a talk on Friday who's gonna sit down with the governor, and Heidi's been leading this legislative action on behalf of the county, so it was clear that our chair be our representative there. But this was evolved from a 6 o'clock call on Friday that we were frantically organizing to move things around on the weekend to make sure that we prioritize this. We did, we continue to, and if there's some communication, miscommunications that happen because we're trying to be as responsive and transparent as possible, I think that's okay. So I'm really happy with where we are now, and we'll just have to continue to look for the money for South Shore as well. And we'll get an update from National Parks on what their priorities are. We've talked about whether or not the center is open, we can still have the road open. And I think that seems reasonable to me, but let's talk to the National Parks about it. That's why we had them here. We just got better news that we can share with them. But I certainly want to talk about North Shore Road and the other issues going on as well.
And we do have public comment as part of our national park session,
have
so
public
you
comment.
can make an additional comment during that.
On the veterans benefits, I fly a lot closer to implementation here, and I'm excited that Bayside is applying for the SSVF grant this year to get those social services for veterans, often in the form of rent relief and making sure that we don't have veterans lose their homes. That left local administration recently, and I think getting it back under a local agency is great. So that's, I guess, where I focus more or less. What are the feds gonna do, and more, what can we do with what the feds have already done? Thanks for the comments on Connectivity Summit, Maggie, and to John. I mean, we will look at, I think it's worth looking at that, the juror compensation, you know, it's a struggle. I don't know where I don't even know where those funds come from. So, you know, step one, question asked, basically. And to Mr. Tiersch, appreciate your notes on the Transportation Benefit District. And I tend to agree with your analysis of DCD capacity. We've done lots to make sure that we give them capacity. I think Mr. Peters was talking about the 4% cap as being a struggle to enforce. I tend to agree with them, though. I think there is this, you're correct. I believe that this is an enterprise kind of increase in the level of regulation, that it should be able to pay for itself. I also wanted to comment, Mr. Tiersch has made some public comment about some of the PFD RFDs or RCWs, 060 that talks about other bond capacity, and that you can't bond more than, you know, 1/10 of 1% of the value of all the property. And that does not create any revenue. I double checked this with the prosecutor's office as well as looking at it. It only creates a limit to the bond capacity. But no bond counsel or underwriter is going to give a fledgling PFD a loan that they don't have a collateral or a revenue stream to support. So that is a cap for the maximum, but does not convey any funding, just revenue stream. Want to be respond to Mr. Tiersch about that in public place. And then to Nels, you know, we don't know exactly about when the schedule is going to happen, but as I said, we will, when we get it, we will make it public. And I think that's my oh, and to Patricia, of course, yeah, adding the file name. Yeah, that's no big. We'll probably pull it from consent and make that small modification. But yeah, I think it's a great name.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Just so you know, Eric Kuzma said they're hoping to get the repair bid out this week.
Great. So
He just sent that email.
Great.
Yeah.
There is a bid, but they'll do it right.
Yep. Yeah, get out the bid this week. I'm not gonna add a whole lot. I think you guys have covered it fully. I just will say, as I'll continue to play my new commissioner card for just a second, and just thank you both so much for the work that you have been doing, and to watch how this has happened, how this is all played out. And I can say, again, having talked to a lot of new commissioners in other counties, this does not happen in many other counties. I will say that this level of transparency, I'm talking to other counties, and this is not the way things go. The fact that we've got over the weekend, a commissioner being asked to attend a problem-solving meeting where that commissioner then reaches out to as many people in the public that she knows have been involved and invites them. You know, I can say my text cell phone is out to a lot of people out there, and the connection that I'm so grateful to have made on the West End with Anna. She was texting me over the weekend. I was at least able to tell her that meeting, I had heard that it was happening. We are doing our very best to communicate in real time, and I do not see that happening in many local, state, or federal government agencies. So thank you for the work that you are doing. And it is remarkable to watch it happen. I am really blown away at your capacity to manage so many disparate and different things all at once. Just your response to public comment right now was so across the board. My mind is bouncing all over the place. I am learning, and thank you for teaching.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I just want to address a couple other quick things. Commissioner Austin, on your comment about the access road being turned over to Park Service. Ultimately, I mean, that to me is representative of, this is not where the conversation stops, right? That we celebrate the wins, we continue to move forward and look at all of the possible solutions and ways to manage things down the road, whether that's the right solution or not. We just continue looking.
Can I say one thing on that?
Yeah.
Just that I've had that conversation with Monty and Public Works,
Mhm.
and I think the FLAP program, I'm probably skewing which one, but I think some of those programs, the Federal Lands Access Program and other things were kind of the solution to that conversation in the past, where here's a way to maintain the roads and kind of kick the can and not take on responsibility for what is, as we can see, a challenging road to take over. So
Yeah.
that's been the architecture.
To
in the past.
potentially look back at FLAP when there are dollars available there. Maggie, I want to thank you for your continued focus on the idea of an urban rest stop. I think you know that I'm very excited about that idea, and I want to keep looking for ways. I thank you for making that opportunity for a conversation at the Connectivity Summit this weekend. That's how we move these things forward. We just keep talking about them, getting input and feedback. So, and just to all of the comments about transparency, building trust. Anna, Shelley, Jean, there are many comments about that. And I would just say that is absolutely true, and it goes both ways, right? There needs to be that trust building in both directions, and an acknowledgement of what the people who are working for you have done, and then continue to criticize, continue to move the conversation forward. But when people are working so hard, they also need to be acknowledged before criticism, and that goes both ways. We are amplifying the message. That is what you're seeing happening here, and it is a partnership in both directions. That you've a couple of people have brought up, Ms. Ball, a couple of times about the offer for equipment. We did discuss that in the meeting last week, and I know there are lots of issues around that, not the least of which is liability and the permitting required, as the generosity of a piece of equipment being offered is amazing, and it's not that we can't ultimately maybe take advantage of that, but there's a lot of steps that have to happen in order for that to be able to be part of the solution. I think that all of the other comments have been so well addressed. I'm going to let us move forward, but thank you everyone for participating. You are the reason that this road is happening, and you and all the people working for you.
Doesn't mean we're done though.
Doesn't mean
One
we're done.
road,
Yeah.
one out of two
That's
roads,
right.
so.
Right.
We still have the South Shore Lake Quinault Road to address, and I know there's conversation about how to, do a temporary workaround with the North Shore Lake Quinault Road. So I think the timing of this next workshop with the Olympic National Park and the deputy director there couldn't be more perfect. Because we can ask questions and, some of this information they're probably just getting as we're sharing it here.
Yeah.
So.
Can I ask if consent agenda is time critical today? Can we do that after our
Do we know?
workshop? I didn't see anything. Okay.
There's no question.
Yeah, no, it's a robust one. I've got some
Mhm.
questions and comments too, so.
Okay. So it's 9:59.
Can you see if Kevin's can be brought over?
Oh, thank you.
We can,
Probably send Patricia back to panel, but attendee as well.
I don't have Patricia in my.
Yeah, I see her too.
and I'm not a co-host, so I can't.
Yeah. I can remove you as co-host, but it says that you are.
No, I can't remove Patricia though.
Maybe she's not really there.
Yeah, it's interesting. She's not in the list, but she is on the screen.
But
So
Kevin is there on the attendee list.
I moved him over. He's now panelist. He accepted.
That's weird. Why can't we see him?
A little delay.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Having some tech issues. Sorry, Kevin, we can't see you in the panelist.
And we were having other tech issues.
I thought it was just AV capture. All on the top.
That's
Brought the
Kevin
wrong
Hitchcock.
Kevin Killian.
Kevin Killian
Excuse
from
me.
Olympic National Park.
We love you, Kevin, and value, but we weren't trying to bring.
Nobody I'd rather spend my time with than you, Kevin Hitchcock, but
Maybe you
it's
could throw
time
up
for
a
you to go
map
back
of,
to work.
Upper Hill Road for us.
Okay, Kevin's in.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Apparently I've been promoted.
Yes, you
Yeah,
have.
you have.
No
Thank you.
panelist.
Yeah. So have you been listening to our meeting?
No, I've been engaged with a million other things. So I just joined a couple minutes ago, but I did see an email. I was gone for the last 5 days or so. I just got back in to see an email about some possible funding solutions. So that's wonderful.
Yeah, so we had, I'll just briefly let you know that we had a meeting with the governor on Saturday. The city of Forks, Clallam County and Jefferson County collectively, they pulled together a meeting late on Friday. And we, turning my notifications off. We met with the governor and he has identified a pot of funding that he's gonna allocate for reopening the Upper Hill Road. And that funding requires a private match, so not a public match, but a private match. And so we worked over the weekend to get the word out and apparently didn't do the best job of that because Commissioner Johnson from Clallam County sent the low end of the range and I sent the high end of the range that we had talked about with the governor, but we are fully in the range. So we've raised the money needed.
Oh, that's
So,
fantastic.
yeah, and our Public Works team is getting the contract out this week, they said. Just
Amazing.
a couple minutes ago. So we are in the process of repairing that road.
Oh, that's so fantastic to hear. Yeah, we're ready to go. We just gotta, get the access and then we'll just get things turned back around and staffed up and yeah, look, that's wonderful news. Thank you for sharing that. And thanks for all the hard work on it.
Yeah, and sorry has been, it's very real-time news, so sorry we weren't able to get it to you sooner, but we've been just working on it for the last 8 weeks, basically, and I feel like, now it's important just to get the word out and get the work going, so.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, we've been, probably unreasonably so confident that y'all would find a way to work through it. So we've, of course, buttoned up operations within the HO just to protect the assets that were there. But it's functionally turnkey. As soon as we can get access in there, we'll be able to turn things around. Any idea? Of course, you're just going to contracting now. Of a general time frame expected.
Well, our team has been saying that that the contractors, the repair will probably take 3 to 4 weeks. Once they get, going. So I don't know what other work those contractors are currently, when they'll be available to start, but they've known that this is the top priority for the county. So
perfect.
We'll, know more this week.
Wonderful. Yeah. Well, we will engage in any conversations you need us to engage in, just to make sure that we're all continuing to work together. I've been so appreciative. My entire team has been so appreciative of the communication coming from Eric and the rest of the Public Works team. I just feel like we've been really well connected up to this point. So we're happy to keep on working together.
Okay, thank you. So what else do we need to talk about today? How's it going at the park?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, I really appreciate you making time today and
Yeah.
it's good to hear that you guys that it's pretty much a turnkey operation up at the HO. And really the reason we wanted to bring, the national parks out here is to kind of get a feeling of where you guys are. I know it's a turbulent time on the federal level. So, as we kind of framed the issue, we're halfway there and getting funding for one of the 2 access points to the national park with the South Shore Road down at Lake Quinault completely gone now, basically. So wondering what you guys are planning with the North Shore Road down at Lake Quinault as well. And I guess just in general, what's the plan going forward? We've heard concerning things about firefighters, being furloughed as well. So what's the landscape in that Olympic National Park? is my big question.
So can't say a whole lot about the specifics of it, but what you're reading in the paper is pretty true as far as Park Service goes. You know, our law enforcement and emergency services folks are pretty well intact. You know, but you know, there may there's the probationary terminations, which largely did not affect any of the emergency services side of things. Then there's the deferred resignation program, which you know, we did lose one of our law enforcement staff to the deferred resignation, but that's just their choice to make. But moving forward, you know, we anticipate being able to hire as many seasonals as we did last year, maybe even more so, you know, budget dependent, which, you know, as we move forward into the rest of this week with the continuing resolution, hopefully happening, we'll, you know, keep on plugging away at it, you know, making our hiring decisions and bringing those people on, hopefully in the same timeframes as we normally would have. But, you know, there's still a lot of uncertainty ahead of us. We're still in a hiring freeze. So any permanent vacancies that we have, we're not able to hire for right now. Waiting for more word on that, you know, hopefully within the next, you know, few weeks to month or so. Hopefully we'll get some word on being able to, on what we can do with those vacancies that we have. And yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty on the budget front as well. You know, moving forward, we don't know what that really looks like. So we're just making the decisions that we can with the authorities and the finances that we have available to us right now. And honestly, we're kind of taking it day to day. Our employees are challenged. Sometimes they're struggling a little bit with the uncertainty. So we're just really focusing on how we can give them the best information that we have. You know, we're having daily calls with our employees. We're trying to meet up as a team, a park team, at least once a week if we can. You know, whether it's virtually or in person, just making sure that we're all connected and sharing the information. And we're getting great information to the extent we can from our regional office. That's been really a high point for us, is you know, meeting daily with our regional office staff. As superintendents, all the superintendents in the region are meeting daily with their regional director and the directorate team. So we're feeling as good as we can with the things that we're hearing, because we're all trying to hear the same thing and communicate amongst each other to make sure we're all understanding everything that we're hearing. So if that makes any sense.
It does.
It does, but I'm still curious about the North Shore Road, and just like, if we can't find funds to replace that South Shore Road or repair in a timely way, is there going to be access from North Shore, and what
Gotcha.
is the time frame for that, if there is?
Gotcha. I didn't realize you were asking a direct question about the North Shore Road. I thought it was just generally how we're doing. So North Shore. So I'm not sure of the time frame of it, but we are still planning on moving ahead with the repair of that bridge on North Shore Road, and so that is going to close access on North Shore, I believe, just after July 4th. I think it's July 7th, maybe, but and that'll be a hard closure of that, because we wish that wasn't the case, but it is the case. That's when the funding is here and the work needs to be done. So we need to do that. So we're hopeful that there was going to be a shoe fly, as I've heard it termed, on the South Shore, but I am just getting up on the news when you said that the road is completely gone on South Shore. Apparently that's not a possibility down there. So we need to maybe rethink that a little bit. We cannot rethink the road work, the road work on North Shore. The contract is in place, and that work's got to happen. So unfortunately, that's going to be a challenge for everybody.
So I don't know exactly I'm always confused about the conversation of bridges over on North Shore Road. So can you just be really explicit so the public and I can understand? Right now, there's a bridge that's been kind of moved to cover a broken culvert. Is that the road work that will happen in July, repairing that culvert? No,
it is not. And pardon me for not being super specific. So the bridge farther out east, the temporary bridge that we pulled, we intend to put that back in place. But this is road work, and I'm not remembering the name of the specific name of the spot right now. So if you can give me a few minutes, I can go check in with my facilities folks and kind of get that specific project name for you.
Mhm. I mean, I really, that's like kind of my biggest question
Yeah.
is just understanding what the timeline is for these different pieces on North Shore Road right now, knowing and I just want to reiterate, so you guys are golden with us getting the Upper Hill Road functional as quickly as possible. You'll be ready to, as you say, it's a turnkey operation and just got to turn it back on, which is great.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah.
But I'm sorry, we didn't give you the exact questions beforehand, but I don't know if it's okay with the chair. I would love to take a little pause in this and get as much information about the timeline on North Shore Road as we can.
Yeah, if you give me like 5 minutes or even less than that, I can be right back.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, we could use a recess, so we'll
Cool.
recess.
Thank
We'll
you.
recess until 10:20. How about that?
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Kevin.
These days, Kevin. Sorry.
Mhm.
Welcome to our world, Kevin.
Yeah, right.
It's very real time right now, but
Yeah.
I'm sure as we get through this set of issues that we're dealing with, it'll go back to a slower pace, hopefully.
Someday. All right. So the area we're talking about is Big Creek, and I knew that, I just couldn't recall it because we have had so many other problems that we tend to push these things to the back of our memory banks. But Big Creek is milepost 10.2 on the North Fork Road, and right now we're envisioning a hard closure starting July 7th, and it's going to be about it's predicted to September 3rd. The reason for that hard closure on that is the road needs to be removed with an engineered log jam placed in Big Creek, and then the road rebuilt on top of that engineered log jam. And I asked why we couldn't delay this project, and apparently this is funding from the Federal Highways ERFA program, emergency repair for federally owned roads. And we've already asked for a delay once, and they granted that delay. So we cannot ask for a second delay, or we risk losing the funds completely. And the problem with that is that if there's another high water event up there in Big Creek, it's likely to take out that road completely, and we don't have the funding to replace that road if it's all gone. So this is the only fund source we really have available to us to protect the North Fork Road in that area. So with this recognized damage, we did put in some riprap in there to when we asked for that extension, put some riprap in to kind of delay the deterioration of that road. That is holding, but it's unlikely that that's going to continue to hold forever. So this is the opportunity we have to actually protect the North Fork Road in that area. So we've sent letters to all the landowners past the Big Creek area, notified them of this, and haven't heard a lot of pushback about it. Apparently, one family is not too pleased about it, and we've apologized, but this is just kind of the way that we need to do it, just from a funds available perspective and the work required.
So are there residents beyond that will be on it?
No full time.
Okay.
So on the Clark Spur, there's some houses out there, but none of those, from what we understand, are full-time residences. Just summer homes, which is unfortunate that people aren't going to be able to access their homes. But there's not the land is not available, or funds not available, a combination of both, to do any kind of bypass in that area. So the hard closure really is the only way to go as far as we're concerned for the repair of that road.
If there's not a shoe fly or some other solution that we can come with on South Shore, that whole area is going to be completely inaccessible, at least for the month of July.
Yes. Yeah. And so we're exploring options for what we can do as far as, allowing people to go as far as the ranger station. We wish there was more parking there. So people, but there's not that much. We think there's about, room for maybe 15 cars or so. So we're still trying to figure out how we're going to handle the visitor load in that area. Because it's a popular area, as you know. And we just don't have the room to just kind of stack up cars there at the ranger station. There's not adequate bathroom facilities. So we're just trying to we're still working on how we're going to handle that. Yeah, that's the best we got.
And then until that work happens, how accessible is the road? Like right now, it's not accessible all the way through, right? Because that bridge has been moved over Graves Creek or whatever.
Yeah, Graves Creek. Yeah, so we anticipate reinstalling that bridge in April, early April. So there will be access over to Graves and all the way around, with the exception of the South Fork impassable area in South Fork. But yeah, April is when we anticipate reinstalling that bridge.
So it'll be open in April, access all the way around to both sides of the closure on South Shore Road and to the Enchanted Valley and whatever that access, I don't even know that it's called there. And then close down to all full closure in July for about a month and then open again. That's
July 7th, 2 months. So July 7th through predicted September 3rd.
Wow. So for the rest of the season, kind of. Really.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's a lot.
Okay, well, that's helpful, I guess. And the other question about down there is, I mean, is the national park invested in looking for other options to get the road repair done in a timely fashion and on South Shore Road? Yeah, that's not a fair question, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's similar question to Ho. We're supportive of what, like, we're ready to go if the road is able to be reopened, but we don't have the ability to put funds towards the road repair in that area. To the extent we can be supportive of the communications that you might have with Federal Highways. We were behind the scenes. We were working with our contacts at Federal Highways to see if there's anything that we could do, and we were told no, that this is between Jefferson County and the Federal Highways programs that they're already in contact with. And I know those relationships were very good between Jefferson County and the Federal Highways folks. So there really wasn't anything that we could do or bolster behind the scenes, because those efforts were already underway.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
You guys have any additional questions?
Well, other than our hair on fire questions, was there anything you wanted to share with us today, Kevin?
No, we're just doing our best here. We know how important Olympic National Park is as a resource, not just for the natural resources, but also economics of Jefferson County and Clallam County and the whole Olympic Peninsula. So we recognize that, and we value the relationships, and we value the community up here. So we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we are ready to go for the summer, and any challenges that we're facing, we're working hard to make sure we're minimizing those, and putting the best face forward, protecting the park, but also providing for the recreation of all the folks that are planning to come out here, both local and non-local.
And we appreciate that big time. I mean, I don't know, nothing I love more than our park and our national forest, and love being in partnership with you guys. So I look forward to getting to solutions on the South Shore Road and getting that Ho Road reopened. And it just feels like I feel like we've been pushing and pushing and pushing, and this feels like a little bit of a window. We got to break in the log jam with the Ho Road. And so I know our public works team has got more on their plates right now than they can manage, but I know that this is going to rise to the top in terms of getting this one.
Absolutely. Well, we're just so appreciative of the county's efforts to repair that road. I know how hard it is to secure funding for these projects, and kudos to you and your team for being able to make that happen.
And thanks to our governor, Bob Ferguson, for having the idea,
Yeah, really stepping up. Kevin, hi, I'm Heather Dudley Nolet, brand new commissioner here that we haven't gotten to meet. Although, did you come to the last? Yeah, we got to say hello then, yes. My question is about communication. If if there is not success in getting South Shore dollars this season, what communication tools are you using, and how best can we help communicate out to the public through your tools to make sure people know what their options are, and maybe if you can't access this way, here's what you can access to the park, and here's ways to plan your visit and all of that. How do people access that information?
So on the park website, we have, an alert section where we tell people, the latest access, or the latest challenges, the latest closures. So that's kind of been our the best we have right now from a real-time updates, is our park website. We've got some figuring to do when it comes to the permits. So we normally put our all of our wilderness permits, or the majority of our wilderness permits, on sale in the middle of April. We've got some figuring to do when it comes to how we're going to message these access concerns that we have. Of course, we're trying to wait things out on the Ho, because that's the primary wilderness access point is the Ho. So it sounds like we're not going to have to change a whole lot about what we're going to message on the Ho at this point. But we do, as you all know, the Enchanted Valley is a very popular place to go. So we're still working on that. But yeah, our park website is the primary message point. But as far as the real time, messaging boards at the on the road, to tell people road closed X miles ahead, is kind of the point of notification. As far as that goes, if y'all could work your public messaging capabilities with the maybe the tourism board, to let folks know as they're coming in that there might be some challenges in accessing the Quinault Rainforest, I think that would probably be pretty helpful.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly why I'm asking the question is, especially in response to the, continued requests that we get for engagement and communication, and us pushing out information as opposed to the public having to search and dig for information. I think we could hopefully use this opportunity to find even better ways to do that. And so I know alternatives is something that I've, people have been asking me, can we, if we can't access it this way, can we have some transparent and clear, easy to find information about how can we access, what can we be doing? And that may be a good direction for tourism folks to be kind of putting their minds toward. How do we really point people to the things that they can do this season?
Right.
And so if we can all be kind of keeping our minds pointed toward that, and really talking to each other about how to share information.
Yeah. Well, if you have any recommendations for us, we have some limitations placed on us in terms of the communication avenues that we take. But if you have any recommendations for us, we're happy to work on kind of bolstering our outward facing comms to kind of fill some of those gaps if you see any out there.
Thank you.
So Kevin, do you think that if we can't find a solution for South Shore Road, that you probably would not issue wilderness permits for Enchanted Valley in April?
So no, I think we would just make sure that we're letting people know that they can't access Enchanted Valley through the way that they think they're going to. Just like what one thing that was in the back of our mind for the Ho was, making sure that we had really open and transparent information available to folks, that maybe they had to add an additional day or two to get to where they were hoping to get to, and think more about their level of preparation for some of the backcountry adventures they were hoping to take. I think we would do the same thing for Enchanted Valley. If folks were looking to go to Enchanted Valley, we would make sure that we're well aware and kind of leaning into proposing alternate routes for people.
That's great.
Yeah. So and we have a fantastic wilderness staff that are very experienced, and not just experienced in the wilderness, but experienced in customer service. And that's really what they look for, is not just providing access to wilderness, but providing information so people can access it safely. So we would, those are the things that they're really working on and have been working on for a while now. And we have interdisciplinary team that is stood up here in the park, just kind of focusing on visitor access and how we can have the best, safest summer available for our park visitors this summer, given some of the challenges and changes that we're seeing and we're anticipating. So, yeah, and the wilderness folks have been working on these things, and they're going to be ready to go. We just got to figure out
That's really
where the
exciting.
where the accesses are and are not.
I think that's so, I mean, just to finish that up, I'm thrilled to hear that because, and I hope that's the message that the public ultimately sees, not just road closed.
Right.
But here's your opportunity to have a different adventure this season. And here's going to be a different way. You may never have experienced it this way. And so if the public can be sharing that message that there is access, it's going to be different this season, and therefore your adventure may be different, and it may take a little bit of a different tack, but you can still get there, and hopefully people will really embrace and support that message.
So I'd like to allow for some public comment and have Kevin stay with us in case any of the questions we get in public comment are better answered by you, Kevin. Is that okay with you to just stick around for a few minutes after we're done?
I'll do what I can. I may not be able to answer everything, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
I've got just a little bit more, just as long as we have Kevin here, I'd love we're in Enchanted Valley. I just haven't heard recently if you can give us an update on what's going on with the chalet. It seemed like the river was moving away and it wasn't the same imminent danger, but can you give us any update about that?
I can't really. I personally have not been there. I haven't been in this park all that long. I'm hoping to get up there this summer myself. But I'll have to take a couple extra days to get there apparently. But no, I can't give you any update on that. I think we're still hoping to get some resolution on that issue over the course of the next year or two, but we don't really have anything different than what you know.
Okay, and then just one comment, just to, I guess, point out how if we don't address these emergencies right when they happen, what can happen, our only access to the national park from East Jefferson County at Dosey Wallops has long been washed out. And I've heard more conversation with the Forest Service about talking about solutions again to get more access, which would, of course, you can get to Enchanted Valley from there. But I just want to put that pin in, the longer we wait, the harder it is to fix these problems. And hopefully we can start talking about Dosey Wallops again too, because, it's really critical access for the area in Brennan and just, I don't want to lose sight of the things that have already happened that we can address to create access for the national parks.
Sounds like
absolutely.
Re-engaging with that federal land access program is on our agenda for sure.
Yeah, that one's super challenging. Wilderness areas, literally takes an act of Congress to fix that problem.
Wow.
Yeah. Anything else, colleagues?
I'm ready. Public comment.
Okay, so we're gonna open up public comment. Pat in the room, did you have a comment you wanted to?
One question.
Okay, come on up. Okay. We're gonna do Pat in the room, and then I see 2 hands up online. If anyone else online would like to make a public comment or ask a question for
I
Olympic
really
National
appreciate
Park.
everything you've done. Believe me, and people out west are gonna be really relieved after this. I read a weekly wilderness gossip column for the Peninsula Daily News and the Daily World in Aberdeen. And I have to know, how will I find out if we've met the deadline by tomorrow?
We've met the deadline.
We've met it.
We have.
Yes.
We've met, I
What
said that earlier.
Yeah, I know, but I'm confused. Okay, I haven't
We
slept
just
in a week
needed,
now.
we just needed between $5,000 and $20,000
Okay.
in pledges.
All right.
From what I've heard today, we have at least 15,000, if not more, secured.
All right.
We've met the deadline.
Okay, so it was the governor who secured some funding from unspent.
From a grant source
Lottery.
through the Department of Commerce.
And then the Department of Commerce, who wanted a public match.
Private.
Private.
The source
A
of,
private.
the source of funding that the governor is using to fund this repair requires a private match. It's a
Private
grant,
match.
and I don't know the exact.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a complicated. That's
Mhm.
okay. So it was like, yeah. All right.
We can also note that Representative Adam Birnbaum, newly in his position, has been very instrumental in helping to move this forward as well.
And I get
Yeah.
600 words, but I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody, take a nap.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here.
What's a nap?
You know, it's what I do at work.
Okay. Then
Thank you.
we'll bring over Teresa and Ed and Shelley and anyone else who's online with us who would like to make a public comment today using the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Teresa, you're first. You'll have 3 minutes for comment. And you'll need to unmute, Teresa.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi. First of all, Jefferson County Commissioners, thank you very much for everything that you're doing in this effort. And thank you, Supervisor, for being here today and your efforts. I'm a Holcomb resident. My family's had a place in Quinault since the early 90s. And not only are these roads vital to Jefferson County, they're very important to Grays Harbor County as well. I know these roads well because I hike them. I hike the area a lot, and I just would like to highlight the importance of the South Shore Road access, primarily because if you were to take a drive on the North Shore, there's a place on the North Shore Road on a hillside, a blind corner with a big drop off. And during high traffic season, it's pretty dangerous. There's no sign stating that, it's a blind corner. If there is some way that because it sounds like North Shore is going to get a lot more traffic, if there's some way that this could be marked, that would be wonderful. Because I've encountered scary situations more than once there. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Marker that is?
I'm sorry.
Any idea what mile marker that is, Teresa?
Oh gosh, no, it's oh boy.
If you think of it, you could email it to us.
Yeah, I'll try to figure it out. I don't pay attention to mile markers, to be honest. I just drive. So, but no, it's hillside, it's dirt and gravel and precarious. So I will see what I can do. I believe it's in the general area where there are some residents on a back road, far off the road. And these may be the residents that Kevin was referring to, the part-time. That's the best I can do. But there's not much hill on that North Shore. So if I mention it to people that know the road, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, everyone. Very excited. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Welcome.
Citizen Bowen. Over to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and the park for being here today. Ed Bowen, West Jefferson for Jefferson County purposes, but I hope the park realizes my comments are directed towards them because the park is my government. Okay, I'm one of those. So with that, Olympic National Park, you mentioned something about engaging in communication. So I want to be clear, where is that engagement and communication with the people that you're responsible for? Not visitors, but citizens who pay our taxes that you're responsible for. So with that, I'll sum it up by giving you a few suggestions. You mentioned early April, the temporary bridge idea. I totally advocate that. I think that is a short-term solution. And I please move that up and make it known that you're going to do that and it's not just a theory, because at least that gets us to July 7th. Now, July 7th to September 3rd, yes, we have a problem, and I like your idea of messaging for wilderness, but that doesn't solve our South Shore dilemma. With that, I do think you have a role in the flap aspect if that becomes a component for the South Shore Road. The Park Service can be a part of flap. It's not just between the county and the federal highways. And with that, I just want to say communication has been so poor with the park. I'm asking you today, Olympic National Park, who do I communicate with? Who do I talk to get the latest and greatest and non-conflictory and non-misinformation that the website currently has regarding the North Shore Road? So that's my question I pose to the Olympic National Park. Who do I contact to get the most and best information? Thank you.
So first of all, Mr. Bowen,
Uh-oh.
Nice,
we lost
nicely
Kevin.
done. Good mic drop, Kevin.
Timing.
No, I'm sure he'll come back.
He'll come back.
Do we want to take Shelley's comment and then, well, no, Kevin
I
should
think,
hear.
yeah, let's
Yeah.
wait till we get Kevin back.
There he is. I'm sorry.
how about
It's
that?
not-
We lost you for a second, Kevin.
The timing was impeccable.
Yeah. Is Mr. Bowen still there?
He
Yes,
is,
he is.
he
Okay.
is.
Thanks.
So Mr. Bowen, if you have any suggestions as far as the bridge, I wasn't sure exactly, like, it sounded like you were advocating for our plan as far as early April goes. But if you had any recommendations as far as communication avenues for that, so we could let people know if there's any changes to that plan, I'm totally open to hearing that. You know, I'm not as familiar as I should be with the communication pathways in the community out in the Quinault area. So if there's any avenues that we're not taking for communication, to let folks like yourself know out there what the plan is, what the dates are, what the road accessibility options are, I'm absolutely open to hearing that. And as far as the second part of your question, who do you communicate with? So Olim_superintendent, if you have a question, that is an email address that's available to you. Also, we have our open communication line there at the visitor center. People do submit comments at the visitor center on a regular basis, and those come to the superintendent's office for dissemination. They go to the various division chiefs or other program leads that we have here. Try to get people answers as quickly as we can. We don't necessarily have a public line that somebody can call and necessarily have somebody pick up the phone. But we're trying to be as responsive as we can to public comments, however they do come in.
Thank you, Kevin. Can you repeat that email? Olim?
OLYM_superintendent@nps.gov.
Great. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Awesome. And then we'll take Shelley's comment and then we'll do any responses other than Kevin's real-time responses, because everything's real-time now. Shelley, you'll have 3 minutes for comment.
Hi, Shelley Yarnell Brennan, and I'm not going to be critical. I'm trying to be helpful. So I just would like to say that the GoFundMe that's been started is awesome, and I think that that's a public effort to help the county do what they need. But GoFundMe takes a large portion of those monies, and I would like to see all that money go to the repairs. So if there's anything that any of us can do to spread the word that we need to send that money to that post office box or wherever the best part is to do it, that would be information well put out there. So that's all I have to say, and I'm glad to hear that there's progress. Thank you.
Exciting.
And the GoFundMe is up to $1,080.
It was $250 when we started this meeting. But
Okay,
that's a good question. Maybe we can respond to that in a second.
Yeah.
About how to send in your pledges outside of that.
are there any more questions in the Zoom room? Because we don't have any more hands up in the room. I'm gonna start calling it the room. Room versus Zoom room. Okay. I guess we're done with questions. Kevin's answered the one directed at him. Do we want to any more responses for Teresa or Ed or Shelley?
You can send checks to Jefferson County to PO Box 1220 in Port Townsend, Washington 98368.
And just note in the note line that
Ho Road Repair, Ho Road Repair.
Yeah,
Jefferson County Ho Road Repair.
right.
And we'll get a Facebook post, I guess, out about that later today. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, Kevin, I guess we're giving you some minutes back of your day. You're already over full day, I'm sure. Thank you for your partnership, and We look forward to getting out in the park this summer, more than I can possibly say right now. I look forward to being out there in the trails.
I
Excellent.
predict we're actually gonna have an uptick because of all of this promotion, so I
It
hope
does, it's good
everybody's
for us.
ready.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, yeah,
Thanks,
just, yeah, as long as people are recognized, you know, we're gonna staff as to the extent that we always have been able to. But that doesn't fix the problem that there's typically a line out there, an extensive line at the Ho. So I'd recommend people get there early or get there late.
Yeah.
Okay, get
Hey,
there
so
early or get there late.
One other question,
Hmm?
Solduck, Lake Crescent, all those things with Aramark as the contractor, those are all gonna open on their usual time frame. Okay. I
Yep.
just have to figure out what I'm getting into Solduck, so.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, thanks for the invitation. I appreciate you welcoming me here, and congratulations again, and excellent work on the funding. Thank you so much for all your efforts.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we can maybe look at the consent agenda, because we had
Yeah, at least dig into some of the.
some big
some of the
meaty
questions.
stuff this week.
Mhm.
I would just say on item 1, we've already talked about the updates to the letter and the signs that need to happen. We just need to get that font and.
Right, so we're gonna pull that letter from consent, but still get it
We'll just approve sending it with the
Subject to changes.
subject to changes. Great.
changes requested.
They
Yeah,
seem like, easy
And
changes.
I'll work with Heidi to make sure it's right.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
Good thing we have a
Thank you for that, Mark.
slalom speaker in the, no, wait. Make sure it looks right.
Okay, so what else on consent, you guys, did you wanna cover today?
I have an easy one that is just for my own edification and maybe for the public. So on number 3 about updating the official county road log with these 2 Mount Wilder Way and McCartney Peak Lane, which I believe was, so are those currently privately owned by Port Ludlow Associates? Who owns those roads now?
So it's part of the plat for OT2,
Right.
the Terrace 2.
Yep.
You know, so they're building the houses out now. I don't know on these, they've been having this conversation for a couple of
I've
years.
seen it, yeah, in the
And,
background.
yeah, so this is the last of them, right?
Mhm.
Basically, and so they're just hoping that we take care of those as county roads
Mhm.
as well as the rest. But in the future, any developments that are created, they're gonna have to do their own. And there was, I mean, you know, even after we had this conversation at a PLVC meeting once about this, Public Works being willing, and this was a back and forth.
Sure.
For quite a while, I think. You know, there's, you know, that little cutoff road that is in by the village center, that is a
Yes.
private road that other people said, oh, the county should take it over, but. What the county would do is put a ecology block blocking it from people from using it,
I
right?
see.
So.
Yeah.
This is the end, I think.
Right, but
that's
these were the 2 that county was willing to take over, and currently they are owned by Port Ludlow Associates.
Yeah.
Okay, got it, yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's important because the county road log is maintained by the County Road Administration Board.
Yeah.
So we have to provide that information to them, and that forms the basis for the motor vehicle fuel tax
Perfect.
distribution. And so if we're gonna maintain them, they
Yep.
need to be on the log, so we get a little
So that we
extra
can at least get
for
revenue.
maintenance.
That's great, so maintained at the crab board level. Clock repair, number 5. I am not understanding, there's a difference between the $9,846 on the contract. Which says, it is that's inclusive of Washington State sales tax. But the contract review form says $12,096. What's that $2,250 difference? I didn't find that description. I might have just missed something, but.
Is that an increase in the contract amount from 9,000 something to 12,000?
Yeah, I'd love to pull up the actual document.
Does say 9,000.
Yeah, the contract says $9,846 inclusive of Washington State sales tax. So that was one thing I was thinking was that, is this just the extra calculation of WSST? But it says it's inclusive of that. But the review form says $12,096.
I'm wondering if it's an increase to that contract.
This is a new contract. I don't think we've had this before.
Right, yeah, it's brand new to fix things up.
You know, there's that extra 3,000. I mean, the contract itself says 9,000, so even if the agenda request says 12,000, that's not what we're giving capacity for.
Right, so, okay, so if Sean happens to be listening, if he has an answer to that, that was my question.
Number 7 under the
Right.
construction contract.
So if it wasn't
Yes.
including sales tax, if you multiply the 9,846 by 0.094. Or 1.094, you do not get
Right,
12,000.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah, so I did that same math and thought, well, this isn't Washington State sales tax, so it must be something else. Or maybe the contract review form is just wrong, but.
Maybe,
Okay.
could be that, for
Sean?
that note.
Sean, I see you there. Are you available to come answer this question? Are you actually listening?
Under
Some-
the exhibit F, the scope of work, there is possibility that they won't be able to get the OEM material.
I don't see Sean.
Yeah,
Didn't respond to my request.
okay, so maybe we can move on and see if.
Or you can
see if
pull
he
that one
comes
and we
back.
can review it after
Lunch.
this afternoon.
Sure, yeah, let's just make sure we understand it. The energy audit grant program number 7. For tier 1 and tier 2 buildings, if you go to the last page of that, again, this is just clarification from it looks like that's only for the courthouse, the only building that qualifies for this program is the courthouse,
Yeah,
so,
it's based on square footage,
okay,
and this is the largest structure that we have.
yeah,
And so there's a timeline, tier 1.
Yep.
Or the largest buildings, they go first,
okay.
and then in subsequent years, smaller buildings are then done.
Okay, sounds good. So, and then it just says that the contract period is July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. So my question was, we're just assuming that audit for the energy audit I'm just gonna look to Sean, because I think this is another Sean question. The energy audit for the courthouse, you think you can contract for that and get it done before June 30th, 2025? That's, yes, okay, got it. That is my only question on that. So can we go back to courthouse clock repair
Yep.
question? Did you get the whole question or should we?
I did not get the
Okay.
question. I was away from my
I'm
computer.
gonna reiterate it then. So the clock repair contract document says that the cost is $9,846 inclusive of Washington State sales tax. But the contract review form says that we're authorizing $12,096. So do you know that the difference, that's a difference of $2,250?
The agenda request form
I always
says
hate putting
12,000.
people on the spot like this.
I will have to verify the agenda request form.
Okay. Yeah, it's actually the contract review form that is the discrepancy, so.
Yeah, the agenda request.
Well, it's the.
Is it
and the
both?
It's the
contract
Yeah,
review
you're right,
form
it's both.
Say 12,096, but the contract itself says 9,846.
800. And I just was looking through the contract thinking like, okay, is there anywhere in this contract that says we would authorize up to something more, and I didn't find it, but maybe you know. Or do you want to go look and come back? We can pull this and just look at it this afternoon if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay,
I will go look at the contract request and contract review form and verify where those numbers came from.
perfect. Yeah, just compare it to the contract. That's the difference that we're seeing. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Sean.
think that was my only Sean questions. I have just a few more on the consent agenda. Do you want me to keep going or do you want?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. The number, I always have to look at my notes and see what in the heck I meant. Number 13 was the next one on my list, the onsite sewage action plan. Oh, this is that change from the one that we signed in February. And they're just coming back and saying, oh, we didn't mean we're not gonna scan in all the septic records, only a portion of them. And so,
They just took out all. right?
yeah, they just took out all, so again, this is really a question for Pinky. What's the impact of that compared to their original expectation. My assumption is that since since public health brought forward this agenda request, they must
Mhm.
be on board with it.
Mhm.
But it seems like a pretty significant difference in the expectation of what we were gonna be getting for those dollars. And so my question for Pinky really is, was that, was that your assumption all along and it was truly just an error that didn't get caught? Or is this the contractor coming back and saying, no, we're gonna give you a percentage of what you expected and we're just gonna accept that?
For clarity, the funding dedicated to this task will be less than 10% of the total septic records.
Right, less than 10%, which is a big difference from 100% expectation.
Yeah.
So I don't know, this just didn't seem like a small thing to me. It could be a small thing. Pinky could come back and say, you know what, this gets us exactly where we need to be. We don't need to go back.
Well, I have
and
to
do all these
imagine that's the
records.
case, but is
Yeah.
she on? I don't know, she's not online.
She's not on. So
So do we want to pull that one?
I kind of feel like I just
Yeah.
need to know,
Interesting.
are we being bullied by a contractor or?
$90,000, so there's 10%, there's like
Yeah,
10,000 houses in the county, so 10% would be 1,000, so we're doing
right. Are we getting a small fraction
$900
of the
each to
data?
digitize
that-
these records?
Right,
$90 each.
900.
1,000 times 90.
Oh.
Is 90,000,
Yeah.
that's true.
so it's
Oh,
1,000
90,
houses.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanna know from Pinky, yes, this gets us where we wanna go and it is aligned with our expectation. Or no, we feel like we're giving in on this one.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we'll ask.
Buying a scanner.
Right,
Exactly.
exactly. Okay, my last ones, I actually got an answer on one of these already, which was just, again, my edification. And my last question is about number 15, the County Road Administration Board, the Crab Road Levy certification, which this is something that happens every single year, I understand.
Yeah, there are about
And-
10 things that we have to certify
Yeah.
to CRAB to get our certificate of good practice, which enables us to get the motor vehicle fuel tax and other state
$5
monies.
million.
Yep. this
And
is
Monty asked if I wanted this on consent, and I said, yes, just for
Great.
this
Yeah.
purpose.
Yeah,
To
just
educate the new commissioner, I
that's
said.
great,
Yeah.
and the public. So my question about it is, and I'd have to pull it, I should pull it up, but based on my notes, it notes that 520,000 is diverted. That's to sheriff's office,
Yeah.
For
correct?
traffic law enforcement.
Right, but then it says that $0 are used for traffic law enforcement.
Zero.
If you look at
Additional, yeah, it's just,
So is it additional to
That-
be
that-
used for traffic law enforcement?
I think that's a separate line.
Okay,
That's how
it's
I
just
read it.
the way this is reported,
Yeah,
but
Part
basically,
2 of the form highlights the diverted levy amount.
okay, so I think I was just confused by
So a
that. but
levy shift is
basically,
a completely different animal.
the shift is different than using it for
Budget.
traffic
A
law
diversion
enforcement.
is not a shift. They're two different things.
Okay, so are you saying this is considered a shift and not a diversion?
No, it's a diversion.
Diverted levy
diversion
amount, it's
and
the
not a
next
shift.
lines down.
Got
County
it.
road diverted for other unincorporated purposes.
Okay,
It's the second part of that page.
okay, thank you very much, that answers my question. I think that's all. Oh, I guess I just wanted, we've got these appointments, always so much gratitude for the people, stepping up
Mhm.
to Jefferson County Parks and Recreation and our County Planning Commission and the Marine Resources Committee. So thank you to all those people re-engaging or engaging for the first time. I did want to note 22 years of service from Howard Scott. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
On the left, one disability board. Our firefighter
Right.
association representative, Howard Scott, is stepping down after 22 years on that board.
Mhm.
He's been great on it too. I have not served that long, but I have served with Howard. I was a little cart before the horse because we
Yeah.
appointed his replacement last week.
Oh,
so-
right, that's
but-
right, that's right. Okay, well, I haven't gotten to meet Howard Scott,
Oh,
but
he's
boy,
great.
what a contribution
Yeah.
he made.
I
That's
have
all I
one
got.
question on the reappointments. Did we post the planning commission appointments? 'Cause I think we had changed.
He said Josh said in the note that he had posted it twice. It
Okay.
went into public notice 2 times and he
Great, I
noted the
missed that.
dates.
Good,
Anything
exciting
else,
at
Greg?
all. No, love the appointments are great. I want to amplify a little bit that we're moving forward with a big project down in Quilcene with the Jamestown Slalom
Yeah,
Tribe, as
that's
well
very
as the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group. And so this is the first part of getting them some access, and just to let people know that Rogers Street is gonna be a detour for a while as this work
Right.
starts to ramp up, and
Mhm.
there'll be a temporary bridge across Rogers Street to access.
And that's items 2, 16, and 17 on consent today.
Yes.
Are all about this project in Quilcene on the bridge across the Big Quilcene River, being led by the Jamestown Sklallam Tribe.
Mhm.
So we've been working actively with them
Yeah.
on this, and
Yeah, very representative of real-time, ongoing, active work happening on a weekly basis since I've been here.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Hearing about this and certainly well before I was here, sounds like. so.
Yeah, and there was a lot of community outreach well before even I was on the board, I think, but we probably need to start amplifying it again and make sure that folks know. I was
Yep.
talking to some folks that live down there off Claybanks this weekend, and they had no idea it was going on, but it's some big and important work is coming down there really soon.
Yeah, and there's the partnership between the county and Jamestown Slalom Tribe, the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group and others, and just inspiring.
Also amplify number 6 about continuing the contract with Sherry Moulin on getting that EPL going. I mean, it's a challenge. It was frustrating reading through that, and a little bit of me is like, we just gotta get staff capacity, but I know Sherry has been great, and that rate is really reasonable. It's like a no-brainer to
Well,
approve this.
Yeah, so originally when Sherry came here, we were contracting through Hansel Tierney,
Mhm.
which was a recruiting firm
Right.
that matches talent with work.
Mhm.
This contract takes Hansel Tierney out,
Right.
and so we're reducing the per hour cost, I think, by 40.
Yeah.
40
and
bucks
it's
an
great.
hour.
I know I've heard her work praised up and down, and getting us ready to move on to the cloud is important work, and
It's
I
exciting.
appreciated how it was broken out.
Did I also see that she's from Port Townsend?
Yeah, she was.
Which is, I think that's really cool too. Been able to find multiple contractors that are doing big work,
Mhm.
but are also local people, which I really appreciate and want to lift that up too.
Also appreciate Central Services and the Port Townsend Gymnasium, the Port Townsend Rec Center getting the new roof.
Yes.
I've been hearing about that
Oh,
for
I
quite a
know.
while. It's great to see that getting out there and getting tangible. So
Right.
appreciate that, and the pivot to moving the EV chargers when they didn't work up here
Mhm.
down to the tri-area. Important work, and there's not a lot
Really
of.
big stuff. Although on the Port Townsend roof, this contract, again, as confirming what I'm reading here,
This
is
isn't
really
cons-
just to do the
It's
planning.
not construction. it's
Right,
Coming up with the
The
documents that
design.
we would then bid out.
which could take up to
Architecture.
2 years. Is that what I'm seeing, that this time frame is
For the full Monty, from you approving the contract
Yeah.
today to the architectural
Don't ask
work.
Monty to do this.
permitting? Poor-
The
He
full
said
Monty,
don't
don't
ask.
ask Monty. He's
Monty's got
busy.
too much work.
Right, or
Yes.
the whole enchilada. And I think that 2-year timeframe might include the construction.
You're making me hungry.
It's
Mhm.
permitting as well, but I don't think it's construction, but it does go through permitting.
Yeah, this is just
Yeah.
100% designs, I think.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's just something for people to know that these projects take a long time
Yeah.
and put, a lot of work behind them. So, but it's exciting to move it forward.
Yeah, I'd like to draw your attention to the Puget Sound Partnership item. If
Mhm.
you read the purpose paragraph, this involves developing the API that imports septic inspection reports from
Mhm.
online RME into EPL. It
Mhm.
also involves a purchase of a Tyler module called the Decision Engine. And so you can't really divide how many permits are gonna get scanned into the number for the contract.
Mm.
So it's a multi-purpose agreement.
Let's see, what number was that?
So much going on. Also, lots of gratitude to the Gathering Place for
Absolutely.
having us, the photo, the artwork that they contributed to the Connectivity Summit. Very exciting to be able to highlight their work
Yeah. Retroactively.
retroactively, yes.
Yeah, and then further, there's actually a budget section in that Puget Sound partnership. Digital file prep, it's 24,000. And so there are salary costs, overhead, supplies and subcontracts for the computer work.
Yeah, so a lot going into that.
Sounds like the agenda request may have been the compute, but was it in the agenda request where you got snagged, Heather, on that one? Or was it in the actual?
Well,
I think we
I
met
think staff
10%.
probably.
Yeah, it's,
You know, they were changing to remove the word all.
yeah, that's where I got
And,
snagged.
you know,
is-
the board previously approved this agreement
Right.
as it is.
Right,
Mhm.
it's the going back on what we thought we were getting. I just want to make sure that that's a reasonable give.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have a contract at this point.
So, I was just gonna, you've already talked individually about all the items, but the number of things that have actually happened in my time as a commissioner is a little bit refreshing to me, because a lot of times I would look at consent and go, I wasn't even here. I'm really, it's great to see I mean, the Olympic Discovery Trail, Anderson Lake
Oh my
Connection.
goodness, yeah.
Exciting.
Boom.
Yeah.
Danny Mulholland would say, boom.
With a local contractor too.
Yeah,
as
with
well,
Seton
so.
Construction. I was here, I came for the bid opening. I love bid openings. Anyway, it
You're
was.
4 1/4 years in and you're starting to see some things
Yeah.
loop back.
Boom,
That's
yeah,
exciting.
well, that was on the simmering away when I got here, but just to see that contract come through, I felt this like wave of relief, so. Just really excited to see that trail extension happening south of the transit center there.
Mhm.
Gosh, I think I have my whole spring and summer planned out and I don't even need to leave the Olympic Peninsula.
Why would you want?
All
Why
on
would
one
you want
agenda.
to?
Yeah, yeah, so I'm happy to entertain a motion. We have,
So are we gonna pull the
We're
one
gonna-
we have questions about?
we're gonna update the letter, but we're gonna
13.
approve the letter as
Okay.
updated.
Yes, I think we're just pulling 5 and 13.
And we're gonna pull
Until
5
this
and
afternoon.
13. So who wants to make an emotion?
I'm happy to move that we pull items 5 and 13 from the consent agenda. And also on number 1, authorize the chair to sign a letter with the adjustment of adding the native language as well as requested, and approve and adopt the consent agenda. Which is it?
I think the letter as prepared, I think has all 3 of your signatures on it.
Yes.
Am I to remove?
Oh, no, sorry. Friendly amendment, just to update the letter and bring it back for
Okay,
signature.
thank you.
I will second that.
Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thanks to all of the staff and everyone involved in moving so much work forward. That was 22 consent agenda, 23
It's a big one.
consent
Is that your
agenda.
biggest one so far?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
We've
that's
had
the
as
biggest
many
one.
as what, 45 or
Oh,
50?
yeah, we've got
Gosh,
over
thanks for
40.
preparing me.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Okay.
My husband is sending me texts and pictures of the Dow Jones going down real time.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, okay, so. We are done with consent. We don't have anything on our agenda, any more timed items this morning, but we have some time before noon. Do we want to do some briefing and calendaring?
Yeah, why not?
do it.
Let's do it at a time.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Great.
I am attending the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition public conversation regarding the potential aquatic facility this evening at 5:30 p.m. That's at the Mountain View Campus Gymnasium.
Do we want to do briefing? We should do briefing first.
Oh, that's going
Looking back.
backwards.
Yeah.
Sorry, I will
It's
go
okay,
backwards.
it's okay.
Let's see, Monday all day with you guys. Quilcing Community Center visit on Tuesday. I got to sit down with Richard Fitzgerald, and what's Richard's wife's name?
Kirsten?
Maybe, I think you're right, Kirsten. So the both of them gave me kind of a rundown of the Quilcing Community Center, and it was just a great to hear their just really positive comments about OLICAP and the support that they feel like they've received through the new administration there. That was just, you know, really positive things to say about that. And it was great to get to know them, and they just have so much kind of passion about using that space, and it was so exciting to hear them. I did finally get to have lunch with Vice Chairwoman Lonnie Greninger on Tuesday afternoon. Got to go out to Cedars at Dungeness and see their beautiful facility there, and we just really had great conversations about the relationship and talked a little bit about some projects that we've got going on, and just had a great conversation. We also talked a little bit about the America 250th anniversary celebration in 2026, and
When was it called again?
it's called America 250.
Oh, okay.
And so I'd like to continue conversation about that and whether or not we do some kind of government to government outreach to our local community tribes about whether they do or do not want to engage in part of that celebration and how to do that. So I'd like to have a bigger conversation about that at some point.
If they're uncomfortable with it, aren't we uncomfortable with it? I mean, I don't know.
Right, I think that's why we need to outreach to them first.
Yeah.
Before we kind of figure out, I mean, the point is, this area looked a whole lot different in 1776 than it did on the east coast of the United States of America. And so for our celebration may also look different. And I think that's really encouraged by this America 250 group that's kind of moving forward the idea of celebrating the whatever we're calling it.
Fetal
200,
nationhood?
yeah, exactly. 250th it's not bicentennial, but bicentennial and a quarter. Anyway, I think that's a conversation worth having. Dozy Wallops River Collaborative meeting on Tuesday evening. So thanks for giving me the heads up about that. I had meant to go down and see it, but a previous appointment went long, and so I zoomed into it, but got to participate, and it was great, and they welcomed me, and really, really good conversations happening there. I got to meet with a beef farmer, Martin Mills, on Wednesday morning, and talking kind of moving forward the food system security plan that the food systems work group is wanting to kind of promote and move forward in the comp plan or supported by the comp plan. So good feedback about farming. I went and toured the Jefferson Sportsmen's Association facility on Wednesday afternoon. I think we're going to be hearing from them soon regarding a proposal that they may be bringing forward, and I'm excited to hear from them. So we'll talk about that. Then very interestingly, paired with a visit with some residents in that area who have been repeatedly reaching out about the sound that they hear from the Sportsmen's Association and the concerns that they've had about that. So I got to kind of pair those two things together and talk to each of them about what I was hearing from the other and try to kind of foster communication between them. So that was good. Then I went on to the Climate Action Committee's food group meeting, or the food systems work group. And so that was my first food systems work group meeting out at the farmhouse there at Ben River. And that's just an exciting group of people who are, I think the idea that's formulating there is to promote and resource creating a food systems resilience plan. And I was kind of sharing about the win of creating a community wildfire protection plan for the first time in Jefferson County. So I'd like to really learn how that happened and where there may be parallels in terms of process of how a food systems resilience plan could potentially get developed. and referenced and used as guidance in Jefferson County. So I think that's what this group is really working toward right now. We're reviewing the Johns Hopkins Food Systems Resilience Planning Tool, and Kelly Henwood from Washington State University Extension also has brought forward another tool that we're reviewing and vetting. So we may kind of put a couple of different planning tools together that would create framework for us creating a resilience plan. But I think it's a really exciting movement and could be really a great framework for us creating more resilience in our food systems, not just for emergency planning, but for our ongoing sort of growing and resourcing and manufacturing and distributing food.
And is DEM looped in that?
DEM is also grouped in, so it's it looks like it's a really cohesive conversation that's bringing a lot of people to the table. I'm excited about that. Thursday, I got to attend my second O3A COG meeting, which is the Olympic Area Agency on Aging, the Council of Governments, which is the group that I'm sitting on. I think both of you over time have sat on, or just
I have, yeah.
Yeah, so that was exciting. I got to highlight a few programs. There's a resource distribution program that just got funded, and an RFP that went out, but no one responded to that RFP for Jefferson County. So for the other 3 counties, they're going to be receiving funds to get that resource distribution program out into the community, but not in Jefferson. So
Who has in Jefferson in the past?
I don't know, and but I asked that question. They're gonna provide that information to me, and I think what we're gonna now do is reopen that RFP just to Jefferson County. And so I've asked for a heads up about when they think they can do that, because they have dollars to give, so that we can actually promote it and really get the word out that this RFP is gonna reopen for Jefferson County only. So there was some discussion that maybe Jefferson County wasn't rural enough, or that maybe that it wasn't needed, that seniors weren't needing, this is really about seniors who particularly who are either shut in or pretty immobile in their own homes. And I said, I can assure you that it is not because we don't have a need.
All the CARES team or the real team.
Yes, right, yeah, so hopefully we'll get more information about when that RFP is gonna come back out, and then we'll get to really spread the word. And I feel sure that if there's enough communication about it, that people will step up and want to use those
Chief Black
dollars.
knows when it comes out.
Yeah.
Discovery Behavioral Health in East Jefferson.
Yeah, you bet. I then got to spend some time with Wendy Bart and Rich Childers. We had lunch together on Thursday, and really talked a lot about the early childhood and family support, early childhood learning and family support center that they are wanting to build. Just keeping an eye on the funding that they have and whether there's any concerns about any of it being clawed back. Right now, it looks like it's on the right path, but there are some concerns that those dollars may not be accessible because of federal issues. So we're keeping a close eye on that. And then, of course, Rich, wanted to give me a lot of background and information about what's happened prior to now on the aquatic facility. And just so you know, too, the YMCA is really looking at, I heard loud and clear from Wendy that the YMCA moves forward by request from the community, basically, that they don't intend to step in and say, hey, the YMCA would like to do X regarding the aquatic facility, but they do respond well to outreach from the community that says, YMCA, we'd really like you to take on, for example, everything but the pool in this aquatic facility. And that she was really open to that. So just to continue.
Can we say, hey, we'd love you to take you over the pool, fundraising for the pool?
Right,
Yeah.
she says everything but the pool is what they're mostly interested in right now, but that they really would want that to come as a request from the community.
And
So
that hasn't already happened.
It sounds like it hasn't been tangible, but they're also clear they really need to plan for what's gonna happen at Mountain View as a result and what that means for, you know, for their services and what the rest of the Y non-pool version of the Y is gonna look like. So just kind of asking for communication about that
And
so
you've
that
got,
they
and
can
you'll do
plan.
that with, talk to Jack and.
Oh, yeah, and this is an
It
ongoing
will be
conversation. Of
ongoing.
course, the
Okay.
YMCA was part of the Healthier Together Task Force. So, I mean, they've been at the table. I think they're excited about
Yeah.
the energy that is
Okay.
there, but I mean, at a
This sounds
certain
like
point.
something might be missing from what you're
I
saying.
think what she's saying is, even if you don't see us come forward with a, here's what we would like to do, keep us in the conversation
there.
and outreach to us because we act on by community request. So that I think the interest is absolutely there to engage, and, you know, to push out to them, and keep them in the loop.
But
And so,
it's not gonna be us, honestly, that leads that, right? I mean, we're, you know, hoping to create a fledgling PFD that is
Right,
going to have
right.
to be the one that make those ultimate design decisions and bring in, and the timing of bringing in the Y is more based on their decisions based on the output of the survey, you know. rather
and
than
yeah,
go-
absolutely. And also, you know, I can do some outreach. I'm gonna be meeting, doing some engagement with the city of Port Townsend next week, which I'll tell you about. But I think that's also, you know, some would need to come from them to keep them keep the Y updated on what's happening with their facility at the YMCA as things change. So I'll just encourage a lot of communication there and engage in that as much as I can. I got to meet up with the Housing Fund Board 5-year planning group. Great. Vicky Sontag and Audrey Morford are just great, you know, great planners. You know, we're looking at the series of meetings and how to facilitate those, really kind of figured one meeting at a time, and then let how that meeting went influence. The next meeting is gonna be the approach, but they're making lots of progress there.
And we should amplify that we're still looking for task force members,
Yes.
right? I think we all have marching orders
We
on who we
do.
reach out to explicitly, but we're looking for more task force members.
Yeah.
Find the opportunity on the website.
Absolutely, and yeah, so that's important for people to note. The Housing Fund Board has a 5-year plan task force that will need members on it, and so you can apply through the Housing Fund Board's website on Jefferson County's website.
Call us, we're looking for folks with lived experience, and people in the real estate industry and just kind of all over the housing continuum. We've got
Yeah,
a list of
providers.
criteria, but pretty much anyone that has a real interest in the sector is better.
Is really welcome, yeah, and want to make that a really productive, directed conversation. I spent the rest of the weekend, the bulk of Friday and Saturday at the Connectivity Summit. I really got to focus in on the youth summit on Friday and really I just attended every bit of that, and it was so inspiring and encouraging. We did get a lot of comments from the youth about the turf field at Memorial Field, and yeah. And please more activities and things for kids to do. And so, you know, just that call for investment in youth infrastructure, youth activities and ways for kids to engage. It was also really exciting to see Jefferson County engage Jefferson County, that effort there, and asking for kids to step into that work with them. They're offering paid stipends via Visa gift cards to kids who engage in the conversation that will contribute to changes in our Jefferson County Comprehensive Plan. So if kids are interested in participating in that conversation, ways to craft our comprehensive plan that lift and amplify the things that kids want to see, people 18 and under have that opportunity. So that was pretty exciting.
Question on that, are you responding to those kids who wrote us letters? Because we received a number of, just making sure they're getting a response
Yes,
from
I
us.
have responded to the one about the Memorial Field I think I've only seen one so far, so let me.
There've been a few.
Have there been a few? Okay, so I would like to respond, absolutely, so.
Did you happen to see Heather, Matt Tyler's response?
Oh, no.
Yeah, because I think I
Yeah, I
blind
think it
copied
was a
it, didn't I?
school assignment
Yes,
to write a letter to your
Yeah.
local government.
yes,
But you know, we did this down in Clark County. It's extraordinarily expensive to put artificial turf in and to maintain it. It unless the RCO would pay for it through a grant.
Right.
With no match, it's just simply not an option for us.
but maybe the RCO will pay for it with the grant with no match. So who knows? Or some other grant may come up at some point, so we can keep our eye out for that, and maybe we can teach kids how to do some grant writing.
We can, I'll look at the letters, because I received at least 3 or 4, so, but I think they went to Jeff BOCC.
Okay, great, I'll just scan. I'm struggling with email right now, but I'm getting on top of it.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I always thought grass was better than field turf, but I guess it's more consistent to have field turf, but that's a nice field there.
Yeah, I think it's fancier or something.
Fancier.
I don't know, I'm not a turf field person, but there was certainly some compelling arguments in favor. Yeah, so that was pretty much my week. Oh, and got to introduce the Ignite talks on Saturday, which was really fun.
I
to
thought those were
hear, and
great.
They
Yeah.
were great.
Yeah, except Greg's artwork.
Oh, you didn't like my artwork?
Greg's artwork
Alright.
was fantastic.
I can't take full credit, someone else did.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
fantastic.
very creative though.
Yeah.
Was it all AI driven?
Yeah, all the artwork was.
Yeah, it looked retro.
Yeah.
Golden age of comics.
Yeah, really fun, and some amazing projects, and
Great.
the
Lots of
compassion
county work.
project
Yeah, yeah.
was just really,
Some Timber Collective.
yeah.
I loved them all.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, me? Let's see.
Yes, you.
All right, well, of course, with you guys on Monday. On Tuesday, had the shelter operations meeting and the coalition meeting and operations, there were some concerns from the American Legion. I think I mentioned about
Yes.
some guests that might violate the MOU, so there was some, I don't know, shots across the bow from the American Legion that they're meeting on Wednesday. I've not heard how that meeting went, actually.
I haven't, it sounds like it was pretty productive.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and relationship building. So,
Good.
Yeah.
Good. But we continue to use that meeting to kind of navigate those problems. So I reiterated the invitation to
Great.
Bob and others. Hey, if we've got a meeting set up to deal with stresses that we're having, and if we can't talk about them all together, it's we're not gonna get anywhere. Just like leapfrogging the people that can actually solve the problem to start talking contracts is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, hopefully I didn't come off as too annoyed, but
That's that shelter coalition meeting every other Tuesday,
Yep.
available to the public. You can zoom in, you can show up at the Recovery
at the
Cafe.
recovery cap, well, then we have an operations meeting first, so at 10, we have an operations meeting just with, finance and Bayside and reiterated the invitation to American Legion. They can always go there too,
Great.
to like do the action items that come up at the coalition meeting, which is, anyone other than Housing Fund Board members or the two of you are welcome to join the coalition meetings. And it's growing and continue to talk about designs and design considerations for the new Coswell Brown Phase 3 and what the timing is. I know this afternoon, we're gonna talk about some of these funding requests that are coming from a myriad of housing and social service agencies as their funding is being constrained on the state level and budget cuts are hitting everyone.
Oh my gosh. Well, so, I replied to a message that Maggie sent to Jeff BOCC in the city of Port Townsend and said, it sounds to me like you're making an argument for the dispersed or separated emergency shelter model as opposed to the congregate model that is possible at our current location. And so I was asking her if because there's pros, as we know, pros and cons in both directions by housing providers all across the country. Saying, congregate is better, no separate is better. And so that was my reply, was to say, it sounds like you're in favor of the separate model, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and the design still has both, right?
Yes.
So there's a congregate emergency shelter and then some separate units allowing for, families or, maybe families, small families. I
Yeah,
think.
small families.
As well as, if you need to isolate for infectious disease reasons or what have you,
So maybe the best of both worlds.
yeah, hopefully, it's not perfect, and of course,
Sure.
even
It's
those
a
tiny
emergency
shelters
shelter.
will function differently than Coswell Round phase 1 and or phase 2. Where people have a tiny shelter that is theirs the next day too, and they can start leaving belongings there. These are kind of overnight shelter model, so it's, they'll have places for people to store things, I think is the idea, but it's not like you're signed up for this and that's your unit. It's every day people come in and some of those logistics were talked about at the Shelter Coalition meeting, as well as the point in time counts, and some of the disappointing results and just how can we, work to just continue to improve. But overall, I would say the alignment and partnership between our different social service and housing, especially specifically in this housing sector, have really never been better since I've been here. So it's feel like relationships are really being strengthened.
Yes, well, as you know, it's very strange for me not to be able to engage in
Yes.
those conversations,
Yes.
so thank you for the updates, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Close to my heart.
I know, no, it's, it doesn't seem right to have it not either, so.
But you're doing an
Always talk
excellent job.
about on the Wednesday, as the vice chair of Jefferson Transit Authority, I went to my first finance committee meeting. Really interesting. I was the only authority board member there, but it was great to be able to dive deeper into the finances with Miranda and Kelly and Nicole. So well appreciated. I had my class, so I could not attend the TAG meeting, but I did send a bit of an update, and Nicole covered for me at that first transit advisory group, which I just learned the week before was also one of my meetings now. So I said I would make sure to prioritize around class and hit the next one, but couldn't go there. We had the board of directors meeting for the EDC on Thursday, and it's, we're still kind of the prime course is hiring a new ED. So we've had 32 applications.
Whoa.
Including several USAID former employees that were involved in economic development. So we're having a hiring committee whittling that down to 10, and then the hiring committee will whittle it down to the number that we have, we take, interviews with and everything.
Wow, that's a lot.
That
But
is a
yeah,
lot.
no,
Exciting.
I would say most of those we were like on Indeed, and the majority were just kind of fishing, like they send out, I'm a executive assistant in Nairobi. I think I'd be perfect for your ED of the economic development, some of these, but
a good half of them maybe, or?
there were definitely some viable candidates.
Okay,
in there.
great,
So,
great.
I probably wouldn't have chosen 10 to take this level, but I'm curious to see what, everyone kind of went through it on the hiring committee and said, let's move these guys to the next stage. So that's where we are. Then I went on to the Optic meeting, the Olympic Peninsula Tourism Commission, Council? Commission.
I think it is commission, yeah.
Just to give a brief update of, our process. It was well received, obviously a lot has happened since then. So I think I saw most of the leaders of that group with us this morning. I think they're pretty hip to the changes. And then we had our AI think tank. We're gonna look over, it's an internal group, just looking at AI issues, and which Sean was working on a policy. We're getting closer to a policy, but he was still on PTO, so we just kind of talked about some big issues going on. I previewed my Ignite talk with them and talked through stuff, so it was more conversational. Then I went out to the PLVC, the Port Ludlow Village Council at the Beach Club. They were very appreciative of the workshop that David Wayne Johnson and Andy from DCD came and gave, and I think mollified about their concerns about the sunsetting of the development agreement with PLA vis-a-vis specifically the timber agreement, and just kind of the protections that DCD still thinks that there are, basically, as long as we keep looking out for the FPA, the forest practice application, we can continue to assert our opinion that inside the NPR should not be logged.
Okay.
in open space areas. There's, I think, some lingering frustration about the 4 properties that were that are being developed under the agreement, which allows for different shoreline proximity than our current SMP or the projected SMP, but it's just legally allowed under the development agreement, so there's not really much you can do to argue against it. So I think they understood that. They're trying to have more workshops down at PLVC and really digging into things. So it was great. I skipped the Ignite dress rehearsal because I had a splitting headache after that for some reason. Dehydrated or something. Met with Bill Dowling on Friday briefly to set up the agenda for the Olympic Consortium Board. I had forgotten I am the chair of that now, but I said I'll definitely be at the meeting in person. You know, we're meeting with the Workforce Development Council on Friday, the 21st. My birthday, but I'll be with you guys, so it's
okay, I'm gonna be in Olympia on my birthday.
Okay.
March 21st is your birthday?
Yeah.
How did I never catch that? You know, mine is the 20th.
Oh, yeah, no, I
Yeah,
think
that's right.
probably, yeah, right,
Yes,
so.
That's so funny.
you're a
I
little
forgot
older.
about that.
You guys
Yeah.
no, what sign are you?
Well, I'm on the cusp, I get
Yeah.
to choose, you're a cusp baby too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we are like, theoretically, I
Yeah.
think, depends on the horoscope. Mine is sometimes the last day and sometimes yours is the last day. Mine
Yeah.
is, up in the first day of spring, sometimes your birthday is the
We're
first
both,
day of spring.
we're on
but
equinox
yeah.
babies, but
Yeah,
Aries or
Pisces.
Pisces.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
Aries,
an
you're
Aries.
Pisces,
yeah,
right?
I'm Pisces,
And
you're
I'm
Aries.
I'm
Aries.
an Aries.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But yeah, I was like, oh, good
Yeah.
God. Maybe we should have our cars done or something.
Oh,
collectively.
interesting.
Would
Yeah.
be amazing. All right.
Can
happy
you put that in the
September
budget,
birthday.
please? Just kidding, everyone in the public.
Just kidding.
Yeah, but excited for that, and then we had the monthly meeting with Kirsten and SCJ Alliance about Glen Cove. Unfortunately, the part-time planner that Josh had gotten that was gonna work on this project, it took full-time employment elsewhere, so
Oh,
we
no.
lost them, which
Oh,
is
no.
really
Oh,
disappointing, I
boy.
think. I think she had a tour and that was it. Maybe the one tour was enough to push her back to someone else. I don't know. So we continue to soldier on, though. The report on existing infrastructure and the options is pretty refined. We'll get the final draft here this next week, but they really broke down 4 options, including just, this is bringing infrastructure, primarily sewer, but stormwater needs to be considered as well too, to either the Glen Cove Lammert, or to do a UGA swap, or to do a UGA expansion, or there's one other option that I'm forgetting now. But once that gets fleshed out, I will bring you guys a copy of that, and then
Okay.
we're setting up some focus groups with the property owners that we had met with before,
Great.
to really make sure that those folks are understanding the options before you make any decisions, really. So just kind of trying to play with when do you bring in public input? It often, and tell me if I've already soapboxed
Yeah, we
about this
talked a little
before.
bit about
Yeah.
this,
So
but
trying to find where is the appropriate place to get the most constructive public feedback
Mhm.
as we develop an infrastructure project. So those are getting scheduled for the 2 weeks from now. But we had that meeting where we went over the document that is just about ready, and just folks from the city and DCD staff are putting in any notes before we get that finally scheduled.
I am meeting this week with Pete Langley. He
Oh,
asked
good.
to sit down with me
Okay.
and says he has some questions about Glen Cove. So
Yep.
anything you wanna send me around background, just to be more prepared for that,
Sure.
I'll feed it in.
And he's, of course, involved in those focus group meetings too, so I've
Great.
been invited to them, and
Okay.
said he was interested.
Great.
Then met briefly with Brent Butler about the Water Utility Coordinating Committee. We've got the WOOC meeting twice this month to get HDR on, and we've got a lot of work to do, kind of getting them the information they need to start. I did the KPTZ live from the connectivity summit, which was pretty good, little hackneyed, but I got Danny on for a little bit, and also helped talk about how important the partnership between the county and KPTV has been in their fundraising. It was their fundraising time, but back to the COVID days when we had the weekly report and now the monthly report, it's we're just a lifeline of
It was a
information
lifeline.
for a lot of the community, so.
I remember, because I
Really.
was out there listening to those
Yeah.
all the time, and it was an absolute
Yeah,
lifeline.
and a communication success that we want to keep building on is with our local public radio station. Then on Saturday, of course, I was with you guys at the Connectivity Summit as well and gave my Ignite talk on AI as a AI framework for the public sector.
That's great.
And I was a little rushed, but
What was it, clerk,
The name of
coach,
it.
concierge?
clerk,
Yes.
coach, and concierge.
It was
Indeed.
good,
Well,
Greg.
that's good. So
was
at least
good.
it resonated. Yeah.
Alliteration, right?
Yes, exactly.
It was
Yeah.
great. Hey, I want to throw in a couple more things that happened on Friday that I didn't attend, which was the one-on-one
Oh, the
TA
Yeah, I couldn't do that
session.
either.
So that had to, so I did by request send that on to Judy and Amanda, Judy
Oh,
Shepherd and
great.
Amanda Christofferson. And the request was to start engaging them in those TAs, so they were
Oh, good.
invited
Okay.
to do that. Neither one of them could attend. It was just too last minute, and Amanda was really involved in Connectivity Summit, which was excellent. But Judy came back, so the idea is if the county is considering taking on the continuum of care responsibility 2 years from now, less than 2 years from now, that we might want to start listening in on some of those to kind of understand what we would need to be prepared for if we were to take that on. Judy feels like maybe that's not the best, she wouldn't be the best one for that, so
Mhm.
she's really asking for us to kind of think about who should be involved in those kinds of trainings, and that
Right.
might be a combination of people, but that's
Mhm.
something for us to put our mind to, maybe at the Housing Fund Board.
Yeah.
The other thing that happened was a WASAC training that Paul Jewell had put out around Senate Bill 5014, which is the implementation of the elections process.
Okay.
Regulations that are being implemented by Senate Bill 5014. So I forwarded that on, just so you know, to Brenda Huntingford to
Okay.
make sure that she had access to the link to go back and view that training
Mhm.
and make sure her department has all the information. And then I copied Mark, and Mark forwarded it also to Sean to make sure, and basically said to Sean, hey, your team is also going to need to be there to support elections and to implement this.
Yeah, most of it's IT related.
Yeah, so that, so I believe then Sean is now gonna hopefully go back and view that training as well, so, and keep Mark and or us informed if is there anything that you need resource wise or partnership wise to make sure that you can implement that Senate Bill 5014 regulation.
And I've
at
also
the
been
county
passing
level.
all that stuff along to Sean, so
Great.
he's getting it from multiple.
From both directions, okay,
Yeah.
great, so I just wanted to make sure that I looped you guys in on those things.
All right.
That's to do.
Okay, I don't remember the last time I was with you guys, really.
I know, last week you were.
So let's see,
Remote.
what's in my
Yeah.
calendar.
You've been across the nation since then.
We did get done early last Monday.
Cause I wasn't here. Yeah. You never get to organize twice with the two of you, so. So let's see, looking the week before last, just a couple of things. I had a meeting on Tuesday, the 25th with Jumping Mouse.
Oh,
And
fantastic.
went over there for a tour and asked for their help with House Bill 1805, which is the 0.1% funding proposal from Representative Derringer for kids and families. And it would create another program opportunity for focusing on programs like Jumping Mouse. So they've been very active in
Exciting.
advocating for that piece of legislation, and just had a tour. I've never been personally in Jumping Mouse, so it was very touching, and
Yeah.
I've seen, would come to Behavioral Health Advisory Committee and do their presentations and show us the sand tray tables and
Right,
the
right. Did you
the
get to
wall
play
of
with the
toys.
sand tray?
Well, I didn't play, but I was in the room.
Oh,
and
that would
yeah.
have been a great photo op.
Yeah. It would have, anyway, so that was a good meeting with them, and I'm enjoying my collaboration with them. On Wednesday, let's see, I went to the comprehensive operational analysis
Road study.
meeting with transit
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
on the work that Left Turn Right Turn is doing about kind of how we can change our bus schedules and bus routes to be more responsive to the community. And there was a lot of talk about microtransit, but we really focused on an actual physical proposal regarding updates to the bus routes.
Mhm.
And it was interesting. It was like, oh, I can see why this would be a really hard task.
Yeah.
You know, bus routes in a rural county.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, what can we do to save time here? And I'm like, do you really need to drive all the way through Fort Worden? Can people just meet at the gate? And there was a big conversation about that, you know,
Yeah.
about how symbolically it was good to drive all the way through Fort Worden. But I think, and the long story short, we ended up thinking that people could walk to the gate.
Yeah.
And that would save them, I think, 4 minutes.
Oh my
But that
goodness.
felt huge, you
Right.
know, so it's been these micro adjustments throughout the whole process. And then, let's see, what did I do? In what order did I do this?
Sometimes our calendars are hard to read.
I feel like I did both of these, but how could I do both? Oh, I did. So I went to the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition's outreach meeting at the county library on the evening of the 26th to kind of welcome everybody and
That was the first one, I think.
to
wasn't it?
point out the window that that's
Yep.
where the pool would be
Yeah,
and
that's, yeah. good
and,
location
you know,
for that.
just hear what people had to say, and that meeting wasn't as long as it was anticipated to be, so then I could bump out of that and go to the planning commission, the joint meeting with the planning commission, which I thought was great
Mm.
on the 26th, so
Was it a
anyway.
joint? It was just a planning commission meeting.
Or was it
It
about
was an open
STRs?
house
Open
with
house,
the
yeah.
planning commission, yeah.
Okay.
Lunch and learn about the sewer was awesome. Sam's doing such a great job over there at Public Works on the sewer project, and they're starting to dig in with the PUD on, you know, PUD managing the service provision of the all the invoicing, accounting for this, the sewer system, so.
Sounds like that lunch and learn was really well
Yeah,
attended.
it was
too.
really well attended.
Yeah.
I think all the pizza got eaten.
Right.
Every piece.
Then I went to a meeting with our consultants, SWCA, on the Community Wildfire Fire Defense Grant.
Okay.
Another review with our technical advisors at DNR.
Mhm.
And that proposal came a long way. The first meeting we had with these guys at DNR, I felt like they were really like, you need to do this and this, and this
Yeah.
time they were like, wow, good job. And I was like,
Nice.
Okay.
Progress.
so I saw this morning, there were a couple of other changes that needed to be reviewed, but I think we're getting
Submission
there.
on Friday.
Right, submission on
Wow.
Friday, we're getting there.
What a big
$2.6
deal.
million. Is it still
Oh.
2.6?
I think so.
Yeah, grant proposal.
Nice.
That's exciting. So exciting.
And then I went to the Child Advocacy Center open house for a little bit. And then I stopped in at the library again for an Olympic Housing Trust presentation on the Chimicum Commons.
All right, you're 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought you
which
were.
like I
gonna
felt
also
like
wanna-
was great
Right.
and have done some follow-up since then with Kellen and DCD. And then I was off to DC and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday in DC. So Saturday and Sunday were the NACO conference
Mhm.
and I was trying to think of what I could bring home, and I did bring the whole agenda home, so if anyone wants to see it, but of the keynote speakers of the NACO conference, the two things that I remember really grabbing onto were Senator Ron Wyden from Oregon was one of the keynotes on Sunday morning, and he was just really reinforcing the importance of secure rural schools and PILT for
Mhm.
Western counties. And that was like his one, he's like, if I could just leave you with one thing today.
Mhm.
And so it was good to see such leadership from someone out west, and he's a player on that issue in DC, even though
Right.
he's in the minority now as a Democrat.
Yeah.
So basically, is he saying these are programs that we need to get better at taking advantage of at the county
No,
level?
that we need to
or
make sure our funded,
Just
get the
that they
money.
fund
we know
it?
how to use the money.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But there hasn't been a funding proposal for secure rural schools for a couple of years.
Mhm.
So they're trying to get it refunded, which is gonna be incredibly challenging in this defund everything climate that is currently going on in DC, so. And then, there was a question earlier about the VA benefits, and I felt like that gentleman came and he was like, we're gonna be local, we're gonna be more effective at getting resources out on the streets and responding to people's needs. So it was a great message, and I look forward to seeing how it happens, and I know that community, it's really in Carolyn's wheelhouse. She's really the VA front lines person, so I wanna follow up with her
Okay,
on, how she sees a change, like what changes she sees over time.
especially with what's happening at the federal level.
The defunding, the move to
Yeah.
defund everything,
For
so.
veterans, yeah.
So then on Monday and Tuesday last week, I tried to join you on Monday, but then we got meetings with Cantwell and Murray both scheduled with their staff, so we didn't. For Marco Zayas and I, we did not have meetings with our senators. We had meetings with their staff. I think 3 for Cantwell and 2 for Murray. And sometimes we all know that that's where the rubber meets the road, and they'll carry our message back to the senators, but we were pretty much solely talking about the roads issue.
Mhm.
And I don't know what elevated it to the Cairo, Como, and the Seattle Times, but I know.
That helped, I mean.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it did.
And so, those meetings were good. And then, let's see, I came back after those meetings and jumped on the BOCC meeting with you guys for a little bit and joined the executive committee sessions or executive session. Then the next morning on the 4th, we did, WASAC held a Hill visit prep meeting for all the commissioners that were there. There were 35 of us from
Wow.
Washington
That's pretty
and
impressive.
DC last week.
That's great.
And then we did a group visit to Congresswoman Randall. So with, I think, 7 or 8 electeds, local electeds from her in her district.
Yeah.
And covered all the issues,
Mhm.
secure rural schools, Pill, VA, all the benefits, Medicaid, all the, the issues, not really focused on the roads. But I was thankful that Mark and I had made a separate meeting request. I had made a separate meeting request that was right after that one.
Oh, nice.
And I said, okay, now we wanna focus.
Now we wanna
Focus on what we're thinking about. So, what I heard in all of those meetings is that the Democrats are really not part of the conversation.
Yes.
All the, everything we're seeing happen, they're not part of the conversation. They're not in the kitchen. They're not the cooks in the kitchen, and quite frustrated about it, which I think was exhibited at the State of the Union.
Yeah.
But I don't think it does anyone any good to have this, to be strengthening the division, which is what I see happening. And I hope that there will be some desire to work collaboratively across the aisle in DC, but currently not seeing that, and I'm not sure it's gonna happen.
That was, I think we talked a little bit about that message that she gave when she was here too. And really focusing in on the responsibility and the opportunity for everyone in the public actually to be talking to their friends who are Republican. To be sharing these issues together and having even local conversations with our Republican friends, the people that you have already established potentially a relationship with. And then trying to find some alignment there, and then utilizing those relationships to then fold up into their congressional representatives.
Yeah, totally.
So I think just that was an empowering message, I think, for local people.
And I would say that's moving to Wednesday. I got home, I went home, I slept at home, and then I got up and came here, organized my desk, got in the car and drove to Olympia for the Legislative Steering Committee. And I'm not seeing the same tenor in Olympia. I see a lot of working across the aisle, and I met with a number of Republicans in the last couple of meetings there who are working actively with the Democratic Party to move issues that we care about forward. And so on the WASAC front, the Wednesday evening things are our roundtable where we talk about the issues in our community. Guess what I talked about last Wednesday? Roads.
Yeah.
But I was like, Axel, the head of the
Yeah.
public engineers affiliate. I was like, transportation. I was like, I'm glad you're here. You need to hear this. And so he was like, I'll see what I can do tomorrow. So I'm like, and now replaying how this all came together for this meeting on Saturday, I'm like, did Axel do something? Did the congresswoman do something? I was just, so I don't know how the movement happened, but
But
it
you
was
also-
beautiful
Adam
movement.
maybe had.
Oh, and
keep pushing.
Adam's been bird dogging it
Oh, yeah.
the whole time. Every time I go down there, I meet with Adam and we're talking about this. So
Yeah.
he's been amazing. Representative Birnbaum has
Yeah.
been a leader in his freshman year as our representative in Olympia. So in terms of LSC, I might go a few minutes over, but I'm almost to the end of the week. The WASAC priorities, as I've said before, a number of the issues have died.
Yes.
This week is the deadline, the 12th is the deadline to get out of the House of Origin. So the things that were still alive last week that were WASAC priorities were the ability to revise the 1% property tax growth limit to 3%. And that one was still alive. Then all of the housing issues were still alive. House Bill 1345, which authorizes attached ADUs on residential lots, which we already have here, but that was still moving. House Bill 5471, which expands the county authority to increase development options in appropriate areas. This is the landlord flexibility issue. That one was still moving and had unanimous support. House Bill or Senate Bill 5576 expands the state investment in infrastructure that supports housing. This is a sales tax
Okay,
for short-term rental
yes.
work. And this one, that's the vehicle, the Senate bill, and that one's still moving. It was last Thursday.
It would be interesting to compare these to what's happening in the Housing and Homelessness Advocacy Day on Friday. So
Well, we
do that
can-
in our workshop.
Yeah. And a lot of the other stuff, a lot of the other priorities have actually died. But I would say there was one thing that came up, and I want Greg to hear this, so maybe he'll be back. I won't say it until he gets back.
Okay.
What else was it? There's a local access road option and rules. There's that became the transportation vehicle. That one I'm not that familiar with, unfortunately. We had our issue paper, and I'm sorry I didn't get you guys a written report this week, but our issue paper last week was on House Bill 1380, allowing objectively reasonable regulation of the utilization of public property. And this largely came out of the 2019 Ninth Circuit decision regarding Martin versus City of Boise. And this was about homeless individuals sitting, sleeping, or lying outside of public property. There was a big discussion about this. House Bill 1380 tries to get at this. It seeks to implement the objectively reasonable standard in Washington, prohibiting local governments from enacting ordinances that don't meet the standard. So,
Criminalizing homelessness, basically.
And the room was completely split at WASAC. So,
Yeah, it's controversial.
yeah. And the recommendation from staff was that we remain other with concerns and continue to work on languages to improve the bills that moves forward. So I will be reporting back with more news on that one after House of Origin cutoff on Friday. And I guess I'll just talk about this PFD formation bill.
Or maybe I can ask you about House Bill 2015, which Mark and Andy Fernsteiner and I have been communicating about. Was that on WASAC's list?
Let's see it here. What
So,
issue area?
It's
Sales tax for law enforcement.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, we've seen,
closely following and supporting. This bill provides new local authority for 0.1% sales tax for law enforcement, includes a state funded grant program.
Yeah, and that was one that Wasac added to our update last week.
Okay, so I just sent that around to Andy just to see, you know, what kind of support or lack thereof. Of course, he's supportive and Mark came back and also.
What I'm
commented.
hearing from our delegation though is they're creating all these ways for us locals to
Right.
raise taxes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Put it on our
exactly
shoulders.
Yeah.
There'll be a 10% sales tax before long. if
Right.
we're
Yeah,
not careful.
none of these
and
are
that was
out of
the
the
issue.
existing state sales tax.
No.
Well, one of them
Every
was,
brand-
one of them is,
The mental health or the.
no, the Theringer bill is a local, was one of these housing ones. It was the 5576, the short-term rental, creates a pot of funding for affordable housing by taxing short-term rentals statewide.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern is that, yeah, great tools, but at one, you know. If we can't get them passed, it's not, or if they're non-supportable. By our residents as additional regressive taxes, then.
So the last one that I found super interesting, and sorry, we're a few minutes over, but we're just gonna keep going. Which Paul Jewell was glazing through his multi-page report and he said there's this bill, substitute Senate Bill 1037. Which is regarding PFD formation.
Oh, I don't know.
And it was largely, the proponents were largely the city of Cleellum and Kittitas County. But it was about an odd shaped county
Oh,
and the ability to, I mean, this would allow us to leave the west end out of the
Right.
PFD formation.
Oh,
If it
wow.
passes.
yeah. No,
So that's one I'm gonna be watching with keen eyes and you might want to too. So
That
it's,
would be fantastic.
it's substitute
Senate.
second substitute House bill, sorry,
Oh,
1037. That's the
That's-
vehicle.
that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so that, I was like, wait, that's something that could actually help us.
Yeah.
It'd be a bunch of no votes that would.
Well, I mean, but we've all
What's
talked
that?
about how there's 221
Yeah.
addresses of record out there and they're never gonna come to the pool. If we could, I keep asking, can't we
Yeah.
just leave them out of the BFD?
Uh-huh.
So,
But
with
not
this we
with our-
could, with this
yeah.
we could.
That's amazing. So
So-
if that, just in terms of timing, if that goes through in this session, how long would that take to
Next
be able
year,
to implement
next
it?
year,
Would
I
not
think.
be until
We'd have to see if
26,
we
right?
can, I adjust it.
I think
yeah,
it's 26.
But if it's been passed, you know, you're
I
saying.
don't know, I haven't read the text of the bill. I
Yeah.
don't know if it allows for
Early-
adjustments
early
of the,
implementation
you
or
know, or
something.
adjustment after the fact or something.
I just thought this is a juicy one. for
Yes,
us.
it sure
Yeah,
is. Thank you
interesting.
for
Check it out.
bringing that up.
And then I stayed in Olympia for Timber County's caucus meeting. I'm definitely the tree hugger on the Timber County's caucus.
Yeah.
No surprise there, but there's a couple of others with me. I don't feel so alone and
Skagit County, Thurston,
Thurston, Whatcom, Skagit, Snohomish, Pierce.
okay,
I have 8 on my list now.
all right, good.
The big meaty topic for Timber Counties was CEMER, which is the cooperative ecosystem. It's the science portion of the Forest Practices Board.
Okay.
And Wasac retains a contractor, Mark Meleson, who's a scientist. And it was a very juicy sciencey presentation
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
about watershed dynamics and
Your favorite.
yeah, I was like, oh, I felt like I was laying back
Yeah,
into a big
yeah.
feather bed. Oh, I know all these words and I know what he's talking about. So it was like, oh, such a relief, but I was really grateful at the end of that Wasac has the, you know, for the
Capacity.
foresight to actually keep somebody like that on contract to be able to explain complex ecosystem dynamics to a room full of low-level policymakers, right?
That's amazing.
Yeah, so, and then I drove home. And
You
then,
guys aren't low-level policymakers.
no, county commissioners.
Local policy.
Yeah. Friday I was home. By Friday I was home. And I went to the Straight ERN Steering Committee welcome of our new coordinator, Angela Gore, who's a staff person also at North Olympic Development Council. She's
Mhm.
awesome.
She is awesome.
Yeah, she's great.
Her husband works at the park,
Oh.
National Park, so we can get inside information from her there, but she's already jumped in and I have been appointed to the ecosystem Coordination Board, ECB.
Oh, nice.
Of the Puget Sound Partnership, and we'll be attending those meetings now. And I haven't yet to hear whether my Forest Practices Board application has been approved, but those will be two more big juicy things to do if
Wait,
they,
on DNR?
yeah.
Wow, that's the BNR, right? Is that?
That's
a different
DNR,
board?
it's the Forest no.
Yeah, it's not the Board of Natural
It's
Resources.
the
just,
Policy Setting Board.
oh, gotcha, okay.
And then Mark and I had our monthly forestry, but he wasn't there because he was at Connectivity Summit. I had our forestry meeting with Mallory,
Mhm.
which was good, and we are planning the timber harvest for Elmira.
Oh, great.
Cool.
So that we'll be seeing proposals about that or presentation about that and upcoming.
That's exciting.
Yep. And then I attended my last encumbered lands working group meeting of
We're
Wasac.
no longer encumbered with this.
We're no longer encumbered because we are gonna get compensated for our acres first. And we'll be out of the equation.
Pinky is here with a raised hand.
Oh, great. I talked long enough.
I don't know how long she's been there, but thank you for being here, Pinky.
And then I did not stay for the meeting to discuss the implementation of Senate Bill 5014. But
Okay,
I think Mikey might have gone.
okay.
Because that was, Wasac organized a meeting of counties that were gonna be affected by that,
Yeah.
and I encouraged Sean to attend, and he was gonna have Mikey go.
Great, perfect. Good.
And that
good,
was
good.
the end of my, oh no, and then I did the things with you guys. I did the connectivity fair on Saturday. And then I had the Upper Hill Road meeting with the governor at 3 o'clock on Saturday. So yesterday I did my laundry.
And maybe said hello to your beloved husband.
No, he's
Your
really
animals.
frustrated with me right now.
Sorry,
Living all over the country and
How many
state.
local county commissioners get divorced in there?
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of some.
Mhm.
No, we're not
Heard
getting
of some
divorced.
too.
We're not getting divorced, and I don't know if Gene Ball is running for county commissioner. It's kind of APO'd this morning with all the negative feedback we got out of the gate on. I felt like we were coming with good news today.
Yeah.
We were, and I think it was
It-
well
it
received
was
in
good.
in the long run.
No,
I don't know who's running for county commissioner, but I hear names.
There's no county commissioner election.
I know, but
There
people,
is.
I hear the speculation and I'm like, oh God,
Still got a year in it.
I don't want Greg to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Greg's not going anywhere anyway.
Okay, we've got,
Pinky, can you answer our question?
I think so. I kind of got a little bit of a rundown, so
yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, Pinky.
no,
It's just-
no worry. I mean, it's just clarity. So we
Yeah.
have this grant that just kind of dropped in our lap, and so the number of records, there was never a number there. It was it's what we can get done. I mean, it's going to be a very small fraction of what's in our file room right now. So
And that's okay and meets your need.
yes,
Is that-
every little bit will help.
Okay.
This is going to
Funding
be
coming in for this purpose, so
Yep.
not to
Yeah.
spend it just means less done, right?
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to be cognizant of the fact that, they did sign a contract that said that, and I recognize they're wanting to come back and change it, but I just
no,
wanted to make
actually,
sure
we're changing it.
you're changing it.
We're changing it. Yes, it was an error. It was an error.
Okay,
It should have never said all records.
that makes all the difference to me. I thought it was the contractor coming back and saying, hey, we're not committed to what the county
No,
thought they were.
they were okay doing an administrative memo, but the prosecuting attorney's office said, nope, we should do this as a regular amendment. And so we just whipped it around as a regular amendment.
That makes all the difference to me in the world. Thank you for taking the time, Pinky.
Hey, I'm
I
always
just-
happy to answer questions.
Just wanted to make sure we weren't getting, I don't know, some
Yeah.
bad word.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Okay, thank you, Pinky. Appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Have a great week, everyone.
Thanks,
You
Tinky.
too.
Okay, anything else before we?
Do we want to make a motion for that one to approve 13?
Just go
Do
for
we
it
wanna-
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, do I have an agenda in front of me? I would
Yeah.
make Motion,
Item 13.
yeah, to approve item 13 that was previously pulled from the consent agenda, but to go ahead and approve that
A second?
now.
Okay,
We might
Well,
have another update too.
all in favor of approving item 13 on our consent agenda? Aye. Passes unanimously. Great.
John, do you have an update on the clock tower?
I do.
Yay.
I can explain the $2,250.
Yeah.
The contract amount for the 9,800 number is the amount of the work to be done by the contractor. The additional fees in the contract worksheet that we use to track total project costs, the $2,250 include internal staff salary and benefits costs
Ah, okay.
that were added into the project, that were added into the contract review form. So
You're
that's
giving us
additional
the
money.
actual whole cost of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Projected
Projected.
costs.
Got it. Including internal costs. That
Does that
satisfies
satisfy
me.
you? Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Well, I'll move that we approve item number 5 from our consent agenda that we had pulled.
I will second that.
I was sending an email and it seemed as though you were getting ready to break.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, so the only last outstanding hanging chat on
Thank you, Commissioner.
consent agenda is getting the letter. And I see that you sent me a letter, so we'll do that over the lunch break.
Excellent.
So consent will be,
new letters of support. That's great.
consent will be tied in a bow and we are adjourned until 1:30. Recess, sorry. I wish we really did. Okay. We are back from recess. How are the swing set, you guys?
Excellent swing set. Did not
Okay.
get outside though. I should have.
Okay.
Went for a walk. I didn't find the swings.
Oh, shoot. Okay, well, we're back from recess, calling us back into order, and we are going to immediately go into executive session with our county administrator, our chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, our civil deputy prosecuting attorney, our public works director, our engineering services manager regarding potential litigation. Exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110. Parentheses 1, parentheses I. We're going in at 1:30. We will be back at 2:15. See you then.
That's the neat one. Just after that closed. Yes.
Okay, is the audio working? No.
Not one record.
Oh, looks like
Recording already.
we need to.
Check my microphone.
I don't see the,
Let's put Philip on mute.
I don't see the transcriptions. Do you see them?
Yeah.
Okay, we are coming out of executive session and we're going right back into executive session with our county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, civil deputy prosecuting attorney, public works director, engineering services manager, and regarding potential litigation, exemption is outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110 parentheses 1 parentheses I. We are going back in at 2:19 and we will come back out at 2:25.
A nap time. on the
Okay.
agenda.
I know.
We are coming out of executive session and we will not be taking action. So we will resume our activities on our agenda, and the next item on our agenda is a 2:30 workshop, which we have a few minutes until. So anything happen over the lunch hour you guys want to talk about?
It's a lovely day outside, I went for a walk.
Anything, you bring me over as a panelist? No, thanks. There they are.
Hey.
Hey, we've got esteemed colleagues in the room,
Brian, could you close the door behind you there?
Got
and our afternoon will kick off with a fire marshal program update and their 2025.
2:30.
Oh,
Did you send me-
you're right, we have 3 minutes.
I believe so.
Well, what'd you guys do for lunch?
Sure.
I had leftovers. Oh, I can tell you, actually, Port Townsend High School, the Spanish program has
Oh,
been teaching the kids how to make handmade tamales and handmade tortillas.
Oh, wow.
So my daughter, actually one kid is learning the tamales and the other one is learning the tortillas. And so we had this amazing dinner where Alon actually was so excited about remembering the whole recipe
Yeah.
by memory. And so she started saying it and then she, yeah. It's a little bit of both.
Okay. Yeah.
And so she's like, I gotta get a piece of paper and I'm gonna write it all down. And she's proceeded to write it all down. And I'm like, oh, and now you can make dinner. So we went shopping, she got all of the invitations, and
That's
she
great.
just made this gorgeous
Right.
dinner that was so.
It's not even Taco
yummy.
Tuesday.
I know, it wasn't even Taco Tuesday. It's amazing.
Awesome. Well, that sounds fun.
But I walked down to Water Street and had a slice of pizza.
Were you here last night?
What's that?
Oh, for
we were
lunch.
for lunch.
Oh, for
I did-
lunch,
yeah, I
yeah.
didn't have leftovers.
I was
We
thinking about
had
last night.
a great
because we
shashuka yesterday with goose eggs. That was
Oh, fun.
delicious, but that was more brunch and it was kind of consumed by the end of the day. And some little kimchi rice inaris, little triangles.
Yeah. Well, we stashed all of our squash under the stairs last fall. And Ike just kind of remembered that they were all under there and they're all doing so well.
Yeah.
We have so much squash. Anyone need squash?
Yeah, for sure. I love squash.
You never eat
You're
squash?
not a
I'm not I mean,
Oh,
there's a lot of
I
squash
love
in the house, but I'm not crazy.
Love
about
squash.
Funny.
Yeah.
I love squash.
Like everybody that has.
If anyone's joined us, we are just killing a
Yes,
minute
it does
by
well.
enjoying each other's company for 60 seconds before we kick into a fiery update. So,
Hopefully a fire.
Low fire
Yeah,
update.
yeah,
sparkless talk, right?
well, it's 2:30 on my clock,
All right.
so we can get going. Thanks for being here with us, Phil and Brian. And we are going to hear what's going on in our fire marshal program and hear about the work plan for this year.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for having us here today. So yes, so just a little bit of background. ECD came for our work plan session last month, possibly the month before. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend and give my update. Director Peters did a great job in my absence, kind of relaying some of the pertinent information. But I was at a kickoff meeting, actually a legislative steering kickoff meeting for House Bill 6120, which has to do with the WUI mapping. And knowing that that is a very complicated and personal to Jefferson County issue, you know, with our mapping and some of the LiDAR mapping that had showed up on the Boat Haven and the poplars.
Yeah.
That shows a heavily forested area.
The trees,
for it.
yeah, I
So,
remember that.
Parts of the city too. right?
Definitely, and portions of the city as well, yes, so definitely wanted to make sure that I was on top of that and got as much information in advance and had the opportunity to guide that process and have some ground floor information. It's been really cool. It's been my first time being part of the legislative steering committee, so I apologize for not being here, but that's we're here now.
But thank you for being there.
So, yeah.
Higher colleagues.
And how's the bill doing? Have you tracked that one?
It is still, it's doing well. There's a couple of them that I'm tracking at the moment. But yeah, it's definitely, it's not a matter of if, it's kind of when, it's how we do this portion of it. And it's dependent, there's actually two different bills that are piggybacking off each other. One has to do with the mapping, one has to do with the actual WUI implementation. So it's all coming.
Cool.
You know, but I'm part of this process, and fortunately, Chief McKern down in Quilcene, Fire District 2 is part of the other half of it, so we've been kind of collaborating a little bit, like, well, what did you learn, or what did you learn, you know, so it's been an interesting process. So,
Great.
great.
Next slide.
Let's kick this off, yes, and this is gonna be a lot of it to do with the fire marshal, but also I serve as the fire marshal and the building official. So, you know, this is gonna kind of be a hybrid between the two. As we can see here, this is just kind of an overview. We're talking about this second column from the left there, the building official and fire marshal, and the positions that are listed there. So just kind of as an overview of, this is the portion of DCD that we're gonna be talking about.
And are all those positions filled?
So yeah, on that, so we do have a job offer extended right now for a clerk hire. You know, we're waiting to hear back hopefully this week. We've done interviews and we've made our selection, and we'll see pretty positive that everything's gonna go through there.
Great.
So that's great. We'll be staffed there, as well as we do have another staff member that we're working on getting trained up as a plans examiner, which would be a very great help to me, because currently I serve as the building official, the fire marshal, the floodplain administrator, and the plans examiner. So if we can get that position to transition into that, we're working on some HR paperwork with it right now. Then that would take some of the things off my plate, which would be great, because then I can focus on the commercial and the more complicated things, and that staff member can take over, you know, residential and some of the simpler reviews. So which would be great. Again, just kind of a recap here, you know, DCD brought our work plan, I guess it was February 18th, we had done that. So one of the things I want to do today was talk about primarily the program that we're trying to kick off is our commercial fire life safety inspection program. That is something that we came here to the board with you folks, and we passed a ordinance in, I believe, 2023. Establishing that and establishing the fire marshal to charge reasonable fees. And then I also came back through resolution and got a fire marshal fee schedule approved through the board. So that's kind of where that program is at now. We really hope to kick it off the first of the year. We ran into a couple of issues, the primary one being the implementation of the Tyler software program. We have a software program called Mobilize, or Fire Prevention Mobile. Really cool program, but we were kind of waiting for that system to be fully implemented, as well as waiting for our vehicle to show up, which we have now. We have all the tools that we need to do to go to work and start this. We sent out a preliminary letter to businesses, letting them know that we would be starting that program, and got a little bit of pushback, a little bit of interest folks not realizing this process had happened, you know, in talking to the county administrator and talking to our legal team. And it'd been a little while since we've talked about it here on the board and public, so maybe a little bit of outreach would help as well, just to kind of form that program and reemphasize, you know, what our goals are and what we're trying to do there. I think we can go to the next slide. All right, again, this is just an overview, you know, what does the fire marshal do, where our authority comes from, you know, it's in Jefferson County Code, things we do, fire plan review, inspections, investigations. We do all the address and road naming in the county. We've been in front of you folks for that. Enforcement of burning regulations, and one of the things that takes a lot of time and effort during certain portions of the year are setting our fire danger risk levels and the corresponding restrictions that come with that. So by county ordinance, the fire marshal is required to set the burn levels with the collaboration with the fire chiefs. So that can be kind of a challenging thing, you know, to watch those atmospheric conditions and adjust them as necessary during those burn seasons. And next slide. The other side of the office was the building official do. Same kind of a thing, you know, there's the county code there, you know, where the administration and enforcement of the code comes from in our Jefferson County Code. Now on that side of it, the building official manages the inspection program, provides plan review and oversight, enforces building code and safety regulations, issues permits, and serves as the authority having jurisdiction. So that is, you know, in a nutshell, kind of what my job entails. That's a bit of an oversimplification, but there's a lot of other things that are ancillary to that.
It's sort of a lightning rod.
At times it can be, yes, I mean, it can be. Next slide. All right, so this one's kind of fun. So this is a similar slide that you saw that the Director Peters had brought up. Some of our accomplishments and our goals. There are a few things on there that I've added since then that are a little bit different. Last year in 2024, we did 444 plan reviews. 40 of those, pretty much all of those came from my desk personally. 40 of them did have some consultant support. We did have another staff member that was doing a portion of, you know, decks, very simple review type things, under my oversight. We did 115 address cases last year. 3,904 individual inspections. Now, that's not necessarily total site visits. A lot of those were combinations where we did more inspections, you know, up to 3, 4, 5 inspections in one site visit. So that's not necessarily site visits, but when we break it down on our cool new EPL program, that's how it comes out. We had 13 fire investigations last year. We did a lot of continuing education for the Survey and Ratings Bureau to keep all the capacity and to keep up with our skills and everything. We had cumulatively 3 ICC certifications earned last year. One of those allowed us to promote one of our Inspector 1s to an Inspector 2, which was fantastic. He gained that was Brandon Brown. He gained a commercial building inspector certification. So we're super proud of his effort with that and everything. That was fantastic. You know, last year we continued to build on some of the lessons that we learned from the previous year about our fire danger ratings and our burn restriction levels, you know, kind of refine that process and try to streamline it a bit. Last year we got the fire marshal vehicle. You know, it actually got delivered in February, so but all the legwork and everything was done last year, you know, waiting for the upfitter and actually ordering the vehicle and everything like that. It's great. Also working on our short-term rental annual inspection program. So, and what we've been doing is we've been doing ongoing inspections for the ones that were already existing prior to the moratorium. So obviously 2025, that's one of the things that will get expanded, you know, with the.
You skipped over the surface tablets.
Oh, forgive me. So yeah, sorry, we have these surface tablets. These things are amazing. We love these. So before we would have a laptop that we would have, and we would also have an iPad. So the acquisition of these was done partially through the paper to digital grant that we got from Commerce. It's fantastic. So out in the field, you know, the inspectors can do this. They can use them as a tablet and everything. Preliminarily, we purchased 2 of them. And I'm glad that we did it, that we kind of did a scaled rollout because there was a little bit of a learning curve to get all the software and everything figured out with some of the things that we use. So Brian and I are currently using them. And then we're looking to purchase another 2 with that money, those funds that are still available, through, I believe, the end of June they expire. So we'll be getting more, but we've had to work with IT quite a bit to get, them to function exactly the way that we want to. They are cellular capable, so they're 5G, and they work throughout the majority of the county on our Verizon network, so that's really nice. And still, you get out onto the coil or you get into some of those places on Maristone, still gets a little spotty, but for the most part. And the nice thing about these two, the functionality that they have is that we can run them offline, and then as soon as we come back in, it'll automatically update.
That was gonna be my question.
Yes, we can use them offline.
That's great.
So yeah, so it's been really cool. We've been using the iPads for several years, with some issues back and forth. The biggest one being the support from IT, the being an Apple product and everything. It wasn't, they prefer to be a Microsoft product, it was a lot easier to get through the firewalls and use all of our county software for security and things like that. So.
I used to have Surfaces too. I miss my Surface. They're great.
Yeah.
Tablet and PC at the same time.
Yeah, it's
So,
great.
it seems like a-
We've got the stylus and the little keyboard and everything, and it's, Brian's even got a thing in the truck where you can, set it up on the steering wheel and do everything and truly be mobile, so it's really nice.
Not that you do it while driving, of course.
Well, yeah, not what we have that function. So goals for 2025, so. I'm still working with Brent Butler on the stock plans with our go live, there's continuously doing updates with that, to touch base with them as recently as this weekend.
Have you done the plans examination on them already? I mean, where are they on your desk, I guess?
So they have not made it to me yet as far as that. I have the floor plans, but I don't have actually any of the nuts and bolts, if you will. Still kind of working, my understanding is that we're still kind of working on the designers and some of the engineers for the actual contracts, that there was some language that had to be massaged and some things in some of those contracts. So I'm not exactly sure how many of them we have signed up at this point, but I can definitely find out. Yeah, with the Brent working a part-time schedule, we've been kind of hit and miss a little bit, when we pass each other home, like, hey, you're here today, let's talk about this. So yeah. We're currently working on right now, we have a draft ILA with the local fire districts, we're working with the PAO's office. Getting that all set up, and we're got just a little bit of minor tweaking to that until it's ready for prime time, and we can actually release that and bring it to the chiefs and everything. We've had collaboration with them. We meet monthly through the Jefferson County Fire Chiefs Association, the first Monday of every month. So it unfortunately competes with the being at the BOCC meetings. So I try to balance what I can between those, when they're kicking off. The CPACER program, again, we're working on that one with Brent Butler. For an update on that guy. Establishing private road and driveway access standards. This is something that's probably going to be coming to the board here. There's a couple of things that we would really like to get into code and to get an ordinance on. That's one of them. It's a little bit challenging for the private road and driveway access standards, as well as some of the E911 and having some of our like a bridge registry, some of that sort of stuff. Where we have, private residential bridges that serve our residents and, making sure that they're certified, making sure that, at this point, some of the fire districts, are very hesitant to go over some of these bridges, but, they don't know what the weight rating is, they're not, listed, they don't have signs, that sort of a thing. So we're kind of working on the registry for that. Why it's a little bit challenging to get into our private road and driveway access standards, I delayed this one on purpose. Part of the reason because I was waiting for the wildland urban interface to be installed, because it does have some language in it about private roads and what the widths have to be, vegetation management, that sort of thing. And it also bridges on some of our Title 18, so that would have to go through Planning Commission for recommendation as well, because it would be development standards. So, but some of the work that we're going to be working on to move forward on that. Also the CWPP implementation. We touched on the STR program, commercial fire life safety program touched on. So there's another one too that I was just talking to Director Peters about this morning about our the fire flow and the fire hydrant spacing code update. It's one of the things that I've been working with a consultant on, just kind of table topping some things about how it would work. I proposed using the International Fire Code as a standard, which we already, which is an appendix that we can adopt. Currently, that's housed, as you may or may not know, in the coordinated water system plan. So this is kind of has a natural nexus as we're starting to overhaul that process and everything. The codes that are in there, the standards that are in there are a bit outdated. However, going to the International Fire Code and adopting the appendix would not necessarily be our best bet. Being that we're a rural jurisdiction and that we want to have a right-sized program, my consultant was recommending that we consult the NFPA 1142, which is water standards for rural districts. Which is a little bit more, allows us to right-size a program if we use that as a base. So again, I was talking to Director Peters today where he was proposing that I be an alternate for the Water Utility Coordinating Committee. In a couple of days that he was unable to attend, so I think that'll be great. I think it'll be a great opportunity to meet all the key players and everything like that in the county and to get where we want to go with this.
Glad to have you aboard.
So thank you, appreciate it.
That's right.
We've got 2 meetings this month though, so get ready.
Yeah. Inspection combination to reduce site visits and improve efficiencies. And this is one of the things that I've been talking about for a while. So I sat down with my inspectors and we changed the way that we're doing inspections a little bit. And the reason that we're doing that is to mimic a program that I saw when I was in Kitsap County that worked really well. And what that allowed us to do is to do a combination inspection at the framing stage, which allowed you to take multiple inspections and do them at once. So we have to be on site less. We still get to inspect everything that we need to. And also it's really preferred by the builders and the developers because they're not waiting on us for these different things. You know, instead of waiting for us to check these boxes, we can kind of wait until we get to a point and then check several boxes at one time. So we've always encouraged that, but we're kind of taking a step forward and being like, this is the way it is now. You know, trying to reduce that, and that is in response to, you know, we put a lot of miles on our inspection vehicles. You know, with the recent crunch in ER&R and, you know, having some of our replacements getting pushed out there a little bit further and things like that. We're trying to do what we can internally to monitor that and to kind of course correct if there's ability to.
Can I just ask, does that allow the project to move forward and you have more inspections later, or does it slow them down as you're like, wait, we gotta do all these?
It should allow the project to go quicker.
Okay.
So they're not waiting on us to inspect each one of these things. Instead, we can kind of let them build up to an extent. And you know, each project's a little bit different. If there's a particular building style that, you know, when I'm doing my review, I try to size that correctly. You know, for this combination inspection, whether it's a candidate for it or not. For example, some of the building that we're gonna be having coming on in Olympic Terrace 2 in Port Ludlow, that builder, Richmond American Homes, is definitely going to appreciate this style of inspection program, rather than, you know, because it allows them to coordinate with their subcontractors a lot quicker and a little bit easier, so. Yeah, so it's great. The addition of the clear fire, we kind of touched on. Oh, and the potential addition of a wildfire safety coordinator. You know, if that becomes through, if we still are grant eligible and everything for that through our CWPP program. So it's one of the 2025 goals. That'd be fantastic if that happens. And if we're still eligible, the candidate to house that program or that position. Be fantastic.
Can I, on that previous slide, just ask a little bit, what's the short-term rental inspection like? I'm sure it'll change with the upcoming regulations, but what is one for the existing ones? What does it look like?
So the process is gonna be the same. So we have an annual inspection requirement to keep the permit valid. And like I said, we've been doing the ones, because what we saw happening a lot was that we would do an initial upfront life safety inspection. When you got the permit, when the permit was issued, there was a condition of issuance. And then after that, there was nothing. There was no regulation. And we were seeing a lot of things, stairs to the beach, you know, water heater replacements and straps not necessarily being replaced. Alarms that were smoke detectors that were way out of date, things like that, you know, people just weren't maintaining it, you know, correctly. Things that, you know, we would be a little bit more critical of a hotel or something like that, that would be in a different type of occupancy. So the goal there is to just touch base with them once a year, make sure that everything is still secure, make sure that we still have, appropriate signage, make sure that we still have all of our life safety elements, the address is still posted. We also have a couple of documents that we have up on our website about, that we're looking to expand on as well with our Ready, Set, Go for, some type of evacuation, as that program develops, we're still talking about an evacuation modeling with DEM and with all the fire chiefs and everything like that. But that was one of them. Another one was that they did in Chelan County that I really liked. Put on the operator of the Airbnb or of the short-term rental. That they would have to secure, if they offered any type of a fire pit or any type of like a propane barbecue or something, they would have to secure that either by locking it, or there's a bunch of different ways that it can be done. So that they couldn't be used during periods of high fire danger. So in these short-term rentals, Chelan did a really good example of that, their fire marshal department, fire marshal office there, about how did they do it? Your propane tank has to be removed and it has to be permanently or locked in a garage or a shed or something like that in order to, so that the renters didn't have access to it. Or, if you had a fire pit that was out there, had a grate that came out and you padlocked it, so, you couldn't have a fire in the fire pit.
Everyone's got that, right? It's Blackbeard's room, that's what I would call it.
Right. So there's, some of that type of language we're trying to do. Also have a standard that, a form that has to be there that says, where the nearest hospital is, where you are, what your address is, just those basic life safety things, so that if something should come up, who the responsible party is for the structure. Those type of things that we're tracking. I believe insurance is also on there. So we also have a spot on there, to verify that there's insurance. They have to at least list the policy and everything like that, so we can keep it on record, whether it's valid or not, that's one thing, but at least, we have record of it. And I do believe that isn't a state law that we actually record that information. Just so we have to verify it, but we have to at least, have it available.
Can you remind me how much that inspection costs?
So inspection is currently, with our current fee schedule and everything, is $294.
I mean, annual.
Annually, and that is 2 hours of inspection time. At our rate that was set, when we did our fee study, to prove the reasonableness of fees. And then I believe a tech fee, and then a small administrative fee.
And when you have 500 of those to do every year, how will your department change?
It's gonna be interesting. So that's one of the things that,
That's the
having
question,
this,
isn't it? That's the question, Phil.
That is.
The question that
That
came
is,
to
so
us this
I
morning.
believe it's gonna be scalable. So again, with having this clerk hire, they're gonna come on, we kind of have we're gonna ask kind of the jack of all trades. We're gonna train them to do fire safety inspection programs. We have a fantastic candidate and everything that has a background in fire as well as architecture. So it's a really great fit for us, and I'm really excited if this all goes through with this candidate. They would be available on call, so for search capacity kind of things. It doesn't help us necessarily with vehicles getting mobilized, because we still have a little bit of a crunch there. But we assume that Brian's gonna be out, Brian or I will be out doing either the life safety inspections for businesses or for short-term rentals. We also have the inspectors, our building inspectors cross-trained, or are planning to have them cross-trained to do that. So there would be a little bit of a flexibility for that, as well as our staff member that would be promoted to a plans examiner. Plans examiner also has a very, very similar job profile to an inspector. And I believe that there is some overlap in the job description, so we can potentially, in a pinch, pull them. So the idea is to just get the bench as deep as possible, with the staff that we have. And so have everybody as flexible and cross-trained as much as we can.
Thank you.
So, but yes, it will be, there'll be a bit of an adjustment if we, especially right off the bat. I'm hoping that this, we can kind of ease into this, but it could be a very quick,
Increase.
Yeah.
Mhm.
steep curve, yeah, could be a steep curve. Please. So the commercial split inspection program, so this is, as I kind of alluded to earlier, we did have an ordinance, and I do believe there it is, 2023. That allows the fire marshal to establish this. and also to charge fees there. And number 4 there is about fees. And has caught a few businesses off guard, with the letter that we sent out previously. So in this letter, one of the things that we said is that we'll be, rolling out this program. It'll be toward the end of February. There was a fee involved. The fee is the same as it would be for a short-term rental, is 2 hours of inspection time. That's $294. This is one of the things that the way that we size this program is from the WSRB, which is the Washington State Survey and Ratings Bureau. They set insurance standards. They're also the ones that do 2 different ratings. We have a fire protection class rating, which we have, as the county, have some responsibility in because we're the record keeping and the investigation and the inspection portion of it. But also has some things that are outside of our control that would be the local fire district, is how close you are to a fire station, whether you have, how close water is available. If we're doing tender credits, for water tenders, things like that. There's some things that are out of our control. Also staffing, training, things like that through the fire districts. So we're just trying to do our portion of it to help our partners in the fire districts, that we're doing what we can to give them as much of an edge as possible to get a good score. Also, the Survey and Ratings Bureau on the other side of the house, on the building side, has what's called the BOCC, which is the Building Code Effectiveness Grading Schedule. Which is the last time that we were up, we had it done in 2022, I believe. And we were able to increase our score, which is fantastic. Where some of our holes were the money that we had available for training. Since then we fixed that with our budget and brought it up to where what they ultimately want to see is 2% of your overall budget can be allocated for training. And so we've done that. We fixed that on our budget through the budget cycle. And the other thing that was where we could have scored more points. The main thing was the time the staff has been in their current role. And so there's not a whole lot we can do with that. We just have to wait, as we have, we had some very, very senior staff members, and then as we had the turnover, obviously the experience goes down. But as that goes over time, we have one of these every 5 years. So that is naturally going to come up over time, as well as the certifications that those staff members hold. One of the things that I personally am pursuing is called the Master Code Professional Certification. This is through the ICC. It's a series of, I'm about 17 tests into it at this point. There's 3 or 4 more to go. Once you do that, this does give you the best score possible on the BOCC. And so this is something that's it's a relatively elite group that gets this certification. I jokingly call it my master's, but it's across all facets, from fire to building to mechanical, plumbing, electrical, all facets of construction, including disability and ADA compliance. There's a lot of different things that go in it. There's a legal management module, several other things. Anyway.
Did you get a fancier fire marshal badge?
So you actually, it's kind of fun. It's kind of like the masters. You actually get a green jacket that says MCP.
Wow.
Get a hood.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right.
So Phil, can I ask a totally basic question? Remind me, have we charged for these inspections in the past?
So these inspections traditionally, and Brian could probably talk to this a little bit too. We didn't have a robust fire marshal office in the county. And so a lot of these inspections either weren't happening in a lot of districts.
Macaulay's giggling, by the way.
You're being kind.
So, no, this program virtually didn't exist.
That's what I mean.
We weren't doing these.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Some districts were doing it independently. I don't believe that they were charging a fee for it.
Okay.
But in order for us to move forward and build this program, we have to be cost recoverable at some
Right.
point. Being that we're enterprise funded, the only alternative would be general fund, and I don't think there's appetite for that,
Mhm.
so.
No, that's great. I just wanted you to reiterate that and confirm that.
I mean, we had this conversation at the ICG with the city as well, right? As
Right.
we were talking about different approaches to the commercial inspection.
Correct,
And I
and there was
think-
a potential that they would do some sort of like a three-way ILA between the city and the county and East Jefferson. To kind of get a program where we could all kind of tackle all of because per capita, the city has more than the county, by far for as far as businesses and as far
Sure.
as the need for these types of inspections, it's just more concentrated. So when we started this program, we did start it at the recommendation of one of our actually the folks that did our software, Tyler, we're recommending that we start with a limited base, maybe limit it to a zip code or to a specific city or something like that. So what we chose to do, and a lot of it came from just size, the amount of things. We started with the South County, we started with Brennan and Quilcene.
And we rarely get to go first. That's so nice. Thank you,
Well,
Phil.
And the other thing, that's where the resistance is coming from.
Sure.
And that was not something that we factored into when we decided to go in that direction. But it was also the lack of information that we had the further south that we went, East Jefferson we had some record of things that are around the city or things that were, more toward the north end of the county. So the further south we go, the little bit more sparse the information was and a little bit more dated. So we were trying to get, best bang for our buck, start down here, do kind of a soft rollout and everything like that. Some of the criticism has been, and I feel for it. I mean, I ran a small business for several years in Squim. And so I totally understand the plight of a small business owner, or I can sympathize to the very least. The time we did it, we just chose the first of the year, because that was when everything was gonna line up and everything was gonna be here. It's the slowest portion of the season, where funds are tight. Also, the fact that we started down in the south end, which had nothing to do with any type of like I said, it was just based upon, the amount of things that were down there and the lack of historical data. So it wasn't any other reason why we picked, to go from south to north, so. Was there anything you wanted to add on any of the?
You're speaking so elegantly, I don't know if I can make it look so much.
Jump in here anytime you want.
I will say that when we presented the letter by mail to the established zip code, in this case, Quilcene and Brennan, we provided a letter detailing all of this, but we also provided basic inspection form on, hey, these are the top 15, 20 things that we're looking for. So we're not hitting people out of left field with something that, well, we've never heard of this. We provided code references, both law and through the International Fire Code. So when we show up or we make an appointment with you, you kind of got an idea of, hey, this is what we're looking for. I think the biggest hurdle we have is those, I don't want to say egregious violations, but those emergence where, you have a community in an assembly, for example, and you have push bars or doors that don't open. Those kinds of little things that we truly need to look at, make sure that everybody's safe so we don't have a tragedy. So we're trying to provide as much information as we can, thus being here in front of you today, before we truly get out there and start rolling out the program. And even if we find, a violation of, say, a hood and duct or, commercial cooking establishment, it's okay. We're gonna set up a parameter. You got 7 days to come up with a plan on how you're gonna fix this and bring it up to code. So it's working with the tenant or the building owners, the project managers in there to fix or resolve a problem based on current standards.
So I think we can go next slide. All right, and then just, I think this is just kind of emphasizes some of the things that we just talked about. It's insurance underwriter driven, I talked about the Washington Survey and Ratings Bureau. So one of the goals is to do an annual site inspection of every business, annually, every year. The realistic goal that we have at this point is to do a self-inspection every other year, and we would do a physical inspection every other year. So in the off years, you would have at least a self-inspection. We'd love to increase that over time. But this is what we think that we can do now with the resources that we have, especially not knowing what the short-term rental program is going to do and what our capacity is going to be at this point. So we want to get there, but in order to do it, we may need to expand the program in order to get there. I touched earlier, the fees that were collected were approved by the fee schedule, and that was adopted, consistent with the Jefferson County Code. One thing that I do want to talk about a little bit about is that when I came to the board before, we talked about food truck inspections. Since then, a little bit of information has come forward. So they've actually added in the 2021 IFC, the International Fire Code, they've actually added mobile food trucks to that. I understand that was, I believe that the conversation that we had at the time was that, you know, they were incubator for small business, we were trying to do it, and we were trying not to be a barrier to those type of establishments, but I don't know that we can maintain that or exempt them at this point. But I'd love to hear, you know, the board's input about it, and if there's an alternative or anything like that, I mean, I'm all ears. But it is something that has been written into the fire life safety code at this point. And then we talked a little bit about the inspections that we have, the zip code, and why we started where we started. So are there any questions that?
I'm just, as you're talking, I'm just looking up grant programs available for rural businesses to support. Do you know if any research has been done on grants that businesses could take advantage of, or is that worth doing?
You know, just recently, I sat down with Patty Schmucker from the EDC, and we started talking about that a little bit, you know, to talk about it. I don't know of any grant programs specifically for the life safety inspections. A lot of these are required by insurance anyway.
Yeah.
Over the years, a lot of like we were in a recent establishment, a food establishment that had to put a new hood and duct system in. They opted to do it because their insurance wouldn't insure them otherwise, because, you know, they were out of date. This particular one, it was about $60,000.
Yep.
I mean, it was an expensive system. They had to do some upgrades to the building as well, because it was a flat roof, so they had to do some reinforcing of the roof and everything for this new system. So there are implications, there are costs to some of these things, you know, but again, that was insurance driven in the past. It's just gonna come from a different direction at this point, but it's still, the goal is still the same in order to get
Yeah, it
there.
looks like the USDA Rural Development and FEMA might be places to look.
Maybe not
for-
right now.
Right, maybe not right now. And then there's a fire rescue program that has some legislative based funding, so it might be worth looking into.
For sure. No, thank you for that. We will take a look into that, and it's, you know, I mean, I guess, Commissioner, what are you thinking? Are you thinking from like the violations that we find and the corrections to them, or are you thinking about the $294 that we're gonna charge for the program?
I mean, the corrections. Yeah, to support people to be able to make the corrections that you recommend, especially if they're above a certain level, you know, things that might shut a business down if they can't afford it.
Yeah, you know, we have a program out of public health where we subsidize septic improvements for low income folks.
Yeah.
And
It
it
might be something like that.
Block grant, CDBG grant.
Yeah, I know when I was part of the Main Street program, we set up the Light at the End of the Tunnel Fund, which was a revolving loan, low interest loan program that allowed businesses that could prove that they are viable otherwise, that we're not just subsidizing a business that's gonna fall apart anyway. But if once they can prove that they can have access to these funds even at a low interest rate, and so a revolving loan fund is a potential.
Well, and what I'm thinking too is that the program is probably similar in design to the C-PACER program. You know, that would allow some of those things that, you know, could happen over a period of time, and, you know, again, like a subsidized style program. So I mean, we have a similar model for something like that. I haven't pursued any of that type of program previously, but that's a good idea. We'll definitely look into it. I'll connect with Mr. Butler and see if we can how he got all the information that he did to start his
Okay,
program.
yeah.
It could be a possibility. So.
Yeah, sometimes you can find dollars that can seed a revolving loan program like that, or you can find grant dollars that will actually just pay the business owner to do the upgrade. But I'm not saying it's out there for sure, but I'm in just Googling it. There are several potential options that I can see on my screen, so.
And several insurance companies, if they don't require these type of inspections, give you discounts, for having them, if you can prove that you had, your regular servicing of your fire equipment or whatever like that, and that there was an entity that was actually overseeing that type of a thing, you do get a rebate, you get a reduction on your premiums.
That's great.
I wonder with the food trucks, it is a barrier, and if it required of the food trucks, they all have to have a commercial kitchen as well, right? So any food truck gets twice as many annual inspections as your average restaurant.
Well, it would get the same as a restaurant, if you think about it, because.
Well,
They would have
are
a
you gonna,
commercial
so you're just gonna charge them the one time for the commercial kitchen and for the food truck?
Well, I see what you're saying. You're saying if they're the same.
I mean, you have to have a separate commercial kitchen to get a permitted food truck. And you'd have, so a commercial kitchen is gonna require the commercial inspection and the life safety.
On the truck itself.
Both.
Yeah,
The commercial
and
kitchen
on the
and the
kitchen.
truck, so it's kind of, we're charging them twice, and it's two different things, but maybe there could be a reduced fee or something, an hour for a food truck. How long does it take to walk around a food truck? 15 minutes? I mean, trying to make it so it doesn't create additional regulations for these small incubators, I think would be worthwhile.
We can look into that. The other thing of it is too, is that we are participating in a pilot program across the Washington Association of Fire Marshals, where we have kind of a set form that we use for a food truck. And it's used across multiple jurisdictions. So once you get one, you're good across, any of your participating jurisdictions.
That's a good idea.
Exactly, it's reciprocal.
Oh, that is huge, I know, 'cause
That's, that way, everything that comes in here for a weekend event or something like that, if it's already been inspected, they can prove it's been inspected, we would honor that inspection.
Oh, that's great.
so like we require spot inspections of food trucks that are here for events, but you're saying with this co-op kind of model where you get one that you don't need the inspection at the event?
Correct.
Yeah, that would be great.
If you can show that you've been inspected elsewhere.
I mean, we just post the inspection results somewhere on the food truck. Have it in a binder or whatever.
And that was actually one of the suggestions of Patty at EDC, was that to have a, similar to, your health, have like window clings. So something that's similar to like, your health score for, when you walk in, we're an A+ establishment kind of thing, just as I've already been inspected, kind of a seal. We're issuing certificates, annual certificates that expire, a year from whenever we do the inspection. But she was suggesting, something that was like a little bit, something more to display, something that gives a little bit more read to what we're doing.
Well, thank you for doing that outreach to EDC, Team Jefferson. They have a great bead on what our businesses need, and I think that shows a great effort on your part to reach out and.
But in full transparency, Patty reached out to me.
Hey, you
But
said yes, and
But
thanks to Patty as well.
So this is one of the, this is our PSA, the more you know. And so what this is that this is the way that we're viewing our schedule of how to deal with some of these corrections. These extreme hazards, blocked exits, obviously that needs to be corrected immediately within 1 hour. The high hazard, moderate, and low hazard, you can read what all those are. I won't bore you with going through the whole thing, but so there is and this is at the discretion of the inspector as well. So, we want to empower inspectors to get out there and work with these business owners. We're not trying to, we'd rather provide a carrot than a stick, and so.
Sticks are much more flammable.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely.
So, that's what we want to do. And we will do follow-up inspections, we'll give you time to correct it, as long as you can show that you're working toward it, or, you've got a quote to get, or a date on the board to get your, fire system, if it's OSS, there's out of service. So you have a fire system that's out of service, you have contacted the company, you're working toward that, you have a date in mind, they can't come till next Tuesday or something like that. That we don't have to shut you down, that we can, put you on fire watch, that we can put you on different opportunities, different alternative enforcement, if you will. There's.
I just to add on to what's here in the 10+ years that I've been doing inspections of commercial establishments, when you start talking about some of the stuff that's needed, cooking, hood and duck and stuff, they know the regulations.
Sure.
So whether they put them off for whatever the reason or whatnot. they're aware of what's really going on, what they can do.
Mhm.
So being able to work with them, and go, okay, just hold them a little bit more accountable this week and bring up that bar of safety.
Mhm. Yeah, you're also, mitigating for, they not only do they often know the regulations, they also know their margins and they know what it takes to be able to put food on their tables, right? So, in some ways, starting down in South County, is gonna absolutely give a better insight into what it's gonna take to support businesses to be able to be in compliance. So the presentation, one of the Ignite talks at the Connectivity Summit this last weekend was Department of Public Health's Compassion Project, which has to do with hoarding behaviors, right? And just the successes that they're really seeing around that carrot versus stick model and really supporting businesses to come up, because ultimately it is about life safety. It's about saving people's lives, and so we should be able to partner on that. Right?
There is another underlying issue with all of this on trying to prevent fire. And there's a large statistical data that shows that a business that catches fire within the kitchen, they're not going to return. That'd be devastating to certain parts of our county.
Yeah, sure would.
So having that information and understanding why and where, along with the statistics we're going to gather on what the majority of the issues are within our county. We had one business in Port Townsend, a restaurant that caught fire. And the owner was able to put it back together in 9 days, but she put her staff out of business for 9 days. And then had to correct and remove tenants that were above in condos. So the overarching cost of, and it was totally an accident based on the construction of the kitchen at the time, but using that information, that we have locally and then nationally as an education tool to help promote this stuff. We're trying to keep businesses actually in business, so we don't, lose our establishment in a rural area, lose, jobs for people that are actually working. Just like I said, it's another reason why.
Thank you.
So next slide, please. All right, so next steps, this is what we have. That's one of my favorite little diagrams there for the kind of humorous. So what we're looking at is that we're probably going to bring what we'd like to do, what we've been encouraged to do by our legal team, is to get a resolution in front of the board to establish this program. Even though that we have an ordinance and that our fees have been adopted by resolution, it's being recommended that we bring a resolution to the board just outlining, the establishment and the kickoff of this program. It'll also aid us a little bit with having some public input and just get that much more, light on this subject. Which is great, because we're looking for a transparent program. We're not trying to do a gotcha. We're not trying to do any of this. It's just, I thought that we had taken all the proper routes to get to here. We've been hearing from the public that, this is coming out of the blue. So, not what I feel, but if there's more outreach to be had, then great. I mean, we're definitely not gonna shy away from it.
That's a great attitude.
So we're gonna continue implementation of the program for our inspections. What we've done right now is we've kind of pivoted a little bit. And we're reaching out to those businesses that have reached out to us and have already paid a fee or said, hey, come on down, let's do it. So we're focusing on those rather than, these other businesses that haven't responded to us, or, to go in and doing, not a surprise business. We told you we're coming, but, not scheduled, I guess. Anticipate continued conversations and eventual ordinances linked to the private road and driveway standards, hydrant spacing requirements, and fire flow requirements. We'll kind of see how that goes organically, if we want to put it in the coordinated water system, or if we want to, adopt something a little bit different in our code, how we want to do that. Again, traditionally, those hydrant spacing and fire flow requirements were through the coordinated water system plan. I think that's just because we didn't have any other place to hold them at the time. Don't know if that's the best fit, but love to continue that conversation further and what the best place for that to live is. And we are going to propose the ILAs for each fire district. So again, what we have going with that is that we have the draft ILA we're trying to use as a template that can be modified to each jurisdiction, each district, if they need something a little bit different than what we have listed there. You know, if they're interested in, you know, taking more of a role in doing inspections or investigations, you know, definitely welcome that. There's
I can answer that for you. No. I don't.
well, but we want to throw it out there, you know, the other thing that is too, is that we want to make sure that one of the things that the criticism that we heard from the district as well was that, are we gonna charge them to inspect their own facilities? And
Fire
the answer to
districts?
that is no, but in order to do that, we wanted to put a clause in the ILA that just said that if you do the inspection, you know, you have the expertise, you have everything like that, and provide us with a report, we'll accept that, you know, we don't have to charge you to inspect each one of your fire district buildings, so.
That's fair. Yeah.
Do you believe we're on to the next slide? So that is pretty much it. We got a shot of the truck there.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Let's say, you know, that's our Ford Lightning. We call it the lightning rod. Yeah, you know, charging's been a little bit of an issue, but we're working through it and we're waiting for those chargers to get installed. And I'm sure you've seen it out here parked next to the
Yeah.
parking lot and, yeah.
So behemoth.
So, yeah, it's,
It is
yeah,
pretty
what do they
good.
call it, the monster? Still workshopping a name for it.
Right.
That's kind of where we are with everything. Do the commissioners, does anyone have any questions or?
I have everybody looks to me.
Yeah.
I do.
New
Question girl.
Yeah.
It's great. We all have questions, but we start with Heather these
Yes.
days.
My question has to do with the fire marshal element, and you actually touched on it a few times throughout your presentation, and it has to do with partnerships, the ways in which you partner with our fire districts. And it's just always been strange to me that we have a fire marshal that isn't within one of our fire districts or that isn't a firefighter per se. And so can you just talk a little bit more about how you partner with our fire districts and what that communication is like? And do you feel like there's any room for improvement there, or ways that you're kind of continuing to work together to have a you know, in lockstep kind of relationship?
We steal their best staff. That's
Yeah, I
really
guess
right.
we do, Mr.
So there is a
Krieger.
little bit of history there.
Yeah.
The county did have an ILA at one time with the local fire districts to put that position, an inspector position, if you will, in the fire district, which is what I did for 10 years.
Right.
With the development of the Jefferson County Code, developing the fire marshal, it kind of made a little bit of gray area in how we're gonna move forward with that, which is the ILA that Phil had talked about. Our ultimate goal is to meet the WSRB standards, the safety standards, to do roadway standards, so we don't have those paradise incidents where we have one way in and one way out. We need the fire department's help with that.
Yeah.
We need their input because they're governing, they're looking over their jurisdictions every day. They know what's working and what's not. So hopefully the ILA will work that in that place so we can have that teamwork approach to reaching out to all the businesses and establishments within the county.
So the ILA is really a next big step to building and growing that relationship and the communication.
Correct, and our goal for the ILA was to do it in the first quarter of 2025, and we're still looking like we're gonna hit that goal.
Okay,
So,
that's great. Thank you.
I will also add that, you know, previously coming before, I did work for another jurisdiction briefly, Kitsap County. Kitsap County has the same model that we have here, which is a county-wide fire marshal. You know, the impacts of the different districts and everything. So it's not uncommon.
Yeah.
In Park County, where
That's how
I
you
was
did it
before I
as
came
well.
here, same exact model.
Both of them are much larger than Jefferson County, of course.
True.
Scaling is always a
20 times
challenge.
larger.
Yeah, 10 times larger respectively, yeah. I just got one question. I didn't see anything about fireworks on your work plan.
Thanks, Commissioner.
You know,
You want to talk about lightning?
It has come up.
it's come up a little bit recently, and I guess I just want to talk. You know, we, as you know, any law takes a year to take effect. We've got a new law that I think there was better implementation last year, but actually, the alignment with fire districts and law enforcement, I think, is something that still needs to be improved. So when you were talking about the ILA, like if we're gonna stand pat with the firework, like we have it now, right, where it's kind of collaborative decision on whether the conditions allow them or don't allow them really, to take proactive action to ban them in a timely way. Is that gonna be part of the ILA with the fire districts, and how do you see that continuing to develop?
Currently, there is no language in it that we had in the draft ILA, as far as the fire districts, because the fire districts, I don't think necessarily. I think that they appreciate their autonomy in that subject.
Yeah.
And they rather defer to a central entity. The other thing around that's kind of nice is that, again, having a county fire marshal that can speak for the entire county rather than these, limited districts. So, when we say something, we can, get unified messaging out there and everything like that. It's across all the fire districts. Also, we've heard that when we are issuing our burn bans and our restrictions and things like that, other partners such as like the state parks, like those Olives, will follow suit with whatever we do. They don't necessarily have to. They can choose to sign with DNR or do something. They have their own way that they can go about it, but they have chosen to follow in lockstep with whatever we decide. So that's been, comforting in those particular things. Fireworks, I'd be more than happy. We could come back and we could do an entire workshop just on fireworks if we wanted to.
I mean,
I think we're gonna.
my question is, should we consider just the ban that, people push all the time and it's at least a declarative and easy to enforce answer? Talking to law enforcement usually who's been on the enforcement side, and it's a really challenging to enforce something that's a week old, when people are coming from all over the place, right?
Understood. And we did talk about some different messaging and things that we could do, potentially having some of the highway signs, stuff like that, one at the Hood Canal Bridge and, one at, there's 3 main ways into Jefferson County, so it'll be easy enough to get that messaging out there. Should we get to that point to where we actually do a full ban? I would be more than willing to entertain all different options for that. So, there's also another, a bit of a hybrid model, if we will, which was that we would have these firework sanctuaries or firework havens where we would have allowed uses under supervision to, light off certain things.
Small local celebrations.
Exactly, kind of a thing.
Where you have big
Or,
consumer.
the other thing that is, that seems to be a sticking point, twice a year, for the New Year's and the 4th of July holiday. Seems to be public displays, what constitutes a public display, and what is just, a neighbor who's really enthusiastic and, wants to put on a show.
Right.
So it's been something that I think that there is a little bit of a gray area in our code, and there's something we could definitely define going forward, but not something that we're gonna solve today.
All right, well, I like to see the department growing, and I still think about you not just as the fire marshal, but also the fireworks marshal.
Does he need more jobs, more?
Yeah, only 4 hats. Cool, well, really, it's great to see the department
Excellent.
blossoming and finding its way.
Thank you very much. It was all thanks to you folks and Commissioner's time and the commissioner support and giving us the resources and the things that we need in order to do these programs, implement these things, and ultimately make our entire county safer. So
How is that lightning?
it's cool. It's a cool truck. I think that the only thing at this point has been just the charging, just figuring out the charging.
Because you don't have a charger.
The infrastructure's coming, so.
They talk about range anxiety when you buy an EV. Our range anxiety is a little more because I only have one place to park over there. So can I get back?
Yeah. I'll tell you my best range anxiety story someday, Brian.
Okay.
It's a good one.
All right.
Well, thanks you guys. We
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
the work you're doing.
Appreciate it.
Straight into the 3:30.
Yeah, so we're gonna go.
It's also a time to end the.
We have 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I need to go give somebody a hug,
Okay.
and I need to ask for coverage on Thursday if anyone can do the communications coordinator interviews.
Oh.
Press conference.
I can in the afternoon.
In your pocket. We got this. Got this. Got this.
Thursday, the 13th. Pretty flexible. I've got a
Yeah.
11 o'clock.
Yeah. afternoon. I'm
I could always
gonna
reshift,
be on
too.
bureaucracy with John Morrow.
Oh, nice.
Okay, let's see.
You never invited me to that. I guess
The
it's not
first, the first ones are from 9:30 to 11. The first interview,
You have to do those.
and the second interview is at 3.
That one I could do.
Sure, I'll
But do you
the
need,
9:30 to
one
11.
person to do both?
That would be ideal, because then there's another one the following week on Tuesday at 3. We have 3 candidates for the communications role, manager role.
Is it an hour-long interview?
Yeah.
I could do
what
it if I
time?
move my morning.
When's the
but-
Tuesday one?
The Tuesday one is at 3.
I could do that. I'm not very attentive at the closing run and coalition meeting, but I have to miss part of that.
Well, you should go to that.
We still have 1 minute, so we're just.
I can make it, I can make them work. I'll
Awesome.
just show load.
That would be
Okay,
awesome.
Yep.
Okay, if you change your mind, all I would need to do is move this meeting with Pete Langley, so just keep me posted.
We have 3 great
Otherwise-
candidates, by the way,
That's
BTW,
excellent.
but
That
I
is really important.
should really go to the,
Yeah, I'm happy to do it.
with the governor in Seattle.
Oh,
That's
nice.
amazing.
All right.
Roads,
Yes,
Talking about-
roads.
Yeah.
exciting, yes. you
And
should
pledges
ask.
are coming in as we're sitting here, that's why
Oh,
I've been
good.
over here.
It's pretty exciting, yes, you should definitely be the person to do that, having worked so hard on it.
Okay, so it is 3:30. And we have a number of our esteemed colleagues here for a workshop on Housing Advocacy Day and emergency shelter funding, and Heather, Commissioner Dudley Nolet is gonna lead this one.
I will just kick us off. Thank you to everyone who was able to scramble, and I think that there probably will be some folks online as well. What we see obviously in the room are actual providers who are here, and that's, pretty important for the shelter conversation. And we do have, we were kind of putting together two fairly different topics here, even though they are all around kind of housing. So I wanted to just start with the Housing and Homelessness Advocacy Day conversation first, and because I think the majority of our time we'll want to spend on the emergency shelter topic. But if there are folks in the room let me just kind of tee this off, and then if there are people who would like to make a comment about either this coming Housing and Homelessness Advocacy Day, which is on Friday, March 14th coming up. It's a full day in Olympia. Or really the conversation is worth having about how we all coalesce around legislative issues that we think are going to affect housing affordability and homeless housing services, which again, we recognize as legislatively, they're also going to be quite different oftentimes. There's usually not going to be a bill that's going to address both of those things, but we also recognize that they're interrelated, and that our community of people who are working on these issues are also fairly interrelated and overlapped. So it was just one more year of this coming up at the last minute at least onto my radar. And it feeling like, oh, we're scrambling to see whether we should pull together a coalition of people to show up at Housing and Homelessness Advocacy Day, which is, this is a specific advocacy day, lobby day that's run by the Low Income Housing Coalition or Institute, and for all of our counties. So I'm interested to know, those who are in the room, do you feel like it's worth even thinking about now to next session, to sessions upcoming, of having some kind of more coordinated effort around how we show up in Olympia or in DC for that matter, around housing and homelessness related legislation? So I'm interested in certainly in your feedback about that, since you are our legislative representative right now, and the community's feedback on that. And again, I'll just sort of wrap that up by saying, I did get to show up at our Housing and Homelessness Advocacy Day last year and was the only person from Jefferson County. And I remember it being a scramble last year. I remember sending out a message. It was actually Liz Revord from the Housing Solutions Network who put it on everybody's radar and said, hey, if people want to go, and I happened to be available, but it was last minute and I was the only one available. It was nobody's fault. And I showed up, but I really did see that the power of big groups of people being there, anywhere from 20 to 150 people from various different counties.
Wow.
And so when you show up and you see that, and we hear in our county over and over and over and over again about all the issues that rural places get sidelined when it comes to funding and legislative support, then it really starts to feel like it makes a difference to actually show up in large coalitions and be that representative. What do you think of that?
Especially if your legislators sit on funding committees
Yeah.
or policy committees where they can actually put in place some of the policies that we're seeking. I would say first that there are lobby days almost every day in Olympia on different
During
issues.
sessions, yeah.
So we could have coalitions of Jefferson County passionate people about every issue attend a lobby day. I feel like housing is the top issue
You bet.
in Olympia and here, and I hear that across the county family. So I think putting extra energy into the housing issue as a community makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's one thing for us to show up as commissioners, and I think that has, or, you know, city council people, if they're coming from the city. And that has a certain amount of weight in that government to government conversation. But I saw it is, in this case, it is much more powerful to have residents and representatives from organizations that are providing services, whatever is the relevant sort of representative. And it is really powerful to have numbers of people. So, and I think probably everyone in this room has been in Olympia advocating for certain things over our careers. So I don't think this is news to anyone here. But the question to me to workshop is how best to do that. Does that come from the county, or does it come from, you know, sort of issue-specific organizations like Housing Solutions Network or Jefferson Community Foundation? So I don't know if we want to have an opportunity for people to provide any thoughts
Yeah,
about
totally.
this first, and then could talk some more about it. So, do I run this or do you run it, Chair, in terms of opening to public comment?
Oh, I can open to public comment.
Yeah.
I'm assuming we only have a small number of people in the room, but we might have a number more online.
Just
So-
this talk.
Just this topic.
We are very interested in collaborating with you all on how we move forward. So you're talking about Housing Advocacy Day. Do you also want to tee up the emergency shelter funding conversation?
Sure, yeah. So
Because what we discussed earlier was when folks come up, instead of having like a 3-minute set period of time to talk, that we would have like a 5-minute period of time, because it feels like it's a bigger issue than 3 minutes might allow. But you
it's
mentioned
two
wanting to
separate
tee
topics.
up.
Yeah, so sure, I will do that.
I think she was thinking about separate opportunities for making public comment, but. it's
Right,
fine if we combine.
because typically in this format, each
Okay.
person only has one chance to talk.
Okay, so
you
you want to just do emergency Housing Advocacy Day first, and
Yeah.
then, okay,
I would like to do
Okay,
that, if
okay.
it's amenable to the
okay,
chair.
yeah. So the first thing we're gonna talk about is the question that Heather just posed of how do we best show up in Olympia as advocates for housing? And I will just say, my role in Olympia is really to serve as our liaison with the Washington Association of Counties. That said, they have a number of housing bills they've been tracking. None of the bills they're tracking are emergency shelter bills. So why I thought this was an interesting conversation to have is that the housing issue is much broader than what say WASAC might be tracking in a legislative session. So I feel like we should have our own strategy as a community about how we show up at Housing Advocacy Day. And I would love to know from that group, that affinity group, what else I should be talking to our legislators about when I'm in there talking to them about the WASAC bills. In the case of this year, there's bills in there that are moving along and they're in a healthy position on like allowing for an ADU on, outside of urban areas.
True.
Well, we already do that. So I'm like, we're already doing a lot of the things that WASAC is proposing to the legislature through these bills. And so I feel like that's another reason that we should have a more generative housing, advocacy platform conversation before each session. That said, this every 2 years is a biennial budget year. And so this year is the budget year. So I would say every 2 years, it's gonna be a more robust effort. And I'm imagining that these advocacy groups that are going to Olympia are primarily going on those 2-year cycles. Unless there's a policy bill that's got a lot of energy around it.
I know homeless and Housing Advocacy Day is every year. And so this Washington Low Income Housing Alliance establishes, and I sent this out to anybody who got to open their emails this morning with the link to their website and their legislative priorities. So it really just further emphasized to me that this isn't just a one-time show up in Olympia on the day that they say. It's really getting ahead of it so that we can be feeding them, hey, here's the issues that we care about. We really want you to set as your priority things that include things that we care about, right?
Right.
So that's a, really a year, all year long kind of effort, and maybe prior to session, starting to understand, when do they set their priorities? When did they decide what they're gonna get behind? And how many rural community voices do they have on their policy setting teams, right?
It is a full year process. I do this work in the conservation world. I go to Olympia for the conservation lobby days. I just did that. So, it is a full year process, and setting the priorities and getting the bills drafted and finding sponsors for the bills and working the bills through the legislative process. You're right, it is a full year process. And if there is a lobby day every year, then that's the schedule. It's every year.
It's every year. So, getting together to talk about how do we pull together those priorities? How do we teach people how to get in front of their legislators? How do we, really, how do we show up for this process? It's something I'm interested in. I feel like we're just talking.
So we would love to hear on the first topic, on the idea of advocacy around housing issues, what you guys think. And I'm looking at our.
Add one more thing just for the public comment.
Yeah.
Just what we should be advocating about too, specific
Sure.
things that our organizations.
Yeah.
represented Here, or I think
I
that's
thought that was
relevant
that
as
was
well.
the basis of all of this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I hope I
totally.
prepared you enough to kind of be thinking about what you might say, but I also don't want to put you on the spot. So if all we get out of this moment here before we move on to emergency shelter is the idea that even if you are willing to come and say, Heather, I think this is hooey, that's ridiculous, we don't need this. That's okay too. I just, I'm interested in putting some energy behind this, both on the housing affordability side and the homeless housing and shelter and all of the additional needs we need there, but not if it's not something that people want. I'm gonna check some emails here too. I can see that Jim Holdhouse just sent a.
Okay, so we've got somebody in the Zoom room with their hand up.
Great.
So let's ask our colleagues in the room first, though, if you guys have thoughts on this advocacy day, and let's just let this be more of a conversation. Yeah. So let's just allocate 7 minutes maybe for the conversation and see if that gets us through it.
That's great, thank you.
And we'll let's bring Gary into the room, Gary Keister, and have Gary turn his camera on and his microphone, and he'll be with us too for the conversation.
You want us to start? Or you
Yeah.
want us to go? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I would say I agree 100% that it's important. We show up for advocacy days for victim services. It does require prep. So I was glad to hear you say that.
Yeah.
To teach people how you have to, I think it takes at least 6 weeks to a month to get your appointment with your legislators. And I think knowing what bills they are working on is really important, because what I've learned is the representatives, like you said, they see so many people. So having something to give them, to remind them, you know, to bring it to their attention. Doing that conversation group before, where you can do some role playing and some talking, and like, that's how we did it in the past. I think having rural communities show up is important. Bringing, we take actual people who are survivors, which has an impact, but they definitely need prep. So they kind of know what they're walking into, because, you know, you get about 10 minutes. You've got 15 minutes if you're lucky.
About right.
Because they're so busy, so getting to the point. And one of the interesting things that we've learned is how to bring them back to topic, because legislators are good at going off topic and don't get to say anything.
Right.
So I thought that was an interesting skill to learn. But I would love to see us have some sort of a group, like Greg said, so because it's important to have a joint voice.
Yes.
So we all go in with a joint voice, you know, like a similar, and that would require some prep time, and Deb House would absolutely love that.
That's
I think
great.
It's really important to do that.
I
I
just-
love this idea.
I want to say, because there's a number of other people online who I think should be part of this conversation if they're interested.
Great.
We are having a conversation as part of this agenda item right now about the idea of a housing advocacy day in Olympia, where we organize our Jefferson County contingent to go down and talk to our elected officials about housing. If there are people other than Gary, who's already in the Zoom room with us, who'd like to be brought into the Zoom room to be part of this conversation, we also have a number of housing providers in the room with us physically. So is there anyone else online who would like to be brought over? Please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen.
And while folks are raising their hand, also just reiterate that this particular Housing and Homeless Advocacy Day on March 14th does exactly what you're saying. They, the format of it, or at least was last year, you show up, it's an all day, pretty much all day thing. You show up in the morning, they gather all together, they do kind of like a kickoff speech where everybody, you know, they kind of get everybody all excited. And then, and remind everybody what bills we're focusing on. They do some presentations about those bills, a little bit of training in a very large group setting. And then they have you break off to your individual groups. This is the moment at which I realized I was the only person there from Jefferson County, because I was supposed to go to this room and meet my cohort, right? And no one, I like looking around. So I went and found Clallam County instead, and there were 4 people from Clallam County, and I got to walk around with them. So we, as a cohort, then sit down and strategize. They give you about, I think, an hour to sit down and strategize. They give you the talking point sheets that you were talking about. They're all bulleted out. So this particular day is quite organized. Now, we can do our own organized days as well. And it's also good to take advantage of the ones that are organized by other groups like this one, right?
Well, you never know what you're gonna learn from the other people too, right?
Exactly.
And I think then the follow-up, I think one of you said, you know, it's an all year.
Yeah.
So then you have to have somebody who continues, like, where's
To
that
track.
bill at? I mean, we're in the process of doing that with victim services right now, like, where's the different bills at? Who do we say thank you to? Who do we say whoa? And so it's a long process, but I think it's important.
It is.
And it's also a real empowering and educational process. At least I found for me, I've learned a lot by doing that, like what's possible, what's not. And then the other thing that we do, that our coalition helps us do, is they hand us self-addressed thank you letters. So we can send them to our, whoever met with us.
Nice.
Cause it's just one more way of getting in front of them and also acknowledging the work they do. And I think those little pieces are important.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great example, and it is really empowering. It is one of those ways that people, residents in our community, can get engaged in something that they really care about and really see that you have access to make a difference in state and local policy. And this is this is the part of the process. This is part of how it, what it takes. It is nerve wracking. It's a little scary the first time you do it, but over time you learn how to do it just like anything else. It's a skill set that we can practice together.
Anyone else have anything they wanna?
Oh, I just want to piggyback, and I also think that it's a really wonderful idea to get a coalition together from Jefferson County and specific to housing. Guess where my brain goes is I go into like, how's this gonna work already? Like, who's gonna take the lead? It's gonna take a year at least to gather the people. It's not gonna happen by Friday.
Right.
I can see an opportunity to bring residents of our affordable housing units to the table. I think there's a residents council at Seventh Haven now. So really doing that outreach to the other groups who might have a vested interest in going and lobbying. And then finding an agency or a person that is going to spearhead it or take that leadership role. And then also I start thinking about who's gonna pay for everybody to get down there. If we have people with lived experience, is that gonna be a volunteer opportunity for them or a paid opportunity for them?
Very good
So I
question.
think those are all the things to consider. And I think it is important that we represent, especially since our county is in such a kind of a position in housing and emergency shelter, that now is the time to get together.
Yeah, and it is potentially divided into these two separate lanes too. And I did get to talk with Liz Revord at the community or the connectivity summit over the weekend about this. And I think she was really interested in the idea of potentially using Housing Solutions Network as a sort of a format for convening and training people how to do this. And of course, they would want to focus on the affordability related bills. Whereas maybe it's, we reactivate the community connections subcommittee of the Housing Fund Board, even though that's
Ledge
kind of,
committee, yeah.
make it a ledge committee or whatever. And so that's worth. I want to use a goodly amount of our time to talk about shelter as well. So I don't know. if
Any
there's
more
anybody else.
thoughts on this lobby day from online too, Gary or Lori? Do you guys have any thoughts about doing a collective lobby day about housing in Olympia?
Well, of course, housing is such a wide spectrum. I really believe two things. We have to have a strategy. We have to do a lot of pre-planning, and we need to really determine which part of housing we want to advocate for rather than just housing in general. That's all I have.
Yeah, very good point. And to that, I think it maybe needs to be multiple efforts. And that, that both those things, affordability issues and issues of homeless and co-occurring support needs like behavioral health needs, those are probably need two different groups.
One thought I have about logistics is that if this group is gonna organize a lobby day every year, it might be good to go in with them because they'll organize a lot of those logistics. And we show up with our issues in our group and get a room to talk amongst ourselves in. I mean, that feels
you bet
more efficient to me and more.
Right, and then look
Using
for other ways, either organizations that are already doing lobby days around more like behavioral health issues or around emergency shelter and permanent supportive housing. And you have, certain groups that are working on domestic violence and general crime related issues. So I do feel like finding those, not reinventing the wheel, but finding those organized groups that are already doing this. I don't know, Lori, if you know about groups that are already organizing to talk about legislative issues relative to behavioral health issues, but that's, someplace to look as well.
So what I was going to say is, of course, this whole housing, certainly the, how it relates to the behavioral health system, and having somebody in housing is a fundamental thing that needs to happen in order for them to get on their pathway. This is a topic that I would be happy to bring to the BHC table. It isn't one that we have, a galvanized approach to going down and advocating in Olympia. I think certainly at the regional level, there might be things that I am unaware of that are happening. And I think I just wanted to quickly say we certainly can bring this conversation and exploration to the table at the next BHC meeting.
Yeah, I love that. And if anybody doesn't know the BHC, that's the Behavioral Health Coalition. Consortium, sorry. Yes, thank you. I'm actually on that consortium. And Jim Novelli is here also from Discovery Behavioral Healthcare, part of that table. We also have Salish Behavioral Health Administrative Services Organization that I'm sure is aware of regional legislative efforts, so we coordinate with them. And
So I think this is a big yes.
okay.
And so are you,
Maybe not for Friday? I mean, that's the.
No, no, not.
Yeah, I
right.
think not for Friday. So Friday specifically, I will continue to talk to Liz Reward. That is, if you look at homelessness and Housing Advocacy Day, they are pretty focused on affordability legislation. So I'm going to continue just one more little push through Housing Solutions Network to see if they want to pull together a group. We may be able to get some folks down there. And if not, again, I just wanted to use this as a, hey, it's come up again and we're caught unawares again. This is how we don't get people down to Olympia from rural areas. So how about if we do it a little bit differently? Julia, is that a hand?
Yeah, it's a hand. I usually go on Poverty Action Day, which is Martin Luther King Day. I did not this year because of health reasons. I'm usually the only one from Jefferson County.
There you go.
And sometimes the only one from the peninsula. But two of the things that they're advocating for this year is to prevent cuts to homeless services by investing 253 million in the operating budget. This is Leahy. Okay, this is their thing. And protecting the rights of people experiencing homelessness from like getting arrested for being homeless, which is real in a lot of the state.
Yes, like criminalizing
And
homelessness.
so anyway, you know, I think that, yes, please advocate for these things.
Okay.
And next year I would be happy to join you guys.
Okay, and I would just maybe end, Jim Novelli has his hand up, so maybe we can let Jim have a word, but I will say that you can email me after this, and I would like to help coalesce all of this. I don't need to lead it all. I just want to kind of help to move this conversation forward and see, you know, are there 3 or 4 areas, or are there 1 or 2 areas that we want to try to build coalition around in terms of legislative support? So I'm on board for that. Jim, do you have a comment on this topic?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base. You had asked about, you know, kind of joining in behavioral health. I'm a board member of the Washington Council for Behavioral Health, and we do advocacy days. In fact, we just did it this February. We go down and actually Peninsula Behavioral Health, the CEO from there, West End, and myself usually are all down there, and we go meet with our representatives from this area as a group, as the 3 of us, and we go in there and kind of talk about what we think is important. The Washington Council actually does a lot of work throughout the year with our lobbyists and sets up, you know, priorities and talking points. And I just sent a letter down to Tharinger and got a response about, please don't cut Medicaid rates. Got a nice polite, maybe we won't be able to do that probably. But anyhow, I just see how I can weave that in, dovetail some of the housing stuff into our behavioral health discussion, because it's important too for us to having, you know, appropriate housing for people that have behavioral health issues. And especially we see the disappearance of transitional housing. It's just about non-existent anymore. And that's just something that really, I think is helpful. And it's really hard to get somebody started in permanent supportive unless they've had a kind of a running start, as the way put it. So that's some of our
that is a
priorities.
perfect segue into our next topic. So that's perfect. I feel like just that, we've made so much progress together over the last few years of connecting and really making sure that we're starting to work together more closely. And I just see this as another way for us to do that. Maybe we kind of do a collective training. Everybody who wants to work on these legislative issues in this realm, let's, you know, we can all do the trainings together, share that kind of time and resource, but then each group kind of goes off and gathers their own group around either behavioral health issues or transitional and permanent supportive or affordable housing, that kind of thing. So thank you. Anybody have any last comments they want to throw into this topic before we move on to the next one? Okay. So again, I'll just kind of tee this one up, which is related, but quite different, as we know. And that has to do with our immediate need in this community for emergency shelter and all the different kinds of emergency shelter that are currently being provided. I will say that I know this conversation is gonna want to go in and probably should capture a little context around what we want to see in emergency shelter down the line. I'm just gonna, in the interest of time, I think we have an emergent need right now. And of course, that was started by the public comment that several people from Dove House very astutely made at the February 26th Housing Fund Board meeting, indicating that they needed a mid-cycle request for funds to replace previously received and anticipated funds to maintain operations of their emergency shelter, which is serving women and children. So we have an immediate need. We also know that we have an immediate need for continuing shelter at the Jefferson County Emergency Shelter, with the need for that to transition this year. So we felt like this was just a good opportunity to get the sort of the overarching, what are our current emergency shelters being provided in the community right now? Who's currently providing emergency shelter? We think we know that, but let's just make sure. If you're currently providing emergency shelter, are you fully funded? Or are you where are your gaps? And what funding are you losing? Where was that funding coming from? So we just want to wrap our minds around all of that right now as a bigger picture. And then to make sure we've captured all of that, if there are additional comments about this is the emergency shelter that our community is desperately missing as well, would be useful. Is there anything else that you all want to get out of the?
I mean, maybe a little
Comment.
framing, I would just say that this request originally came to the Housing Fund Board.
Yep.
And at the next Housing Fund Board meeting at the end of this month, 26th, I
Yep.
think, we will be looking at the budget, and if there is budget capacity and the recording funds that go into our shelter, as well as the 1590, the percentage of that can be used for operations of this kind of facilities. It's unlikely. I mean, we were oversubscribed last year and we're not able to fill all the needs then, so it's unlikely that we have more. So I think these asks that I think we should just listen to and absorb today are, we need to look internally, like at other revenue sources within the county and within other partners like the city and Jefferson Healthcare and even unlikely, we need to look far afield for these funds. So there's no, we're hearing the problem, but there is no solution that is in front of us that is already ready to go.
Unless any of our public commenters also want to add potential solutions.
Yes.
So,
Can I just check one thing before we
Yeah.
start this conversation? Apple, are you here for this conversation?
yeah,
Monty, you're not here for this conversation, are you? You have something else?
No, fine. Good.
it's good.
You don't
Right,
need,
okay.
you don't need time on the agenda?
Nope.
Okay, okay. I just want to make
Because we
sure.
have 30
Yes.
minutes, we have to
Right.
hard stop at
Respectful,
4:30.
thank you.
Yeah.
That's great. So, again, it's about like getting, once we start thinking about these creative solutions, we want to make sure we're understanding the whole picture. So you want to open it up to public comments? Is this
Yeah.
good?
Yeah.
All right. And this kind of.
I feel like
open
we need to have
conversation
it
as well.
more of a conversation and not
Yeah.
like,
That's really great.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was even possible. So I'm
I
glad.
think it
Yes.
is. I think it should be.
It's our meeting.
Yay. Okay. I'm learning what we can do. You want to go
So
ahead?
I'll start. Peggy Webster, we have, what we have right now, Castle Brown 2, it has 50 persons living there with, of those 6 are children.
Mhm.
We, are funded fine for, Castle Brown 2 through the balance of the year.
Okay, through the fiscal year or the calendar year?
And the
Calendar year.
Yeah, calendar year. We are working on Castle Brown 3, which is the upper lot. We will have between 10 and 15 tiny shelters up there by June 30. And a congregate building close to the October, November time of year. And an office entry building. we don't have operating funds for the last half of the year. Now, 6 of the months is, we're looking at 15, staffing for to oversee 15 units. And then towards the fourth quarter, it'd be all 31. So the staffing would go up. I do know if it was a full 6 months, it's $102,000
Okay.
for staffing, insurance, utilities, etc.
Can I ask is there, I don't know, scope issues that you can address, just dealing, kind of minimizing staff for that first 6 months with, you got the 50 people down below, are you talking is this already sharing staff between the
Yeah,
two
like there's
facilities?
one shelter manager for everything. Yeah, Terry will
Okay.
take it over, but this is the additional staff we need to be up there. And with the overnight shelter, of course, everyone comes in, you have to put them through HMIS, and, there's a whole process there, so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. That house.
Well, I can go next, I guess. I tried to follow your rule.
Thank you.
Suggestions.
I
I
was
found
trying to
very
not catch you guys off guard too
I
much.
found it very helpful. So I'm Beulah King Albert, with Dove House Shelter. We run the domestic violence shelter in town, which is an emergency shelter, but we're not an overnight shelter. So people move into our place and they stay, ideally it's a 90-day shelter. I think our average stay right now, last time I looked was, and I didn't look today, was about 87 days.
Mhm,
We can house up to 21 humans.
mhm.
And I say humans because the way our shelter's set up, it depends on the size of our family.
Mhm.
So we could have a family, we just had a family with, 1 mom and 4 kids.
Mm.
So sometimes it requires 2 rooms to put a larger family in,
Mhm.
so that lowers our capacity of
Mhm.
how many we can have.
And just to clarify, when you say you're not an overnight shelter, do you mean you're not a night by night? You're not, obviously people stay overnight and stay for 90 days or
Or longer.
sometimes longer, yes.
Right, and a lot of our families do stay longer, partly because when they get settled into our systems, our schools and they get an IEP or whatever they need, it's almost impossible then to move them out in the middle of the school year. So we have some flexibility there on how long they can stay and what they do. We also, part of having that shelter is our 24/7 crisis line. And that is a requirement of the state for a domestic violence shelter. So, and the way we get funding for our shelter is through victim services. So there's a lot of requirements that come with us getting this funding. We're in conversation with the state about if you're gonna fund us less, what are the requirements less? The problem is nobody can figure out what service would you cut out, because without these services, we'd just be passing it off to someone else, right?
So this is the funding that you have lost, victim services funding from the state of Washington.
No, the services come from the federal government into the state, and then the state sends it down through us,
Okay.
through the DSHS is how it comes.
Through
That's
DSHS.
how it funnels through. So that's the funding at this point, and then depending on how much of a cut goes across the state government, what they told us is to prepare for $78,392 for shelter funds. And that's from July 1st through the fiscal year, right? So July through June, the state
A
year.
reduction of that much, or that's how much you're getting,
That's the reduction.
the reduction?
Yes. So that's why when I asked for the board, I was like, well, if we could get half of this from July 1st to December 31st, because that's when the grant here starts is January 1st. So about 45,000 would be able to maintain the services we already do.
Okay.
One of the things you said is what can we cut? Where would we get other funding? I was talking to Gary at the connectivity fair, and he was saying, possibly we could ask all the cap for some of the CHG funds for shelter. Never been successful. I'm not sure that's possible, but thought I would ask for that. We are looking at other grants, and we have reached out to some of our foundations, but everybody's asking everybody.
Yeah.
So we're looking for that ways to fund that in other ways.
Okay,
Some of
great.
our foundations that fund us operational, we have asked them, we haven't gotten a yes or no from them. They're seeing what they can.
Yeah, please ask.
I mean, I understand like the timeline for OLICAP on their need is like July 1. What's the timeline for your?
July 1st.
Okay,
So this would start, my new grant funding would be July 1st, and that's when the cuts come in.
okay, so.
Right.
Both of them. And Peggy, do you know the consolidated homeless grant application I know is due soon, right? In
They were
April?
working on it, yeah.
Yeah, in April. So, and is that Viola? Is she leading
I'm on
that?
the team working on it with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any room for conversation about all
I
the
think
emergency shelter?
There's a requirement even, I think, for sub-grantees, but we have to put together MOUs,
Yeah.
because we have to be able to audit, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of complications, but it's not impossible.
Okay, all right, absolutely. So, I mean, because consolidated homeless grant is meant specifically for emergency shelter, so
Can I ask
it's a good conversation.
maybe a 10,000 feet up question? Are any of these funds federal?
Well,
So that's the fund that was
That's the
coming from us,
pass-through.
was coming from the federals down to DSHS, down to us.
mhm.
And that's the money we know is going away, the 78,000.
And we also know
It could
that
be state
last
funding.
year, that some of the consolidated homeless grant dollars that we had previously gotten the year before were replaced with emergency housing funds dollars that are federal funds. So Viola is gonna, and Peggy will be much more up to speed on what the funding mechanisms are through the CHG, through the consolidated homeless grant this year.
Any other sort, to everybody, any other sources of federal funding that we're
That
current?
house will take, we're guessing, best case scenario in our whole umbrella agency. Best case is 200,000, worst case is 400,000 from federal funds being cut this
Got
year.
it.
Okay,
Across victim services,
Across all of Washington
Across-
State.
across Dove House's victim services.
I guess I would also add that, in terms of, it's not the shelter aspect, but 80% of our rents are paid by HUD.
Yes.
And we
Okay.
know we'll get March, but don't know if we're gonna get anything in April onward.
it would be good to collect all of these federal
It would be.
funding pieces that are coming to our community so that we're aware.
How best for them to email it to us?
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, if, maybe Heather, if you wanna create
Yep, I'll.
as
create
the note on this
You bet.
topic,
Spreadsheet.
create a
of-
little Google sheet or something and share it with me, just, I mean, I'm trying to understand
Please make it public.
yeah,
Well, if it's emailed between us, it's public.
yeah.
Yeah. So would providers be willing to email? I think you all have my email address, h.dudley-nolette with 2 L's.
And
2
2 Ds.
And an E on the end at co.jefferson.wa.us and send me what is your federal funding source? What dollar amount have you been?
And you just want rough numbers.
Yeah, prepared to, whatever you know, that's all we can know at this point. Most people aren't really all that clear, right? But what do you think you may be losing? And if it's a range, give me the range. The
Or at
date,
this.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Vouchers.
The date that you think that will start to impact your organization and what it is funding. Right, what would be lost without that funding? Is there anything, other piece of information?
That might be
should
just good after this to follow up with everyone with an email.
Yeah, okay.
And then don't forget that a lot of state funds are federal funds that are passed through the state. So when
Right.
you're just,
Yeah, so anything that, it might come through, just like what you described, it might come through a state source, but we know it's coming from the feds.
Right, and our state grants break them out for us, because that's how we know if we have to have a federal audit or not, so. I can pull those pretty
Okay.
easily.
That sounds good, and looks like Viola has her hand raised, but we are also recognizing that one of our vulnerabilities here is that we haven't always known where the federal funds are, right? Which, which programs are actually funded through federal funds. So silver lining, we're gonna start to get a lot clearer about all of that.
Well, can I just be sure you're specific about housing?
We're specific right now about emergency shelter, but I would say if you know both, send me both, just tell me which one's emergency shelter and which one's other programs that you're providing. Viola? Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
If I apologize. I've been working at home off of my Surface and it didn't update, so my calendar has been running an hour behind. I was like, oh, I'll hop onto the meeting early. I was like, oh no. So I apologize for that. I do want to clarify a little bit about the funds available in the Consolidated Homeless Grant
Great, thank
for
you.
emergency shelter.
Mhm.
Most of the Consolidated Homeless Grant is designated for coordinated entry and rent and eviction prevention. If there's
Mhm.
extra funds awarded, such as the emergency housing fund, then those are less restricted and can be put towards operations for funding operations in a shelter. But usually that ends up augmenting what the operation funds and the rent assistance funds don't make up for. And that's usually the area where in assisting Bayside this last year, where we pulled from that fund, but that fund itself is not guaranteed. That was one that had to be applied for and petitioned for. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, well, know that we have a $45,000 gap at Dove House right now, just to the end of the year, that we need to take into consideration in all of our applications.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just starting to kind of look at it. Unfortunately, the grant right now, the renewal is mainly narrative and not so much looking at funds. We can start pulling in. My hope is this week to have a portion of those completed and ready to go, and then set meetings with our partners like Gary and Dove House and sit down and have a conversation of maybe what, that the landscape looks like moving forward.
That would be fantastic to really just holistically look at our whole shelter system and really see what do we need here.
Yeah.
So
And then
Viola, just, I don't know if you heard, but Peggy represented you well and got to describe, Caswell Brown, 2 and 3, so that was helpful. Gary, do you want to talk at all about emergency shelter there at Bayside Tower or any other
Sure.
emergency shelter needs you need to address?
Yeah, well, of course, you know that we manage the county overnight shelter. We have approximately 30 to 32 guests per evening. They're made up of about 1/3 females and 2/3 males. We have pretty well volunteers for meals, and it seems to be running satisfactorily. We've had a meeting with the Legion last week, and they seem to be pleased with the operation. We also have the tower at Bayside at the old alcohol plant. We currently have 44 guests there, between senior women and men, veterans, and some moms with kids. And we are not funded for that program as compared to the emergency shelter that the county has funded us.
Okay. So you have no funding for that right now and just funding it with your donor base?
Correct. It's a challenging time, and I can just say that my conversation with Commerce has been that the grants are being re-reviewed in Washington for whatever that means. So it's a very chaotic time for everybody.
Sure is. Julia, do you have a comment?
As the mouse in the room, yes. So as these things collapse, and as the possibility of those of us who survive on Social Security have bumps that may land some of us in homelessness, what the Welcoming Center does is essential. There needs to be somewhere for people to go. we're not a shelter, but we do feed people, they do sleep. We have 2 people who sleep most of every moment we're open, they come in and they crash. And, I just don't want us to be forgotten because we don't meet the category of shelter. We're not part of HMIS. We're not this, we're not that. We are absolutely essential. And second time today, urban rest stop. It needs to exist. There needs to be an open place for anybody. No ID, don't know their name. They can take a shower, they can wash their clothes, and we can throw food at them. And they get resources of whatever we can offer.
Yeah, I think that this really, I mean, I think, I'm a big, very excited about the idea of an urban rest stop and a big
By
advocate
July
for
1st.
it. By July 1st might be a challenge, but I think that is something we need to consider in this shelter landscape, right? That emergency shelter is about low barrier, and I think that's partly why it's important to have our behavioral health partners in this room as well, hearing our harm reduction team represented by their boss here, Apple Martin, in the room, because it's part of that larger network that holds a true low barrier system. That even our emergency shelters, some degrees of emergency shelter are really not able to provide, right? And there are the success of people needing support in this system really relies on scaffolding. An entry point at 0 barrier is really critical to the success of the overall system. And so I think we have to really start wrapping our minds around what the funding sources are for that and what the benefits of it are.
So, as you talk about that, I think it's true. I think we do need to look at that big picture. Because like Julia said, if one thing closes, we're gonna see a domino effect. That's not gonna be helpful. We feed a lot of people from the downtown shelter at the cafe. So, as we take cuts, like it's not one thing that could go down. It could be multiples. We feed 45 lunches on average a day at the cafe. So 4 days a week.
And they're delicious.
They are
And then
delicious.
we provide, food out in the outside pantries. We stock 3 free pantries and we cannot keep them stocked with food. So I mean, there's a lot that's not just people sleeping in the shelters, but all the other pieces.
Right.
As you know, we quit doing laundry vouchers because it just got so expensive. So I don't know the answers, but I think we should take time to stop somehow and have a really big conversation around what this all looks like and how we can move forward. So we're not just putting Band-Aids on things, but really looking at solutions.
Cheryl, do you have something?
Yeah, I know, Beulah and I were talking earlier this afternoon about, if we need to cut in our shelter services, where do you cut? And then if you cut that, then what happens is, like you're talking about, there's this domino effect. So if we quit offering laundry services because it costs us, $15,000 a year to do that, then who's gonna pick that up? Then where's that gonna come from? If we quit providing food to our shelter residents, then where's that need gonna be picked up? What other agencies then gonna need to fill in that gap? So it's not just a matter of finding where places to cut. It's like, how are those services still going to be provided? Because those people still exist.
You bet. And, I don't know if people are feeling ready for that type of conversation, but I feel like we're ready. I've witnessed how you all have worked together for so many years. I'm looking at you too, Lori, in the behavioral health realm. And I think we are ready for that kind of conversation. When we get these kinds of cuts coming down from, places that we can't control, the opportunity for us to reduce redundancies within our own system is really ripe. And I think we have laid enough foundation over the last several years to start trusting each other a little more with that conversation. We might not be 100% there in the trust realm, but I think we're getting close enough that we could have that conversation and really start looking at, you know, where can we save by not reinventing? Where can we cede some work to another organization and take on a piece so that we're not adding redundant systems? I would love to facilitate a conversation like that.
Heather, can I just? We
Yes.
have a very important representative in the room, Apple, our public health director, and I'm
do.
just wondering, we have 5 minutes left. I'm just wondering if you have anything you want to add to this conversation or questions you have for all of our guests, or I don't know where we're at with the different buckets of funding that we're working on
The
currently.
con can fix anything, right?
Sure, yeah, the con.
Yeah.
And I don't know, because I'm not as in your wheelhouse anymore,
Yeah.
what you're hearing from the state and federal funding
Well,
situation.
so we're all in our different sort of fields of expertise seeing cuts, especially from the federal level. And then we're seeing a tightening across all state agencies. Certain grants are going away, certain applications that are in the queue are being decommissioned, so they're not even gonna get approved and then denied for the funding. They're just not even gonna be reviewed at this point. So we're feeling that in public health too. It's a lot of pressure on me to sum this up now.
Right, and we're not
I am
expecting
listening.
that, but
I am listening to everyone. I do think you make a really good point, Heather, that our community and all of the service providers, we know each other well, we work together. It's not always been easy. There is always room to build more trust. The landscape is facile and it's also tense. And we're in a particularly tense fulcrum right now, not just locally in all the dealings that we're engaged in anyway, but then the added pressures from the changes of leadership at the state and also the federal places where our funds come from. Public health is not by and large funded by federal funds. In fact, it's by and large federal funded by state funds that are out of the state legislature more currently. That's the Foundation of Public Health Services. And we have a tiny bit of that repertoire of money that's dedicated to homelessness engagement from a public health lens. And as you all know, and I've said it many times, our lens is often really specific to disease mitigation. And I know that's not a very sexy topic. It's also difficult to kind of socialize that as an MO because it's hard to get, it forces you to have to think down at a minute level. But it really is the basis of how we engage the public and the communities is how do we keep them safer and healthier? We mitigate disease. So even though we have a smaller currently kind of repertoire with regard to homelessness and emergency sheltering, we're involved in a multitude of ways. And I think what I'm hearing is that we're at a critical juncture to coalesce in this time and space what the next meaningful action can be. We've got everybody showing up. I mean, I'm at the Shelter Coalition meetings every 2 weeks. It's dynamic. We've got things to solve. It's not always pleasant because we've got hiccups along the way and things to overcome, like where's the funding going to come from and that kind of thing. But with regard to the urban rest stop, I mean, you socialized that idea not that long ago, and it's gotten a lot of traction and it has a lot of meaning. Is it the answer? There's not one answer, right? So where can we plug in what we do have to maybe try some new things? Where can we, let's say, for instance, hypothetically, there's some opioid settlement funds, perhaps, maybe a lump sum that starts the brick and mortar place where an urban rest stop could be. And then we have, say, for instance, and Lori, not to put you on the spot, but perhaps the Behavioral Health Consortium table has a bunch of lead agencies in different sectors who could come together and help braid in to support the inner workings of, say, an urban rest stop. Now that speaks to one channel of need, which is hygiene and health and a place to come that's not, that has no barriers, right? You don't have to show an ID, you don't have to be from a certain program, you don't have to do a certain intake form in order to be eligible. And I do think you're right, that no barrier first stop, say the Work Welcoming Center even,
we would staff the urban rest stop.
Is the stepping stone to the next things, whether it's supported housing or it's getting into treatment or what have you.
I think there's a possibility for that. What I worry about is that when certain funds either go away or we're in a phase where they're going to go away, the alternative is not that we're suddenly gonna find other sources that are more stable. I mean, my feeling in this entire profession is that none of the funding is stable, not ever. So tempering our expectations is really what's important to me.
Yeah.
You know, the prize would be that in this landscape where these cuts are coming that maybe we didn't anticipate 3 years ago, that there would be some other channel for funding that could help really ebb the tide and be sustainable for many years to come. That's a pipe dream.
It
right?
is.
So I still think, even though it can feel piecemeal with lots of different smaller buckets put together, I still think that that is a reasonable strategy. And it might be the only strategy we have. Where we have one big cut, say at an emergency shelter like at Dove House, maybe we are able to get $40,000 to tie that over from a source. That's maybe only for the next year though, right? So I guess my point is that if we know that it's constant ebb and flow, we shouldn't be looking for the prize. We can do just as well by working more strongly together to put pieces in to make the idea work. If it's the urban rest stop, I
Can you
mean,
show the chat of that?
Julia has said her staff would staff it.
Yeah. Basically.
We have a harm reduction dollars that need to go for us to give the services, but maybe harm reduction would be part of that. So that we can align some of those funds to collaborate. I can see a lot of different entities being helpful in an effort like that. But again, it's not the answer, it's just one part of the puzzle.
Well, it is 4:30 and I believe we have to close the courthouse at 4:30. So I just want to thank everybody so much. And I will say, sorry, we can't get to any more comments right now, but I will say that I am so on board for continuing this conversation. So as you send to me your thoughts about what funding you anticipate you might be missing, and I would invite Jim and Novelli, if you have funding pots that you know you're anticipating, we really want to know about that and kind of get the full spectrum of what is happening. And then maybe through that communication, we can find ways to continue this conversation and maybe run with some of these ideas that are coming up today.
So Lori just put a good comment in the chat saying that it might be worthwhile to get our faith-based supporters as part of this roundtable.
I think that's a great idea.
So that we're
The incredible
leaving their support
shrinking
into.
religious faith-based community. I mean, it's getting smaller and smaller. Like Coast is shutting down and, you know, maybe gonna distribute some funds, but that is.
Other
big
groups are
going on.
starting to come together. I know there's a Buddhist Sangha that's really growing right now. There's.
So are we gonna have a follow-up conversation? Was that?
Well, we're talking to the
Okay.
Housing Fund Board,
Okay.
maybe that might be the next.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. And then I'll work with this group to kind of set up maybe the next.
We're gonna get kicked out, you guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much for your
Post
input.
did mention support.
Thanks, everyone.
for rest stop.
We'll continue this
everyone online.
conversation at the Housing Fund Board. Is what